sequential. It's about people, but framed through ideas. It's about content, hearts, mind, the past, the future. Whatever we can imagine, teaching and learning are both causes and effects. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our second day series webinar, spearheaded by the College of Education and the theme Reinforcing the Role of Future Teachers amidst Pandemic, a webinar on educational re-engineering. To start with, let us pause for a while and feel the presence of our Almighty God for our invocation, followed by the singing of the Philippine National Anthem, Pantukan Hymn, and KNP Hymn through multimedia presentation.
If my people will humble themselves and pray, if they seek my face and humble themselves and turn from their wicked ways, I will hear from heaven and forgive their sins. I will hear from heaven and heal our land. Lord, heal our land. Father, heal our land. Hear our cry and turn our nation back to you. Lord, heal our land. Hear us, O Lord, and heal our land. Forgive our sin and heal our broken land. Lord, we bow our knee, we humble ourselves and pray. Lord, we seek your face, we humble ourselves and turn from our wicked ways. Move, Father, in your mercy, and forgive our sin. Father, in your mercy, come heal. Lord, heal our land. Lord, heal our land. Father, heal our land. Hear our cry
to give us the statement of purpose and grace us with the words of welcome, may I call the Vice President for Academic Affairs, Dr. Celidonia C. Cuquilla. Let's give her a virtual applause.
My due respect to our chairman of the Board of Trustees, Mayor Roberto M. Hugo, the SB members, our very supportive and resilient college president, fellow Dr. Jocelyn Itzhua, to the VPs, Dr. Archie Pagutana, Dr. Nelia R. Pacanya, the program heads, honored speakers from known universities who will be formally introduced later, dear students, my colleagues, members of the staff members, good morning to everyone. Praise be Jesus and Mary. Today marks the second day of our celebration of the 10th founding anniversary with the theme, Reinforcing the Role of Future Teachers Amidst the Pandemic, a webinar on educational re-engineering. With our trend in online instruction, education re-engineering is very much fitted because we are employing varied gadgets. This is already re-engineering our education, the application of technology and management of science to the modification of existing systems, organizations, processes, and products in order to make us more effective, efficient, and responsive. Our whole day activity shall come up with self-gratification as teachers in the future. Let us conquer our fear of today's situation. Together, let us be self-motivated so that our role, your role as future teachers will not be in vain. Our very purpose of today's endeavor would somehow fulfill our theme. You might be asking, what is this webinar all about? Are our online instruction not enough to address the questions or queries in your mind? What are the remarkable answers to these queries? These are just few of the questions that shall be given by our invited speakers. They shall give us their insights on how to face the reality of today's teaching learning situations. This shall be your guide in today's webinar. First, you shall be aware of the present scenario on how does young professionals face the situation. Secondly, as future effective classroom management when confronted with similar situations where we are in now. Thirdly, how can young educators identify their role, your role, to be producing meaningful learners?
And we're back. Hello there. So, if students, if you can see the polling questions, Sir Murphy will give us the views. Sir Marv. Yes, poll number 1. The question is, what is your year level? So click if you are in first year, second year, third year, or fourth year. Okay? So thank you, Sir Marv. At this point, the Vice President for Research, Dr. Nelia R. Pacania Frieder, will introduce to us our first speaker. Let's give her a virtual applause.
Our first plenary speaker is a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Education, major in English. Our of Immaculate Conception.
Bro, makita siya, bro.
Our first plenary speaker is a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Education, major in English at the University of Mindanao, and Master of Arts in Education, major in Educational Administration of the same school. She finished her doctorate degree, Doctor of Philosophy in Education, at the University of Immaculate Conception, Davao City. She is a speech trainer and speech arts professor, a speaker on teaching strategies in Davao City and Zamboanga. A research presenter in local, national, and international fora. She presented a paper at TFL Melta International Convention at BCCK, Kuching, Malaysia. An author of a published textbook entitled Effective College Writing at Victorious Publications, Bulacan, Philippines. A peer editor of the University of Immaculate Conception Research Journal. A part-time professor for the graduate school and undergraduate school of Ateneo de Davao University. And at present, a professor of San Pedro College since 2000 and has taught English, literature, educational psychology, and humanities subjects. Ladies and gentlemen, students, help me welcome our first speaker, Dr. Vivian Grace Agbon, Hubahib, LPT, PhD, Prider.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning to our students here in Kolehiyo ng Pantukan. I'm really happy. I'm really glad that I was given the opportunity to meet you, to have a short talk about what the role of a teacher. Okay, I hope everyone is okay today. Thank you, Doc Nelly, for the kind introduction. And I really appreciate all of you for inviting me to be able to share some things about a global teacher. So what is our role as teachers, particularly in these times, hard times and also good times? So what would be our role? Now, okay, are you familiar with, we'll have an interactive activity today before I would start my talk. Okay, let me first share my screen. Okay, I hope you can see it. Can you see it? All right, so yeah, I have my phone here. Okay. Don't forget, if you would like to participate, if you have question while I'm talking, I would also be happy if you would like say a comment or maybe ask question about the things I'm going to discuss and the things that I have prepared today. So we'll talk about educators. We as educator, our role and preparedness in globalization. Now we know that today we experience this pandemic, and because of this pandemic, professors, teachers, were forced to do something to make an alternative, not to be able to meet with their students, but we could still be able to connect with our students. So as a global teachers, of course, we consider parang ganitong picture, no? So, but before that, are you familiar using the
Excuse me, Doc.
Yes, Sir Marv.
Hindi po naka-full screen ang PowerPoint.
Okay, I'll do it later, Sir Mark, because I still have an activity to do. Yeah, thank you, Sir Mark. Okay, I'll post this one in bigger screen later on. Are you familiar with? Okay, I'll stop share. Okay, I'll share something here. Okay, just a second. I have two questions here. So if you would like to participate, I appreciate if you all could be able to participate in this short interactive activity. Okay. All right. So here's my screen. Okay, do you see it? So to play this quiz, you are advised to open your device. Please open joinmyquiz.com. Anybody here have an access? Kung sino man ang may access dito, those whose internet connection is good, I really appreciate if you can join. I only have 2 questions here, but I would just like to have your views about teachers who are a global teacher. Okay, so you open any device, pwedeng gumamit ng laptop, pwedeng gumamit ng Android na phone. Open this one, joinmyquiz.com. You enter the code 960457. Okay, you may start now. Now, if you have questions, like most of this one, if you're not using this device, they will prompt you to sign in. Okay, let me see. Have you used this application before in your other classes? Okay, ayan, I have already here. We have Beverlyn, Awitin. Okay, more. Maybe I'll give like 2 minutes. Whoever can join in here. Okay, that's great. Later on, when I click the start, you would see there the question, and then after that, you will start answering. Okay, I have 1 who joined. Good. I have 2 here. We have Lois Odak. Okay, thank you. More. Okay, good. We have CJ Salvar, Albert Mapalo. Okay. We have, okay, more and more joining now. Okay, I'll give 2 minutes, 1 minute rather, in here who can participate in the questions that I would be posting later on. Okay, thank you. We have Ella Medenilia. Okay, Elena Castro, Edwin Castro. Okay, Richelle Doloroso, Elgin Paro. Okay. While waiting, I would like to thank Dr. Jocelyn Hua, your president, who is really kind enough to invite me to share some things here in your institution. I have been Suki, no, we call it Suki, in Kolehiyo ng Pantukan. Thank you very much for inviting me. Okay, I have more and more people coming in. Wow, that's great. Okay, so almost how many? I have 41 who has joined in. Okay, few seconds more. Wait. Now, once I start clicking, here, you can put your answer, and there would be, I think, 30 seconds to place in your answers. All right, thank you. So 48 na ang naka-join. Okay, that's great. All right, I see that students in Pantukan are also very active and very good in online classes because you were able to participate right away in this activity. Okay, I'll click now the start. All right. Okay, so while these 115 people who were joining, who were answering, okay, I'll be posting later on your answers. Okay, so the first question is, during this pandemic, describe the role of the teacher by giving an adjective to it. All right, and then the second question is, how do you make yourself to be a global teacher? Because we wanted to be a good teacher, we wanted to be an effective teacher. So how are we going to prepare yourself? That's why this morning's topic is about educators, our role, our preparedness in globalization. Now, because of this pandemic, everyone has been forced to go into online. The others were modular, so teachers were really, some teachers did not expect these things to happen, and some teachers were not into, they're not techie, they're not into using this technology, but because of this pandemic, we are forced to learn. All right. Maybe while waiting for that, okay, I'll stop sharing. I'll open your questions, your answers later on. All right. Okay. Now, let me hear from the first year. Okay. One or two people will give me an answer. Okay, the first question. I want you to give an adjective of the role of a teacher nowadays in this pandemic. What do you see? Ano yung nakita niyo sa mga teachers na na nagiging frontliner din tayo, no? Aside from, people who are working or people who are, say, working in the health area, no? Trying to help us. Ano din ang role ng teacher na nakita natin na nagiging frontliner din tayo? Okay, let me hear from first year. And then followed by the second year and then third year and fourth year. Okay, first year, any volunteer? Please raise your hand, or maybe the class president will take the lead. Okay, can I see? Raising the hand. Don't be scared. This is now your opportunity to be heard. Yes. Yes. Go ahead. You may open your microphone. Okay. Do you see that hand signal sign that says like this one? It means to say that you would like to participate and answer. Okay. I heard somebody saying, calling me ma'am. Sino yun? Okay. From first year representative. Okay. How about second year representative?
Ma'am, how to open the microphone?
Yes. Okay, how about the third year? Okay, mag-prepare na ang third year, second year, or fourth year. Okay, where is this from?
Ha? Oo. Hindi niya panahon.
Okay, yes.
Kunyari ka na siya, ano ba?
Okay. Is there anyone who would like to answer, an attempt to answer the question? Okay. Yes, go ahead, Ralph. Sige, basahin ko yung chat. Go ahead.
Rochelle.
I heard singing. I heard music. Okay, the question is, just a second. The first question is, during this pandemic, describe the role of a teacher by giving an adjective to it. Okay, that's the first question. Okay, I'll post it in the chat box. That's the first question. Okay. That's the first question. And then the second question, so that everyone can participate. So I have here, how do you make yourself to be a global teacher? All right. So I have here. Okay, April, would you like to answer that? Okay. OG said, Mom, I believe the major role of a teacher is to become a guide. And okay, you have the adjective, the guide, and be the role model of the following all the health guidelines and protocols. Okay, thank you very much. So that's the first, the role of a teacher, a guide and a model. Okay, there is some more who would like to answer. Okay, so thank you very much for answering, OG. Okay, how about the second question? Since if you're having a hard time connecting, answer live, then I would appreciate that also if you can put your answers here in the chat box. Okay. Determine. I like that, Just Shane. Okay, thank you. Teachers should be determined so that you could be able to come up with the demand in the teaching, in the job of a teacher. Okay, thank you very much. All right. How about, how do you make yourself to be a global teacher? That's the second question. I think Josh Shane answered, you need to be determined so that you can be called a global teacher. Okay, so I don't see any answers now, but I really appreciate those who participated in the question. I'll take a look at later on all the things that you have answered, because I believe that some are still answering and are participating in that. So to save time, I'll start my discussion. Okay, I hope everything or everyone is well today and your internet connection is good. So, I still have here, you need to be flexible and passionate to be called a global teacher. That's from Ava Joanna Demuna. Okay, thank you very much. And it can be an effective if they are working together. That's from Ralph Milquiades. Okay, thank you. So, as a global teacher, we don't call ourselves today as teachers who is trapped in the four corners of the room. That's used to be the trend. That's traditional, because when we come to class and have our discussion, our lecture face to face, we are in a classroom, of four corners of our classroom. So we meet and discuss with our students. Now expect that after this pandemic, there would be more things that would be coming up. So let us expect that we would not be going back anymore to the traditional classroom, all classroom type, but of course, we would be using ICT as part of our way to communicate with our students. All right, so let me share my screen. Oh, okay. Sige. Yes, that's really true that while I am talking here, and if you would like to ask question and if you would like to participate, please feel free. Okay, I cannot let this one go. From Raihana. One of the biggest challenges of the distance learning during the COVID-19 crisis is to keep learners engaged. Exactly. It's difficult to let the students engage or be involved because of our distance. And the teacher's role becomes crucial as from making sure that learners stay engaged and do not lose their motivation. Teachers play an important role in boosting learners' engagement in education. They are good as doctors healing upset students. Yes, our students are upset in this kind of situation. You can just imagine, you can't come to school rather. You can see physically your professors or your teachers, but you can just see them virtually, just like what we're doing right now. If this pandemic did not happen, I probably would be in Pantukan right now physically. I could be able to see the building, the place. But because of this pandemic, we are forced to have this one. But it would not stop us from connecting with one another. It would not stop us from learning. Now, at the beginning of the pandemic, there are students who were saying that because of this pandemic, they do not like online classes and they would just rather stop for a while until the pandemic comes. Until this pandemic becomes over. So yeah, there's another one here. Sorry. I can consider myself as a global teacher when I talk and share about the information I get from learning inside the school. Being a teacher doesn't only define as a job. A teacher means to teach, and I think that everyone who tells right information to other to inform can be considered as teachers. Okay, that's from Charmaine Hanep. Janip. Sorry, I wasn't. can't get the exact family name. That's from Charmaine. Okay, now being a teacher, I'm part of the global pool of professors, international professor. Just this year, I had a talk with students from University of Hawaii. You see the distance is really far, yet you could be able to communicate and share something to the students. There are students who would be teachers, who would be future teachers. You can see, despite of the distance, the things that we are learning to become a teachers are just the same. One is we are dealing with our students. We are talking with our students. We are using the same theories of learning, despite of our nationality. That's the thing that I would like to share in my experience being a global teacher. I also had experience talking with, I have a talk with my students in University Unisula. That's from one of the universities in Indonesia. And it's kind of very intriguing that the students there were very curious why Filipinos are really smart. I'm not sure why they call it Filipinos are really good. I explained it to them that our communications, we use English as our communicate or as our medium, so that our students could be able to respond so well. So they have become so curious. But this thing, I shared to them that whatever we learn how to teach on how to communicate with the students are still just the same. And another thing also in one of the university in Thailand, they're also very curious how we go into how we prepare ourselves, our students to become good teacher. By the way, before I go further, I would like to also recognize what Maria Hana Pagara had placed in here. You can be a global teacher by engaging and practicing the different sides of teaching and learning modalities as to having the concerns of current situations. Yes, we need to be flexible, in short. Anna Rose said you need to be more effective individual. You will need to be passionate to be called a global teacher. So used to be when you enroll in the basic education, enroll in Bachelor of Science in Education, that's our course before, but today it has become Bachelor of Secondary Education, or Bachelor of Elementary Education, very specified. We always think that we're only in in a classroom, four corners of our classroom. But today, let's think of teachers becoming a global teacher. What do we need to prepare? Okay, another here. It's very long, but of course, I really would like to appreciate what has been posted by Rochelle Ahmad. Says here, a global teacher is an educator that incorporates various global issues into their curriculum, including multiculturalism. Yes, exactly, because our classroom is said to be multicultural. Now, multicultural also, even the class is online. And then economic, environmental, and social issues. The teacher expands the scope of their viewpoint beyond the normal boundaries of the local classroom. So as students learn about diversity and how they fit into the global society, and as the world becomes more interconnected, teachers are diversifying their approach to education. And today, global teaching is not only applied in the classroom, I like that, not only applied in the classroom, but as social media platforms, which expose students to a large, diverse population of ideas and cultures. Now, I can see that students in Kolehiyo ng Pantukan are into globalization, and because of you have a great president, you have a great dean, people around your professors are into that. You are trained as well. Excuse me. All right, so let me share maybe I can read some of the answers later on. What do I have here? For me to be a global teacher, you should be considerate. Okay. All right. Thank you. Engaging students in learning about the world and exploring their place in it as a global teacher. Thank you. Okay, so let me share now my screen. Okay, here. Now, what is our role as an educator? You can see here the network teacher. I would like to recognize the owner of this picture, but as you can see, as a teacher, okay, a global teacher, you also have to be exposed in using different technology. So this is the network of teacher. You have the popular media. You know how to use the media. You know, before I do not know how to do like to collect pictures and put it together as video. Because during my time, during my college days, computers are not yet taught in our classroom. So how I learned how to use a computer is because of my experience and by self-learning. So this time I was forced to collect pictures, collect a little bit of video, and then it's good today that there are like applications or apps that you can easily make use of, like video editor. Video editor is very used. That's for people who are yung hindi masyado exposed sa video editing. So I'm using the video editor. So, well, we make use of popular media, of course, colleague, family and local community, print and digital resources. We attend conferences just like this one. I'm really happy to see that your institution rather is really allowing you to attend conferences such as this one. Then curriculum documents, social bookmarking, video conferencing, blogs. I saw, Sir Marcus post in the social media that there were students who were exposed in the blogs. And then we have wikis, podcasts, Twitter, social network sites, photo sharing, and many more. There could be more than this one. So this is the network of a teacher. How do we prepare ourselves? Okay, now as a teacher, you call yourself as a global teacher because we do not expose anymore to our own locality, but as the years would progress, of course, we would be already going more and connecting more even outside this country. Okay, so based in my experience in the school where I am connected, we have student exchange. One of it is Dr. Serrano daughters, yung kanyang dalawang anak were part of student exchange. So makita mo talaga doon na hindi lang sa classroom, but it goes beyond going to other institutions that students are being exposed. This is one thing that the pandemic has brought us in giving us the opportunity to meet other people virtually and to learn other people virtually from their culture, from their and sharing knowledge virtually. So yan ang maganda. And of course, I know that KNP is also into that. One of these days, you will be an exchange student in other countries as well, based in your connection. So maganda yan, no? Ma-appreciate natin yan. You would have the opportunity to engage and interact with other students with different nationality. Now, so in terms of preparedness, okay, you call yourself, by the way, as a global teacher. Just a second. Now, what is a global teacher? Why does it take it so long to move? Ayan. Now, a global teacher is an educator who integrates the different issues in the world issues into their curriculum, including multiculturalism, economic, environmental, and social issues. And somebody from the class a while ago mentioned about multiculturalism. Our classroom is a multicultural class. Okay, it's also economic because our students have different economic status and of course exposures and of course the problems that they have encountered personally. Okay, so we integrate. As a teacher, we need to open ourselves of what is going on around. It's good to know that if you are an educator, you also have knowledge about issues, around the world. What's going on now? How do they react, or how do they say prepare themselves to discuss things on issues, and how they say deal with different cultures in the classroom. So that's actually the global teacher. You integrate that while you are teaching, while you are discussing what as long as of course it's related to the topic. Okay, now the teacher expands the scope of their viewpoint beyond the normal boundaries of the local classroom. Okay, take note of that. Expands the scope of their viewpoint, not just in the four corners of your classroom, but you go beyond the normal boundaries. So as the students learn about diversity and how they fit into the global society, that's very important that we expose our students to the real world. Okay, of course, we know that inside the classroom, we learn these theories. We learn about the previous studies that were conducted by people who have become proponents of, say, our basis in the theories. So aside from that, we need to expose our students into the diversity, the diversity of around us, so that we would be able to fit in. Okay, so as teacher, don't expect that after you graduate, lalo na ngayon sa generation, don't expect that you would go into the classroom, you would go into the traditional classroom, but you go beyond the traditional classroom. Okay, attending this kind of thing, this webinar, it's already beyond the classroom, and we see how we can be connected and how we can learn from other people, their practices, what they share from and how they how they manage the classroom. So we share each other's experiences, and out from their experiences, we would be able to learn something from them. So that's how we could be able to expand our viewpoint. Now, global teaching is used to give students a global awareness and emphasize the fact that we work in a global market. That's really true. Now, Filipinos are now into say, more Filipinos after graduation, they apply work as a teacher outside the country. Now, most countries that are hiring teachers are, as of this time, alam naman natin na hindi pa masyado because of this pandemic. But we've heard about Thailand hiring teachers, Japan are hiring teachers. Who else? What else? US, of course. We know that US also had been they introduced to us the educational system in the Philippines. So they educate Filipinos, and nowadays they're now hiring teachers in the US. So makita mo na ang global market ng teachers, hindi lang sa Pilipinas. Dati natutunan natin pang Pilipinas lang, but later on we will talk about how we are going to handle our students outside, in terms of multicultural views. So we work in a global market, and if students can develop interpersonal relationship with a sense of global citizenry, they will be successful in what they do. Of course, we expect our students to be successful in whatever they do because that's actually our aim. No? We wanted them to become part of the society and be useful in the society. Remember, progressivism principle, okay, making students to become useful in the society. So that's actually our aim. So how do we prepare ourselves into that? Okay. Now, as the world becomes more interconnected, teachers are diversifying their approach to education. Yes, before we only do the chalkboard, or we do the chalk talk. Okay, we call it chalk talk because we while talking, we write on the board, make use of our chalk. But today, because of technology, teachers need to be exposed. Teachers need to be able to acquire competency so that we would be able to become competent in the real world. So today, global teaching is not only applied in the classroom, but on social media platforms. And I really appreciate that somebody mentioned kanina doon sa ating chat box where teachers are supposedly be exposed to different social media platforms. I believe that KNP also, alam ko na ang KNP is always moving forward and updating. Ito ang maganda sa KNP kasi they always update their students on the latest. They wanted the students to be exposed there. So kahit na ganun pa man, no, may mga other say options, those who cannot be able to participate in higher technology, in forms of higher technology, at least meron ding other portions or other options that the students could be able to participate. So, well, social media platforms can be large or diverse. No? Okay, now, do you have questions? Okay, if there's no question, let me proceed now. Okay, so global teaching encompasses a range of interests that can cover anything from how other students live in other culture to environmental issue. So when we say global teaching, we talk also of the interests, the different interests of our students, depending on their culture. So wherever you are, for example, after this graduation, after graduation, you would have the opportunity to teach outside the country. Now, you would be meeting different students coming from different culture, and you also have different culture. You grow up in a different culture. So one way for you to be able is, of course, to adjust. Now, as a teacher, go back and think of about the say, although it's uniform, that we all pass different like human nature, the growth of human growth. No? We pass all these things, but of course, sometimes, most of the time rather, there could be variations because of exposure to environmental issues. So also how advanced the country is, and that could affect also the development of the students, ranging from, of course, from lower level up to the higher level. So that's why it encompasses of the different interests of the students. Next would be global teaching facilitates an open-minded approach. So as a teacher, for you to be called global teacher, okay, you need to be open-minded. So in here, you implement lessons that illustrate the perspective of other people in the world that may not have the same cultural values and traditions as the students do. So you need to be open-minded, and that you need to accept and be able to adjust. As the term goes, you need to be flexible wherever you are. And take note that after this pandemic, um, things would not be the same anymore, that we're always into the classroom, but we are going more and more. And then later on, who knows, after 20 years, 10 years from now, what would be other advancement that would come later. So as a teacher, you need to be prepared. Okay. Now, I would say in our time, now, like during my college days, we were not prepared to, to face how technology is going to be used in the future. But because of the constant training and exposure that we have, and of course, one also is your personal desire to be updated always. You need to be updated always so that you could be able to keep up with the trend in the teaching. So as I would say, again, I'll repeat the statement here: global teaching facilitates an open-minded approach. So when we say open-minded approach, we need to be flexible in what approach we are going to use in our classroom. So it implements lessons that illustrate the perspective of other people in the world that may not have the same cultural values and traditions as the students. Of course, by being flexible, we would be able to understand and study other cultural values in other say classroom, okay, both local and national setting. So think of yourself to be globalized. Don't just focus in our locality. Of course, we have the desire to serve our own country, but later on, if you would like to grow as a teacher and learn more strategies and opportunities, gain experience from other countries as well, then you need to be open-minded. All right. And it is also important to learn about the cultures to gain a deeper understanding how to approach global issues and communicate more effectively. Now, based in my experience being a professor, being an international professor, I have learned to be able to say meet different students with different personality. I would say some are really very aggressive, some are really passive, though they're passive yet they're quiet, but they are keeping up. Some are really curious of how we have our educational system here. So I share it to them. So I gain more. They ask more questions about how learning is done, how students how do students participate in the classroom, in the lessons, in the activities. So they also share how they do it there in their own classroom. So that's very interesting because I can learn from them. Okay, so as a teacher, we need to be globally competitive. So what is a global competence then? There may be differences of emphasis. However, many educators agree that to be a globally competent student, you need to be knowledgeable. So knowledge, you need to have a knowledge of and curiosity about the world's history, geography, cultures, environmental, economic system, and current international issues. No class, you may not be able to learn this one in a classroom, but allow yourself to read more. Now, internet is already a big thing for us because we could be able to learn about current international issues. We can have a lot of links. We can even open up, you can go to places where you've never been by opening Google, Google Map, that you can see, just like in my experience before I went to Malaysia, for me to be able to see the place where I would be going, I Google the place. So before coming in, I already saw what the things that I should be that I should be seeing. I expect that these things I would go into these places and see this place. So that's the thing. Because of that, I've learned about geography, no? Yung kanilang kultura based from my readings. So as a future teacher, you need to be knowledgeable. Okay, go ahead, read more, explore more outside the classroom. Okay, next is, of course, another is, yan, language and cultural, cross-cultural skills to communicate effectively with people from other countries. You'd be able to understand multiple perspectives and use primary sources from around the globe. Okay. Just a second, class. Please give me 1 second. Something went wrong with my laptop. Okay. You know, when you are here live, okay, something went wrong. Are you still there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Dali lang. Am I seen, Sir Mark?
Parang na-off yung camera niyo, ma'am.
Okay, sandali lang.
So real buffer muna tayo.
Alright, so ganito talaga pag live tayo. So we will answer the pool number 3 ngayon. So the question is, what device are you using right now? Is it smartphone, PC desktop, laptop, iPad, or others? Okay. So reminder all students to please, if you have questions, queries, concerns, or something you have to clarify regarding our webinar, feel free to write it in our Q&A box or join us in our open forum later. Sir Dejimark will assist you. Okay? So, and please don't hesitate to ask. Okay? Participate actively in our question and answer or in our open forum. Now, we'll have this. What device are you using right now? So the smartphone, 89%, PC desktop, 1%, laptop, 7%, iPad, 0%, and others, 2%. Ayan. Thank you, Sir Marv. So later on, we will have our open forum later on this afternoon. So pool number 5, our question is, how do you feel right now? Is it excited, happy, worried, confused, hopeful? Okay, click it now for your answer. Thank you for your participation. And please avoid doing distraction to others, fellow students at our students, para ma-hook and maintindihan talaga natin kung ano yung gusto nating makuha sa webinar na ito. And I know na yun talaga yung ginagawa ninyo. Now, the host is sharing now the result. So excited, 24%. Happy, everyone's happy, 46%. Worried, 4%. Oh, may mga na-worried pa. Confused, may confused pa, 1% lang. And hopeful, of course, 25%.
That
Thank
is
you, Sir
okay na si
Marv.
Ma'am Vivian.
Okay po. So let's welcome again our speaker for this morning, Dr. Vivian Hubahi. Doc?
Okay, thank you. I somehow got lost because of, I think something went wrong with my laptop. I think masyadong heavy na. So I'm now almost done with my talk. But if you have question later, I can answer you. Okay, let me share again my screen. So ito na yun siya as a global teacher. So let me Ayan, so a global competence that you need to have is for you to be called a global teacher is, of course, you need to be knowledgeable. So knowledge does not only come from coming to classroom, but of course, you may also have to do your personal reading, searches. So that's what I mentioned, that because of the availability, accessibility because of the use of internet, we could get knowledge also from current international issues. Then second is language and cross-cultural skills to communicate effectively with people from other countries. Understand multi-perspective and use primary sources from around the globe. And this is now what the schools are now trying to do today, exposing students to different cultures by attending, I would say attending, joining other webinar, so that they could be able to learn something from people from other countries. And then also they may have different perspective, yet we can also deduce that to how we also think ourselves, maybe make some comparison of their perspective and our perspective so that everything would meet together. Okay, then we make use of the different sources that we have, the availability of the sources that we have today. Okay, so we could be able to communicate. That's why we develop different languages. Others are also learning, like for example, other countries in Asia come to the Philippines or communicate with Filipinos because Filipinos are using English as the medium of instruction, and most Filipinos understand and speak English also. And then another is to be called globally competitive. There should be a commitment to ethical citizenship. Now in here, this will help students to become globally competent rather, and teachers must have the knowledge, skills, and dispositions described above all these things. So what are we think? What do we mean by ethical citizenship? Now we need to be observing. We need to observe rather our citizenship, our practice and their practices, and respect who they are, what their practices are. Now, instead of making comparison and ridicule something that is different from yours rather, then you must also understand their own perspective, why they have this kind of disposition. Okay, let me proceed. Now it says here, international education cannot be the work of one country. Take note of that. It cannot be the work of one country. It is the responsibility and promise of all nations. And it calls for free exchange and full of collaboration. The knowledge of our citizens is one treasure which grows only when it is shared. So whatever resources, knowledge that we have, we shared it to other countries as well. Okay. And then they also will be able to learn from us. That's why there should be a collaboration of all nations who would be learning, who would be sharing knowledge, skills, and competence. Now, what would be our preparation? Okay. What would be our preparations as teachers? So as teachers, we need to be open with different opportunities. So teacher education, preparing for challenges and opportunities towards globalization. So what are these opportunities that what are the challenges rather that we encounter? Okay, of course, the first thing is our academic preparation. That's why we study different subjects. Don't disregard, sabihin mo, ay hindi na ito kasali. Itong world literature, bakit pa natin ito isasali sa subject na ito, no? Remember, we need to be prepared, also gain knowledge in general education subject. That's why it is included in our curriculum. And then professional education subjects. And we know that today, you have already the new, you already your, say, new curriculum that you follow, because this is geared towards you students to be globally competitive. Napansin niyo meron na tayong media subject, lalo na sa mga English na subject, because this would lead us to make use of the different media that we can later on connect with our students, or that we can bridge with our students. Then, of course, we need to be exposed in our field. So meron tayong field specialization, experiential learning. Okay, that involves field study and practice teaching. And of course, I believe that the fourth year students today are already preparing for their practice teaching for this first semester for this school year. And of course, it would be different. It would be different because there would be, unlike before, we go to the class, we go to the location of the classroom. But today, we also incorporate virtual learning and other modes of learning. Okay? So these are the challenges that we need to prepare. Kailangan prepare tayo. So you make good you make good with your academic preparation. Do well in your in your subjects. That's the first challenge that you are going to meet. And then of course, after you have graduated, you would have the hurdle. And this hurdle is the licensure examination. Now, we attended the PAFTE mid-year conference, and they had presented to us the table of specification for the next licensure examination. So your batch would be, of course, there would be something more different from what the previous have learned before, because there would be an there is already an integration of new subjects that are included in the different majors. So face that examination. Alam mo, pag nag-apply ka na sa USA, kung ang tawag nito, when you're applying for becoming a teacher, you also need, lalo na kapag yung working visa ang kailangan, they need you to pass, of course, your teacher certificate, that different depending on the state, no? So kailangan pasahin mo rin ang board examination. Kailangan din ang board exam natin, yung rating natin. That's why you have to do good with that, no? Certificate of good standing. And then meron din kung sinasabi natin na doon sa kanilang examination, meron silang tawag nitong professional education, pedagogy, they call it pedagogy. Sa atin, we call it professional education subject. So you have to do well and make good with your licensure examination. So after that, another challenge would be job hunting. After graduation, what will you do? Sige, don't worry, spend time for your review. After you have reviewed, then of course, make sure you pass the examination so you can have the license. And then after that, not just, of course, once you already have gathered once you already have the license, you need to continue learning. And that is, of course, what we call CPD, continuing professional development. And that is now you learn to update yourself, not just the classroom setting, but other things related to teaching more and more that you could not be able, that you did not get from your classroom training. Then, of course, you need to update the following: knowledge, skills, technology, and research. Of course, you need to be knowledgeable. Again, what you learn in the 4-year, or what you have learned in 4 years in your institution, you can learn more of that by, of course, exposing yourself from reading, attending seminars, and of course, engaging yourself, or maybe by volunteering yourself to be part in, say, teaching opportunity. Skills, okay? Don't dwell in one skill, but of course, have yourself get yourself an opportunity to improve your skills. And of course, technology. Alam mo naman today, ang technology, talagang grabe. You have to be updated always. No? Mamahal man good ma'am, inani. You don't have to buy this yung branded na mga gadget, but you as long as it can help you be able to connect, no, yung mga features. Of course, you ask people who are knowledgeable in this area to make use of the gadgets that you have, and not just only the gadgets, but the different applications. Ang daming online applications that you can avail as a teacher. No, we have quizzes, we have Kahoot, we have Mentimeter. I'm using, most of the time, I'm using Bamboozled. It's fun and students love that. And then, at saka marami pa. There are actually hundreds. So it's going to be a different, later on, different topics in the seminar. And of course, engage yourself in research. Today, for you to be able to keep up is, of course, to engage yourself in research. Ito na ang trend ngayon. No? Dapat may research ka rin. Okay. And then, for teacher education, Ito yung mga opportunities after you graduate. Of course, you would be employed in private schools, both local and international. Public schools, this is also both local and private. I mean, local and national public schools. So just be ready. And then employment abroad, it may not be teaching, but maybe para teaching opportunities for you to work, just like what people are doing. Meron silang mga yung habang naghihintay talaga yung we call this one as online teaching or tutorial. Ayan, that would be another opportunity for you. So take, pero ang mas maganda talaga, you really have to first pass the licensure examination because you have the license to teach. So you don't have to worry anymore. I also like, I have students from different countries. They're Filipinos, but they come to the Philippines and study online and got education, and they took education units here in the Philippines because they wanted to be licensed. So dapat unahin talaga yung ating license. And then, ayan nga, na-mention ko kanina ang tutorial jobs. Tapos, okay, I think that's all for, I think I'm nakuha ko yung time sa ibang speaker, but I really appreciate you for taking time to participate in the game kanina. Sorry, something wrong with my laptop. I have difficulty in finding already the sum of it. Although hindi na siya nakita yung the entire thing because I got lost, no, nawala yung aking ano. But maybe this afternoon, if given a chance, I'll send it to Sir Marpe so that you will
Yes,
be
Doc.
able to see Sir Marp.
Yes, Doc. Pwede pa, Doc.
Yeah. Do you have questions? Sorry. Do you have questions? Thank you very much for participating, and I hope that I shared something worthwhile and worth keeping for you as to prepare yourself to become a global teacher.
Thank you, Doc. It's okay, Doc. Same as here then, Doc. Siguro
Yeah.
may problema talaga sa network. Opo. So, ganun talaga, Doc, pag live tayo. All right. So, if you have questions, kanina na sinasabi ni Doc Vivian, if you have questions, queries, so don't hesitate to write it in our Q&A box or join us in our open forum later.
So,
I'm back. Ayan. So, Sir Dejimar Campo Amor will assist you. Okay? Now, at this juncture, may I call again our Vice President for Research, Dr. Nelia R. Pacanya, to introduce to us our second speaker. Doc?
Okay. Our second plenary speaker has proven her records as academician, researcher, and lecturer speaker in various trainings, conference, local, regional, and international. She has a strong analytical skills capable of assessing conditions and implementing appropriate intervention. A resourceful problem solver capable of implementing solutions to complex problems. Lecturer in the area of good governance, organizational development, with a specialization in International Standard Organization, or ISO. Institutional management, instructional development, and research, with a specialization in the field of education and management. Develop modules, handouts, worksheets, workbooks in professional and general education subjects and research.
She also formulated manuals such as students, faculty, administrative, student affairs, library manuals, and registrar's manual. She graduated magna cum laude at the University of Mindanao for the degree Bachelor of Science in Elementary and Secondary Education and Master of Arts in Education, major in Supervision and Administration of the same school. She finished her postgraduate studies, Doctor of Education, major in Educational Management and Planning at Southwestern University, Cebu City, Philippines. At present, she is taking up Bachelor of Laws at St. Mary's College of Tagum Incorporated, Tagum City, Philippines. She's been also the principal in the elementary department of Tagum College, Tagum City, and became the school director of Piña Plata College, Island Garden of City of Saman. And she's been also the school director of Panabo College, Panabo City, and the Dean of Education and Dean of Graduate School of St. Mary's College of Tagum Incorporated, Tagum City. She's been also the Vice President for Academic Affairs in Central Luzon College of Science and Technology at Subic, Olongapo City. She's been also the Vice President for Academic Affairs at St. Joseph Institute of Technology, Butuan City. And at present, she is now the college president of Kolehiyo ng Pantukan, Pantukan, Davao de Oro. And at the same time, the PAFTI Region 11 president. She was also conferred senior fellow educator of the Royal Institute of Educators of Singapore, a representative to CHED and Canadian Bureau for International Educational Training Program on Community Colleges. She's been also awarded as an outstanding performance rating for the year 2018. Ladies and gentlemen, students, help me welcome our second plenary speaker, fellow Dr. Jocelyn H. Chua, the Frieder.
Okay, good morning. Good morning, my dear students. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity of having this webinar. Actually, I would like to give you some bird's eye view why we have this webinar. Number one, we forgot that we already 10th year operating Kolehiyo ng Pantukan without us knowing that it's already 10 years because all of us are busy preparing for the certificate of program compliance. Because for me, that's a great accomplishment if we're going to pass the COPC because our education lies on this result. So I am so thankful with the Lord because in spite of those tedious and rigorous preparation of COPC, the Academic Council were able to conduct this 5-day webinar series of Kolehiyo ng Pantukan. This is the first ever in our institution. So I'm glad that I'm be part of this so that I can also share and to give justice of the College of Education. What is this KNP all about in terms of education aspect for or development of our education students? So I will be talking to you on building or creating an effective classroom management because as I've said, even you are an honoris, you acquire so much achievements in your student days in Kolehiyo ng Pantukan. Even if you are a Latin honors holder, but if you lack classroom management, everything what you have planned for your students will be ruined. So this is very important element that student should understand, especially you are in the field of teaching. It's not pa-effect that you are beautiful in front of your students, you are good in your communication, may paslang-slang pa kayo dyan. It's nothing. What is important is you should know how to manage the school because all the objectives, all the plan that you have planned for the students for this day or throughout the day, that will be realized. Even how great the stipulation of your objectives. Ang gaganda, kumpleto ako ma'am. I have that here, the cognitive, psychomotor, and affective domain. And yet, you did not manage the classroom, all of those will put in vain. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me to present to you how effective or how are we going to to create or build a very good classroom management, should I say, because this classroom management, I crafted this from on my own version because I've been a teacher from preschool up to graduate school, up to postdoctoral degree. So I was able to compare, no? I was able to compare how the students are being managed, even the classroom. I always share that to you in all my students under my tutelage. But before going through with that classroom management, I would like to share to you the NCBTS because this is the role of the teacher is very crucial, especially in nation building. Because you also say we deliver quality education, we have quality teachers, we have highly caliber teachers, but you know the definition of quality teachers is very heavy. Quality teachers could be able to develop a holistic learners who are stayed in or step in a very good values, equipped with a 21st century skills. Yan ang quality graduates, quality teachers. Dapat you are fully equipped with 21st century competency skills. Kaya nga sabi nila, the teacher hired today is millennial, yung bang 21st century. Click talaga yan siya sa mga students, 21st century. But you are hiring the teachers. Your classroom is 21st century, but the teacher is 15th century. Baliktarin natin. The teachers is the students are 21st century, but you are hiring the teachers or 18th century. So hindi mag-click talaga yan. Take note that we have so many things to do as a teachers. We are governed by the PPST. We also have that prior to the PPST, we have that NCBTS. And that NCBTS is a good framework of teacher, especially that imbibes the institutions, what are those to be done before you become a teacher. And it is enshrined under DepEd Order number 30, series of 2009, under the program of BESRA. What is this BESRA? BESRA means it is the Basic Education Reform Agenda. Medyo nag-evolve tayo, no? From the NCBTS going to the PPST because of this BESRA, the Basic Education Reform Agenda, which was approved under Department Order number 32, series of 2009. What is that PPST? So bago tayo doon sa NCBTS, we will touch a little of PPST. This would be describing an expectations of teachers in increasing the level of 1, knowledge. Number 2, increase the level of practices and professional engagement. And above all, it also allow us teachers to grow our understanding and applied with increasing sophistication. So yung sa word na sophistication, medyo malalim yan. So it carries all from the personality of the teacher to the management, to the engagement to the students, and globalization or internationalization. And this is across a broader course or more complex range of teaching learning situation. That is why we're able to develop this what we call initiative as framework of the teacher quality education, especially under the teacher education higher institution. This is somewhat enshrined or espoused clearly under CMO number 52, series of 2007. Way back on our old memorandum, CHED Memo number 30, series of 2004 of the teacher education, binago na ngayon. So that's why we have to embrace all of those new CHED Memo as well as the policy standards and guidelines in order to have a complete marrying of our actions, of our implementations, and as well as our engagement. Okay? So under this DepEd Order number 42, series of 2017, kanina sabi ko, yung DepEd Order number 52 rather, series of 2007, it's now improving in terms of the implementation of the PPST, yung professional standards for teachers under DepEd Order number 42 series of 2017. Kaya nandoon na yung professional standards for Philippine Professional Standard for Teachers because of the national adaptation and implementation of this PPST. That is why in your PPST now, you have 4 stages to comply. But I would like to reiterate that these stages are still governed with those NCBTS kasi the NCBTS is the umbrella of the PPST. We've got all those domain and I put that in one package in the PPST. So we have career 1, 2, 3, and 4. When you say career 1, you are a beginning teacher. Then, meron kang mga competencies na talagang ginagawa mo. You will move to careers 2, you will become a proficient teachers. Then, because you are proficient, you should prove everything to your students. You develop more yourself. You move to career 3, which is highly proficient teachers. And the last stage would be career 4, which is distinguished teachers. Yung word na distinguished, napakabigat yan. It is coupled with so many things. Proven track records of being a teacher inside the classroom. Not you are proficient because you expect something to be awarded. Because the students will be the one to discover the performance of the teacher, whether he or she is distinguished, highly distinguished, or proficient teachers. Okay? So let's start with the first slide. Okay? The topic is creating an effective classroom management, a preparation for you future teachers. Okay, this is the plan, the huge plan of the Department of Education in connection with the Commission on Higher Education. What is TDEP? This is a teacher education development plan. This is a master plan to bridge the growing gap between the needs and expectation of the learners, as well as the knowledge and skill levels of both new and existing teachers. Meaning to say, this TDEP is not intended for the new ones, but also for the old ones. Okay? And since it is a plan, look at this. The TDEP consists of agencies, no? Different agencies. Yung sinabi ko kanina, a collaboration of DepEd and CHED and other TESDA, working hand in hand for the good of the teaching profession. So these are Department of Education, the Commission on Higher Education, the Professional Regulatory Board or the Commission or PRC, the Philippine Regulatory Board or the PRB, the Civil Service Commission, and of course, the Teacher Education Institution. Wala nakalagay other course dyan. It's TEIs because this is intended for future teachers and teachers on practice. This TDEP conceptualizes a teacher's career as well as the continuum that starts with entry to a teacher education program. So meaning to say, if you dream to be a teacher, you have to imbibe yourself on this, no? You have to adapt this kind of program and concludes when a teacher reaches retirement from formal to service. Because after your graduation, some of you now know this is a requirement 1st year to 4th year. You have to prepare yourself back because in your 4th year, you are required to take the board examination, right? So after the board, there is no reason for you not to be hired in DepEd because it's the program of DepEd, no? In collaboration with CHED. Take the board exam through PRC, and then when you are getting in, you are under Civil Service Commission. Okay? So you work there until you retire. The TDEP conceptualizes a path. Okay, this is a path now, the master plan or the map of the teacher education development map. Take note of that. The first one is entry to teacher education. This is where you are now. You are still in school. Then you exposed to where? Pre-service teacher education. Pre-service because you are going to practice your career as a teacher. You are exposed in the FS1 and 2 for under new curriculum, for the old one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, before you have your practice teaching. And that is your pre-service. Kaya nga sabi ko, if you want to be successful in your pre-service, you have to start from the first year. Hindi ibig sabihin na magkugi ka na because you are in third year. First year pa lang, you have your plan. You make your own plan for you to develop more. After the pre-service teacher education, and then you graduated, you will take the board exam, which is under the PRC, Teachers Licensure Examination. So when you pass, you have to apply at DepEd or CHED for the tertiary, elementary, and high school for DepEd. Take note, this is the advantage of the BSEd. Under this memorandum, those who are holder of BSEd, you can teach in the college. But the BS elementary will never have the opportunity to teach in the college. So kayo, BSEd, you just earn your master's degree or units earned in MA, you can be hired in tertiary education. So who will take charge of your recruitment? Who will take charge of the selection, deployment? Of course, DepEd and the civil service. After you are hired, of course, this is the requirement of DepEd that you are subject for teacher induction. And there you will be trained the culture of DepEd. You will be trained the different forms, the different, basta all the preparation that calls for DepEd. Because some of you are not immersed, because pre-service teacher education are purely engaging into actual classroom teaching. But as to the different forms, you will be shocked and you will be surprised of the different forms that you are going to submit at the end of the year. So that's why you are involved or engage yourself in teacher education. After the teacher education, you're not yet done. You have another cycle. You have to submit yourself for teacher development, or shall we call it in-service education and professional development. Especially this time, the competition is very stiff, no? If you are an MA plus board passer, you have the edge among the others. You have the capability to teach because you have the license. Just like a driver, you will be what do you call this? You are liable for whatever consequences happen along the street, especially if you are driving without license. So useless if you are teaching without license. So dapat may lisensya talaga tayo. Nagpapatunay na may kakayahan kayo, may karapatan kayong magturo because I have the license, right? And how are you going to become effective? Involve yourselves in in-service education. All the trainings, you know what? Ugaliin ninyo na when there is training given by the school, you grasp that opportunity. You grab that opportunity because that is yours forever. It's not for KNP, it's not for DepEd, it's not for CHED. It is yours because you will widen your horizon. You will be serving more for your clients. You will be giving the best that you can to your students. Useless yung magkolekta lang kayo ng certificates and then you did not put that into practice. That's one thing that I would like you to strengthen, my dear students, especially in education. That's why I've said to Mr. Mark Femi Caros, as much as I can in this coming enrollment, I will create one section, just like University of Makati. Isang section lang, pwede na yan. We don't need plenty of education to enroll. One section for English, one section for mathematics, one section for BSEd major in home economics. Enough is enough. Because if we produce a lot of teachers, and then they are not adept, they are not embracing the challenge of the 21st century, it's useless. So you have to submit yourself for training. If there is an invitation, free or with payment, you grab that, especially when you are in the field of teaching. DepEd, alam nyo naman nyo, hindi ko sinasabing nila lahat ko. Karamihan kasi, if you are close to the heart of somebody, close to the heart of the manager, to your boss, you are always given the priority to be in the training. But if you are not lucky enough to be chosen to represent your school, you ask your boss, ma'am, could it be okay if I will join this in-service education training or this seminar, ma'am, or webinar or whatever it is right now? What is that kind of seminar now? Because I want to grow, ma'am, for my students, not for your own self that you have the kama na ginagamit ninyo sa pangalan ninyo. Because it's not good to put kama in your name and then you did not give something to your students. Gamit-gamit pa kayo dyan ng licensed professional teacher, kama-kama kayo dyan. May MA pa, may EDD, PhD, ABC, DEFG. Wala naman kayong na-share sa students ninyo. Di ba? So, importante ang level na to, itong in-service education and professional development. That's why, meron naman diyang na MA biglaan. Magic MA. Tingnan mo, pag magsalita, hindi ka MA, hindi ka aya-aya. Wala ka talagang makikita. That's why, KNP, I don't like you to indulge in that kind of shortcut success. You pass through the needle's eye, as I've said. In order for you to retain that, pag pinaghirapan nyo yan, talagang valuable yan sa inyo. Pero pag kinuha nyo yung bagay na yan, na hindi nyo pinaghirapan, I tell you, it will come out. It will lost forever. And then what is next? Retirement. No? Retirement. Katulad natin, mga matatanda na, of course, we will end up with retirement. Good for us now, because we have already approved Republic Act that early retirement at the age of 56 already approved. 56 years old, bakit? Para may chance pa kayong maglaag-laag. Paano mo yung 65 ka mag-retire, na wala na yung kasiksihan mo, hindi ka na makatikang. So 56 is good for you to retire, no? Good for you young teachers. But as we are affected of the 60, which is terminal retirement age, that you can ask for another extension of more 5 years, if God willing, no? Okay, we do not know we can retire or not. So it's only God will know that when to retire. Baka sabihin mo, ay siguro ako before ako mag-retire, kailangan doctor na ako because yung salary ko diyan babasihan sa qualification ko. Do not prepare on that, my dear students, because you do not know when to retire. Only God knows if God will say you retire today, you will really retire. Okay? So that's why put God in your profession. And then balik na naman tayo, no? Dito sa retirement. Ikot lang 'yan, okay? So, this is the teacher education map. So take note of that, from pre-service to teacher licensure, follow that map. Huwag yung nag-take ka ng licensure, saan ka nagtindera ka sa Gaisano. Nag-take ka nga ng licensure, nandoon ka lang paupo-upo sa isang mga entablado, walang ginagawa. 15 katapusan lang. You are not practicing your profession. Sayang yung pinag-aralan mo. Ilang beses kang na INC, tapos hanggang magtrabaho ka, INC ka pa rin. No? Hindi pwede yan. Okay. What is NCBTS? An NCBTS is a competency-based standard, national. No? Is one of the key elements of the TDEP. Saan natin kinuha ito? From the Grand Plan of TEDP or Teacher Education Development Plan. Okay, we have here, the NCBTS is based on the core values of Filipino teachers and on effective teaching and learning. In other words, whatever there is stipulated on the plan or NCBTS, it crops up from our very own values and how effective you are as a teacher and what are those learning that could somehow share to your students. And take note, NCBTS is governed according to 7 domains, and each domain represents a desired features of the teaching and learning process. It is a unified framework for teacher development. So that's why nagawa yan. Hindi yan for decoration para magandang tingnan. Actually, during the time of the previous director or previous Department of Education Secretary, this was introduced in CBTS. Meron tayong bago na napod na siyang PPST. Katulad din yan ng mga CHED memo natin, iba-iba yung mga chairman, may kanya-kanya silang programa. Of course, but they are not getting out from the context of NCBTS. Kung meron mang PPST ngayon, it does not complicate, no? It does not complicate with NCBTS because still it is a framework guided for the teacher's development. Another one, it is an integrated theory of framework that defines the different dimension of effective teaching, and later on I will present to you what are those dimensions. Another one, NCBTS is given us in order to able to help all types of students because now, yung sinabi nating education at its best for KNP. KNP caters offers inclusive education, meaning to say diverse. Magkanda iba-iba yung pag-ugali, iba-iba yung pananaw, iba-iba yung mga values, yung attitude, yung learning concept, yung mga konsepto sa buhay. Ewan ko kung saan ang galing, and it's normal. No, you have to help. That's one thing, no? Dapat tulungan natin paano natin ma-develop yung mga bata because the best measurement of being a good teacher is your product. That you would that this product would tell, I learned a lot from the teachers. I learned so many things from the teachers. You will be remembered and you will be treasured. And another one is you will be able to learn the different learning goals in every curriculum. Sino ang gumagamit ng NCBTS? Para saan? Para sa janitor ba ito? Of course. It is for anyone. Pwede. Interested in improving teaching practices, not only in DepEd, but also in CHED. Not only in tertiary, but also to graduate and postgraduate. Anybody can use this NCBTS because TEI shall use it to design and implement effective pre-service teacher education curricula. This is the guide why we have a very good curricula in all our programs. And above all, the NCBTS also serve as a guide of PRC because doon ang PRC kumukuha for the licensure exam for teachers. PRC are not the one developing the questionnaire. It's the one, no? It's the board, the teachers board who created or crafted the licensure examination for teachers. That's why before September, all these people assigned to craft the questionnaire are quarantined at the PRC Manila because they are not allowed to use the cell phone, no, etc. Guarded talaga yan siya, even mag-ihi or saan yan, they are guarded. So, doon kinukuha yung question ng licensure examination from the NCBTS. Another, they can also be used in the organizations and agencies that provide in-service education for teachers. Like, for example, if I am going to conduct this webinar, I have to be guided with NCBTS. What are those topics that I should give you? So as an agency, as a local college, I would use NCBTS in organizing the NSET or the pre-service training. Say, the NSET is used by DepEd and they are governed with this NCBTS. Another one, this is also guided by those people who would like to give awards, no? National, regional, or local. This award-giving body shall refer to it to define what? The criteria that they would like to put in searching the best or outstanding professor or outstanding teachers in the field of teaching in the different schools. So ginagawa din nila yan. Just like Metrobank Foundation, NCBTS ginagawa nilang benchmark nila in making their own criteria. Another, DepEd shall use the NCBTS in what? Hiring faculty. Kasi pag demo pa lang, nakikita na natin, ay, distinguished teacher, ay, magaling mag-demo. Bakit naging magaling kayo? Because you're guided by this domain. Ready kayo sa 7 domain na yan. Hindi nila alam na pinaghandaan mo yan. That's why this would be the basis of hiring you. Or this would be the basis of promoting you. Because you are from beginners, nagiging distinguished teacher ka. And this will also be the basis of your supervision of those principals. The principals who want to evaluate the teachers, yun din ang basihan nila. And other policies related to teaching profession. The NCBTS will also be used in designing the in-service training for teachers. And most of all, individual teachers in public elementary and high school shall use it for their professional development activities. That is why you don't need to get away from NCBTS. This is very important because when you are looking for a job, you will be working in elementary or secondary. You have already the instrument. You are already equipped with all these domains and you are prepared to face the challenge along the way. Okay, why do we need to use the NCBTS? Because it provides a single framework that shall define what effective teaching in all aspects of a teacher's professional life and in all phases of teacher's development. So kaya ginamit natin ito because this would be the guide in all aspect. If you want to be called as efficient, effective, quality teachers, this will standardize the definition of what really an effective teaching is. How should teachers use the NCBTS? Okay, let us see. The teachers can use the NCBTS in many forms. Number one, it is a guide to reflect on their current practice. Kung meron kang practice ngayon, parang obsolete na, gusto mo ng palitan, visit NCBTS. Because all those strands under the 7 domains are there present. Another is, this would create new teaching practices. If you are old, no, you are following the old one. Yung sinabi ko, you're handling millennials. But the way you teach is very, very old, folks. Very, very old. So you cannot click with each other, of course, mismatch the teacher and the students. That's why there are teachers hang themselves because they cannot adjust, they cannot adapt. Why teachers failed in their profession because of this situation. Why teachers in DepEd resign in the middle of their profession. Why they get out from this profession? Because they don't know what they are doing inside that campus because they lack teaching practices. Another one, NCBTS would serve you as a guidepost for planning. What will be my plan after my taking the board? I will be hired by DepEd or I will be hired in CHED. I promise to enroll my continuing professional development. I will, ano kayang kurso kong gusto? MBA na lang. Para pag hindi ko matapos, MBA pa rin ako. May backer ako. Yan ay ibig sabihin ng MBA. May backer ako. Kung wala kang kakayahan sa MBA, wala kang kakayahan sa MAED, gamitin mo yung term na KIES. Kuhit equals sirit. Yon, yung mga term nila dyan. That will serve as your guidepost. What would be your plan for your profession? Ganyan lang ang buhay as a teacher. Enjoy lang. Kaya na-stress kayo. Ma'am, na-stress na ko. You overuse that word stress. Actually, hindi kayo na-stress. Ano bang na-stress nyo? Did you give a lot to your students? Did you give a lot of innovative strategies? Did you give a lot collaborative activities? No. You are just simply talking like this, no? Hindi kayo ma-stress. The reason why teachers got stressed because they did not know what to do inside the classroom. Topsy-turvy classroom, lack of classroom management, etc. So, as a common language for discussing teaching practices with other teachers. So, pwede kayong mag-usap-usap, mag-usapay kayo. Ma'am Tagalog, sa mag-usap-usap, mag-usapay. O, mag-inusapay kayo dyan. You talk with each other, no? Mag-uusap kayo. What is best for you that could contribute to me? And what is best for you that I can borrow it in my teaching discussion. Okay. Another one is NCBTS will serve as a standard. What is this standard? Maraming meaning. Pwede yang maging norm. No, when you say standard, it is a norm. It is criteria or criterion. It becomes your benchmark. And then it is a yardstick probably. And it's a model. It is a measurement. It is a paradigm. And above all, a touchstone. So pag sinabing, ay kung ana a girl, ay kung ana a besh, kay na ako'y standard. Will you please define that word that you possess the standard? Nakakairitang pakinggan, may standard ako, kaya nabagsak kayo. When you say standard, probably you have the model. Anong model ba? Ba't nabagsak kayo? Because we are guided with the CHED memorandum. We are guided with the curriculum. We are guided with the policy standards and guidelines. Yan ang ibig sabihin. But when you claim yourself because you have the standard, I tell you, becoming a teacher does not have a standard. Ang standard na sinasabi, hindi galing ka ng UM, graduate ka ng Ateneo, graduate ka, ang daming mga graduate ng mga malalaking university, matatalo ng mga local colleges graduate. Magagaling ang local colleges. Hindi yan kumu, graduate ka, may nakuha ka na, you would become standard. No, the standard for me, the definition of a real standard teacher, if you let all your students pass, because what the teachers are, the students are. If you have so many flunk students, it connotes that you do not know how to deliver the subject matter. Hindi pumasa eh. Okay? So this would be your touchstone, NCBTS. Now, going back to the statement of principle on the NCBTS. We have 7 domains, no? The number 1 domain, tutukan muna natin yung principle, statement of principle. Teachers in the Philippine schools are committed, imagine yan, napakabigat, committed and accountable for providing classroom instruction with results that are manifested in high performance level in terms of student learning outcomes. So, masasabi natin na isang school standard if you provide a good passers. Teachers are dedicated to the well-being of the students and communities deserve, taking into account their cultural diversity regardless saan ang galing, anong lupalop ang estudyante ninyo, group aspiration, and what it is all about, you have to give and value education to them. So number 1 is social regards for learning. So diversity ang pinag-uusapan dito. Pag sinabing social regards for learning, kahit anong uring estudyante meron ka, you have to embrace them. The second domain is the learning environment. It does not need a beautiful facades, a beautiful building. Even your classroom, you can create a very good, a conducive learning environment. Learning environment is so broad. But learning environment that we are talking in here as a teacher is your classroom management, how you modify your classroom into something that is globalized. No? Kasi local tayo. Diba? Global na local pa. Okay. Number 3 is diversity of learners. Yung klase-klaseng estudyante meron tayo. Number 4 is your curriculum. You have to look into the curriculum. Are you following the curriculum? Are you really doing the right thing in your curriculum? Curriculum does not mean the prospectus. Huh? I have to reiterate again, when you say curriculum, it could be a lesson plan, it could be a course pack, it could be a syllabus, it could be a model, what you call this, a DCG, daily content guide, it could be a manual. That is the definition of curriculum. But sometimes, pag sabihin mong curriculum, ang iniisip mo kagad, the lining of the different subject. No. Curriculum is lesson plan, your manual, DCG, anything that could be used in your instruction. And number 5 is planning, assessing, and reporting. This is very important as a teacher. You should know how to plan ahead. Planning should not be done now. It should be what? Before. Iplano mo na yan. Sabado, Domingo, meron ka ng plano for you to face your students. What are those activities to be done? Hindi ko ngayon lang. You know, I love to teach. I would rather to teach than to be in the office because very routinary ang office. Kasi alam mo, when you are facing to your students, even how bad the days are in your life, but the moment you face your students, they are your inspiration. Makakatawa ka, maka-act ka, maka-gesture ka, you're an inspiration. Kaya nga sabi ko, ma'am, what happened to you these days? Ay, di ko ganahan mag-dress kay wala ko audience impact. Because my inspiration are the students as a teacher, no? So you plan ahead. You assess your people. Huwag yung kung kailan kayo hingian ng estudyante sa kanyo ibibigay. Assessing the performance of the students is every day. And then you call up the attention of your students who are not doing well inside the classroom and saying, my God, anak, anong nangyari? Ba't na ganito ang performance mo? First exam pa lang. First exam pa lang sa klase ninyo, tawagin nyo na para makamove ng second, makamove ng third. Pagka fourth, siguradong pasar. Yun ang assessment. And then do the actual reporting on time and in time to your principal or to your boss when you are already in the field of teaching. Number 6 domain is community linkages. Kaya nga it's a big issue when you say community link with other communities. Kasali yan because noong una in the old curriculum, old DepEd order, yung PTA, ginawa na natin ngayon sa new one, PTCA. Bakit? Because we are dealing different communities. Kaya may PTCA na. Parent Teachers Community Association. So you need to link with the community because You cannot stand alone. You need the support. Go back to your code of ethics. You have the responsibility to the community because this community are the ones giving you a lot of feedback. Do not be afraid. Do not be fearless like an eagle, as I've said. Do not be afraid that you will be criticized. Yan talagang artista, puno ng kritisismo. Another is, pag gumagawa ang tao ng maganda, marami talaga yung criticism. And that's natural. You have to connect. You love your community where you belong. For example, you will be teaching in Mati. How are you going to link? First, study the culture. Second, study the language, even a little. Number 7, last domain, is personal growth and professional development. Domain 1 up to 6 are nothing without this number 7. How are you going to give high regards to your learners? How are you going to develop a very conducive classroom? How can you address diverse students? How can you look at and prepare your curriculum? How can you plan, assess, and do the reporting? And how you connect yourselves to the community if you do not have this personal growth and professional development? It shows that we need to develop our profession. We need to develop our personal knowledge or our personality in order for us to attach with those people behind. Because kung malaki naman yung utak mo because you know all, nag-hydrocephalus ka na, you cannot even talk with your community. Gusto mo ang community lalapit sa iyo, it's not good. Yan talaga. That's why in DepEd, meron silang EFA, Education for All. Meron silang no students left behind. That's why yung mga teachers, they are requested by the principal to find out what happened to the students. Why there are so many dropouts, why they have so many flunkers. And then sabi no failing grades. Meron mga ganon. Pag hindi bumalik yung estudyante niyo, hahanapin niyo sa mga bukid-bukid. Kung inyo ang tanggigamit ning domain number 3, di mo barikoson sig pangitag estudyante, walang teknik eh, walang klarong plano, di ba? If I will be in the DepEd, if I will be in the school, why should I give myself? Why should I suffer myself to roam around the different communities, knocking the door? Ma'am, where is the child? You know, wala na nag-eskwela. If you take care of this child with still at your care, di ka na maghihirap. So these are the domains imbibing the NCBTS, and these are the basis of the new DepEd order under number 42 series of 2017, applied now in all public elementary and high schools, the PPST. Ang tawag nila dyan, peste. Because nagkadaghan-daghan yun ang mga domain. Ma'am, nalibog na yun me. Ay kalibog, simple lang yan. All right. These are the domain. Tingnan ninyo ang dapat gawin ninyo in domain social regard for learning. You should be a model of values of the pursuit of learning. And you have to effort for the students to learn. Your action as a teacher, your statements and different types of social interaction with students exemplify this ideal. Take note, you are a model, social regard for learning. What you are would be your students. That's why, tingnan ninyo, the teachers serve as a positive and powerful role models. Sana ngayon yan, nawala na, no? That's why I told you, yung mga statement ko before, yung mga students, education particular students that are imbibing with a nonsense relationship, staying with their boyfriends and girlfriends without marriage certificate, that is not a teacher for me. You have to exemplify yourself. You are the role models. Look who's talking. How can you discipline the students if you yourself are not disciplined? Doon kumukuha ng example yung mga bata. Kaya kayo teachers, later on you will be exposed in DepEd. Kung plano ninyo, mag-asawa na kayo, mag-asawa na. Huwag kayong titingnan sa community. Kaya nga, nagagalit tayo. Binabato tayo ng community. Hindi nyo mawawala. Yan, nasa domain yan eh. Community linkages. Nakikialam talaga yan. So you have to exemplify yourself so that you will be looked at as an exemplary to your people, to your students. You can look at them straightly. Oh, wa ko'y utang ninyo. Oh, I give my best to you. That's why those teachers that are good are not easily or never been rejected by the students, always be remembered. Okay, act as a positive model. The questions, can my student appreciate the value of learning in my interaction? Meron pa tayong learning environment, which is domain 2. What is that? It focuses on the importance of providing social and physical environment, no? Regardless of individual differences in learning. Kahit bubo pa yan, bright pa yan. Kailangan the same ang learning and activities na ibigay mo towards attaining high standards of learning. Di kay noon sa manioy, kitagaan man ko glass section, binugo lang pud ang ako ang learning ani. No, it's not. The more, kaya masakit class. You will be evaluated by the students. And then hinawakan mo yung students, di masyadong magaling. And then sasabihin you are not a good teacher, nagagalit kayo. And then the respect of the teacher sabihin, murara ba pud mo mga bright, mga bulok pud mo. Napakaganda. Pag ang mga bulok man day imong mga estudyante, then make them bright. By your example, by your turo, by your teaching, in order to attain high standards of learning. Do create environment that promotes fairness. Are you fair? Really? You are not doing favoritism? Kinsa tong sige hatag, dako grado? Kinsa tong sige dol-dol, dako grado? Or you are not computing grades. Sino yung katabi mo? When somebody, student, ma'am, nganong gamay man akong grado, ma'am? Kinsa ganito imong katapad, day? Okay, dako man ang katapad, dako pod siya. It's not like that. It's do not play favoritism. When you become teacher, you should be fair in your dealing because that's strand 2.1. Another is create physical environment in the class where your students feel that they are safe and able to learn. Safety ba yung mga bata mo sa loob? Baka kako papasukin na sampaling bigla and you cannot do something, no? Another one is create a classroom atmosphere that encourage students to attain high levels of learning and achievement. You know why students drop? Why students cut classes? Because they don't find the teacher interesting in front. I've been hearing that many times from my exposure, national, international. Yun talagang sinabi. Kaya believe ako dyan, kung gusto mong you have a very good atmosphere in the class, happy ka lagi, and you want to level up your teaching, just embrace all your learners. Okay? Be consistent and orderly social climate organization in the classroom for your students. You maintain consistency. Pag sinabi mo, gawin mo. Just like teacher said, sige dong, pag saba-saba na dong, kay ihangir tagyud ka diri sa flagpole. Can you do that? That's beyond imagination, my God. Sabihin mo, what if the student would say back, sige daw, ma'am be, ihangir daw ko, what would be your action? Do not say something that you cannot do. Pero kung sabihin mo, sige dong, pagsaba, ipagawas ta kas classroom, kaya. Sige dong, ayaw ra gud paminaw na ako dong, kay tomorrow I will not allow you to attend the class. Yun, pwede yun. Pero bayon ta kag blackboard ron, and that's impossible. Sige dong, tabi diha dong, kay ako gyud kang labayon og eraser, can you do that? Magdi ka mawad ag license, no? Pwede yon sa old style of the teachers. But now, no more. Careful of your license. You work for that hardly with rigorous trainings. And then, himulang kumuton ang bata, tickle the eyes, and then, and then slap the face because they're not listening, putting something on their faces just to look shameful to the classmates. That's not good. You are not doing a good organization in your classroom. Diverse of learners. It includes what? How you're going to facilitate the learning process in diverse type of learners. First, you recognize them, respect the individual differences, kahit anong mukha pa yan, anong uri pa yung tainga niya na parang flashlight pa ng mata niya or murag helicopter ng iyahang dalunggan. Leave it the same treatment. Use the knowledge about the students' differences in order for you to design the set of learning activities to ensure that all students can attain appropriate learning goals. Hindi sabi, ay, lang na siya pila. Awa man na siya hinungdan. Langan-langan na sa inyong grupo. No, do not do that. Another is, can I help my student learn whatever their capabilities? Learning style. cultural heritage, socioeconomic background, other differences. Iba yung leniency ha, iba itong sinasabi kong familiar with learner's background. The first thing, and you will know that, the 10 commandments of a teacher. I will espouse this later. What is this mean to me as a teacher, no? Pero in the context of NCBTS, it is about capabilities, the learning style, as well as the cultural differences. Kasi yung estudyante natin, iba-iba yung buhay. May buhay na pulubi yung dinidil natin. Meron ding, especially in your class, hindi lahat yan mga mayayaman. Good if you are teaching in Ateneo, in university, mga private, expect na magagagaling yan. But if you are teaching in the public, you have already your vision. What kind of students I have now? Ayaw pagpamati diha kay teacher ka. Teacher ko, you have to respect me. You know, respect is not demanded. It is earned. Do my students feel that I am trying to help them learn whatever their capabilities, the learning style, their culture, socioeconomic backgrounds, and other differences? You have to demonstrate holistic development of learners. Titingnan mong kabuuan. Wag yung isa lang. Ito lang titingnan mo, ay, hindi ko naman yan kadugo. Ito lang ito. Ay, wala yan. Walang learning, ano yan, development. Sometimes, if you're a teacher in grade 3, teacher in 3rd year high school, and then you will become teacher in the 4th year, and then you found out that the 3rd year student ni under na po sa mo pagka 4th year, flanker siya sa 3rd year, imo na pong gi-repeat og mention. Kining bataan ni, wa gyud ni hinungdan. 3rd year gibagsak ko na ni, karon di ana po nag 4th year sa kuha. Mabagsak na po kanako dong. You are judging the ability of your students. You always think that there is a late bloomers students, no? Wag yan, bawal yan, no? Kung nabagsak yan siya because there are some factors. Wag nating i-close, give them the opportunity. Give them the chance. Munag one more chance.
Banda is take the floor muna.
All right, so I think meron talaga tayong problem with the internet connections, and it is, please bear with us, students. So later, ma-okay din tayo. So, please prepare your questions, your queries, or something that you have to clarify with regarding our webinar. And of course, I know Sir Dejamark is now excited to entertain your question. So our pool question number 6, how is your heart today? All right, so how is your heart today? Happy or in love? Pretty well? Or are you fine? Just okay? Or you're not well or so sad? Okay, please answer our pool question number 6. Okay. Can you show us the results, Sir Marfe? I'm sorry guys, kahit ako nasa ibang planeta na naman ako seeking for the network. So, our result for the pool number 6 questions, how is your heart today? Oh, 17% lang ang happy and in love. And pretty well, 32%. And fine yung mga heart nila, 27%. Just okay, 21%. And only 5% ang mga not well or sad. Ayan. Okay, stay tuned for a while. Okay ha, teka lang.
Cyril, host 1, buffer muna. Host 1, buffer muna.
All right. So, please bear with us kasi meron lang talaga mga technicalities and we pretty sure na ma-okay din ito lahat. And students, please don't forget to sign the or fill up our evaluation form later for this webinar. And of course, this is an additional points sa mga nag-attend ngayon. This is your additional points dun sa mga sa teachers ninyo na for your final examination. Yan, may mga additional points kasi alam ko may mga inputs kayo na nakukuha talaga, especially sa mga distinguished speakers natin ngayon. They're so brilliant in sharing their thoughts, their wisdom to us. So I do hope na yung mga students natin as KNPians, marami tayong natutunan, and happy 10th founding anniversary to all of us. So 10 years na po tayo, and congratulations to the administration na we come up to this far. So yes, so Sir Will, please view our guidelines in what I mean is the webinar guidelines, yung mga reminders natin. Thank you, Sir Will. Ayan, while waiting for Dr. Jocelyn Hua, we will share to you our video para naman ma-reminisce nyo yung mga past activities natin before. Okay? So, Surreal, thank you so much sa ating technical department. Sir Will, Sir Guarin, Sir Marfe. Yan. They're doing their best now to fix the error in our network. Okay? So, ayan. Thank you, Sir Will.
Lamig yun sa taas no?
Naka-mute siya, naka-mute si ma'am.
Sige. Are you still there? Students, are you still there? But they cannot answer. Okay, we will continue with this. Anyway, you are staying in your respective homes. I will finish until 2 o'clock. So you have to listen very carefully because all of this is part of your examination, especially those under under education department. I will really impose this, that all teachers should have this kind of type of exam in your final examination to test and to assess whether they're listening or not. Okay, so mastery of the subject matter, it is important that you should know what your subject you are teaching. Do not accept subject that you do not know, but you cannot expect that in DepEd, because DepEd, even if you're not a chemistry teacher, you will be given chemistry subjects. So what you're going to do is to what? Hone yourself, learn from that subject matter. It's not enough that you understand and appreciate the importance of lesson. What is important is you can give what is best for your students. Another is you are going to communicate the clear learning goals for the lessons that are appropriate for the learners. Try to check if students value of curricular goals and objectives and set for the different lessons in your class. Make sure that allotted instructional time. So if you are given 60 minutes, you have to see to it that your subject matter prepared for this day should be contained into 60 minutes. Go beyond. Kasali na dyan yung preparation, kasali na yung presentation, mga preliminaries, presentation of the lesson, assessment, or evaluation. Then meron kayong wrap up. And then after wrap up, you give the quiz. And then come up with an assignment. And then use teaching learning activities and learning resources efficiently to challenge the students to meet high level of mastery and understanding of the curricular objectives. There are teachers who are already good in technology. They can use innovative strategies while using the technology. Not so much with those who are not adept of this technology. Of course, they cannot do challenging activities to the students. They are just contented of just simply discussion and interaction with the students. Have to assess, as I've said, you have to plan all the teaching learning activities that appropriate for the students on their current knowledge and their current learning levels. In particular, this focuses on the use of assessment tool, as well as integrating the formative assessment procedure in the plan and the implementation of the teaching learning activities. Take note that we have different type of assessment, no? Meron tayong formal, informal, merong summative test or whatever it is called for by the teachers. You can use many assessment, whether it is authentic assessment or holistic assessment, it's up to you. And do I provide my stakeholders? Who are your stakeholders? The learners, the parents, and superiors, an accurate report about the students. So meaning to say, it is the responsibility of the teachers to communicate promptly with regards to the performance of their children to the parents, or you can call them one by one. In this time of pandemic, you cannot call them all together. Instead, you inform them that these are the performance of your daughter or your son. Another thing is, if you want to say something about your students, the performance of your students, do not post that in your virtual, no, or online. These are the following students who did not make it your grade, may pangalan pa. Take note of the data privacy law this time, no? Huwag nyo ilagay dyan. Huwag nyo ilagay. Ilagay nyo yung pumasa. Ibig sabihin, kung wala ang pangalan mo dyan, hindi ka pumasa. Simple as that. But posting the name of those who cannot make it, hindi maganda yan. You will be sued, no? Otherwise, you have to develop different variety of assessment strategies in order to monitor and evaluate your learners by planning teaching learning activities for the students. Meaning to say, you have an educational assessment procedure and use the information of that assessment in your future planning. Monitor regularly and provides feedback on learners' understanding of content. If, for example, the students are not able to level up their learning, they have the opportunity to raise questions to the teachers, and teachers do not get angry. It's normal. Just like, for example, when you're handling the class and say, okay, class, did you understand? Any question that you would like to raise? May I know from your end? Did you understand? Nagani mo question, amo na dong, wa ka na minaw while I'm doing the discussion. It's not good. You have to monitor and provide feedbacks to the learner's content. You ask them. Iba na kasi ngayon, appreciative inquiry na tayo. Sasabihin mo, what part of my lesson, which do you think difficult for you to comprehend? Kung hindi sila magtanong. Okay? And then community linkages, we have to link to the because the main focuses on teachers' effort in strengthening the link between the school and the community. Because part of our code of ethics, we have our relationship toward the school, relationship towards the community, and this particularly links up in the attainment of our curricular objectives. And we have number 7, the personal growth and professional development. It talks about the emphasizing the ideal that the teachers value having a high personal regard, the concern of your professional development and continuous improvement as teachers. That's why it's really a CPD, no? Nakabalaod na yun na siya na we have continuing professional development. Do not be stagnant, no? You have to move forward a little. Well, yung iba dyan, more magyapon imi-imita, di magyapon ta ma-promote. Bakit yung continuing development, is that really for promotion? No, you are developing yourself continuously for your students, not for your own self. All right, you have to take pride in the nobility of a teaching profession. As I've said, take note of your action, your statement, indicate a high regard for teaching profession and for my continuous development as a professional teacher. Take note of what we are doing in the social media, SOCMED, no? Maraming mga estudyanteng tumitingin sa inyo dyan. Akala nyo lang yan, nagla-like yan sila, akala nyo lang nagustuhan yan, pero behind their back, they are questioning your credibility, your nobility in your teaching profession. So refrain from doing that. Do not use SOCMED as an avenue for you to expose anything. Mas maganda kung mag-expose tayo what you can contribute, or a sort of information, or a sort of general info na gagamitin na, and then the students would know, ayan pala, ganito pala yan. I've got it from the post of mom and sir, so something like that. Okay, I try to learn from other colleagues in teaching profession to improve my teaching practice. It does not mean that you're a doctor, you will not collaborate with kapwa doctor. You need to exchange ideas. No, you have to collaborate with each other. It might be your teaching profession could somehow improve. Your teaching practice could somehow improve because of the contribution of non-MA, non-doctoral. It does not mean that you are a doctor, you are all knows everything. It does not mean that you are full-fledged MA, you know everything. No, because we have expertise. Useless yung sinasabi natong major nato na if you pakialam all those that are not yours. Okay. Reflect on the extent of attainment of learning goals. Are you aware that your practices as a teacher influence your students' attainment of the learning goals? Do you or are you? Tanungin niyo sarili niyo. And in this NCBTS, as a concluding statement of the 7 domain, the NCBTS is an integrated theoretical framework. It defines the 7 dimension of effective teaching, where effective teaching means being able to help all types or all kinds of students learn under your care through the curriculum that you are using. It provides a better guide for all teacher development programs and projects from school level up to the national level, and various stakeholders and institutions use the NCBTS in their roles in the attainment of quality education through effective teaching and learning. Now, we go to the highlight or the core of this topic. From the NCBTS, I give a glimpse of PPST. So we will go to the classroom management, which is very, very important. What is classroom management? Okay, classroom management is the practices and procedures. Sa classroom procedures that allow teachers to teach and students to learn. So meaning to say, if you manage well your classroom, it's not only the teacher would probably enjoying, but also the students, because you were able to deliver expected subject matter. Classroom management is all the things a teacher does inside the classroom to organize the students before the start of the class. Hindi pupunta ka na lang and then uupo and then give quiz and everything. You set first. You refine first the students' arrangement, the space, the time, materials, or you can give values probably. You start with something that could help them to inspire for the day so that student learning can take place. What is classroom management? When you say classroom management, it is an effective way of disciplining our students. Hindi talaga yan mawawala yung i-discipline natin yung mga estudyante. Because if you only teach and teach and teach, you are not a teacher. You are not developing a good learner. Because the moment you sit down, pag nakaupo ka na dyan, hala, dakdakan na lang ng dakdak, forgetting the discipline of your students. I have noticed that there are teachers, no, even in the higher education, and so with the elementary and secondary, nagtuturo na yung mga teachers nila, but still, they are unruly in the classroom. And some are using their own cups. They're not removing the cups, sitting like they own the whole classroom. So effective discipline means classroom management. Another, being prepared for a class. Do not come if you are not prepared. Do not come if you do not have the references. Do not talk within your learning. Use other references. Even you are a doctor, you need a Bible, you need a guide. It is motivating your students. One way of a very good classroom management, the students would also motivate to come to class every day because they love to see the teachers, they love to see the decoration, what is new around. It provides a safe, comfortable learning. It builds students' self-esteem. Pag ang estudyante mo, under sa klase mo, napakaganda ng classroom mo, conducive, parang ang self-esteem din nila ay nabuboost. It must be creative and imaginative in daily lessons. And above all, it is different to everyone. So when you say classroom management, aside from those that I have mentioned, it is different for everyone. Why? Because classroom management varies in teaching styles, no? Magkaiba-iba yung pagtuturo natin. Iba yung style niya, iba din yung sa kanya. May ibang teacher, upo lang from the first period to the last. And then, pag tinatanong, nagagalit. And then tayo lang, walang kabuhay-buhay inside the class. Teaching style varies, but as much as possible, come up with another style. Iba na naman every day. Alam mo, ma-memorize na yan ng mga bata. Kana si ma'am, tanawa lingkod na. Pagka uman-ana, no, tanawa na si ma'am, mag-check na siya attendance. Uman-ana si ma'am, mga saba na siya niya. Mayunday na siya go home. The end of the class. So, routine na eh. Alam na ng bata. Wala nang something novel, something new na ina-expect nila every day. Tanawa na si ma'am, wanay panudlay mo sulod sa room. Tanawang sinina ni ma'am, murag yun siya og trapo. Everything, from head to toe, binabantayan yan. Your personality, your attitude, that's very important. Iba yung disciplining the students at iba yung attitude of the teacher. Magkaiba yan. Kaya when you discipline, because that's the kind of teacher you are, that's your attitude. I want that my students would be disciplined. I am proud that my students would end up my class disciplined. Student population, kahit kadami mong estudyante, but you're able to handle them. Especially when you land a job in the DepEd, you have 75 in a class, my goodness. How can you deliver that effectively? Gamitan yun ng classroom management. Not all management strategies are effective for every teacher. You cannot borrow my style. You cannot borrow the way I manage the class. But you can copy. You can use that. But if you think it is not applicable to you, do not continue. Kaya nga sabi nila, you can always use, but you cannot do the exact classroom management that you borrowed from the other teacher. You can imitate but never equal, yung sinabi nila. And then you try different strategies to see if they work for you. Baka hiramin ko tong sa iyo, hindi naman nag-work out sa akin. Like for example, how I wish I could be like these people, that very prim and proper inside the classroom. Good morning, class. Our lesson for today is about paano ba demure effect. Kung gagamitin yan sa very, energetic, enthusiastic na teacher, magulat yung mga estudyante mo. Uy, nasakit siguro ni si ma'am. Nagluyaman. Pero the truth of the matter is you want to borrow the strategy which others do have. Okay? Next. Why classroom management? Why do we need that? Because it gives teacher an excellent rapport with class and learners and with each other. Pag maganda yung classroom management mo, diretso ka na. You set your policy. You set everything from the first day of the class. Huwag mo nang pabalik-balik yan. It becomes a nuisance. It becomes music to their ears. Pag meron kang policy, meron kang touchstone on that particular class, from the very start of the class, huwag mo nang ibalik-balik, no, sa putong laminaw, ana. No? And learners are motivated and participative in the different activities. No boredom. Hindi ka mabubore. Di mo alam pala, alas 12 na. Katulad ngayon, alas 12 na. Mag-end ako hanggang gusto ko matapos. Kasi because of glitches, no? Katulad ng first speaker, dapat marami pa siya because of the time, no? Hindi makaya. Kailangan tapusin ko ito. Kain lang kayo diyan. Kaya yung kumain diyan na nagsasalita ko, you can do that. Then, consistently achieve your objectives. Meron kang objectives, 3 objectives. Ang iba, ang daming objectives para sabing magaling sila. Pero ni isang objective hindi na-achieve. Because naubos lahat. Stop talking! Stop talking! Kasi ang ingay mo doon sa classroom. Kaya hindi yan classroom management. Then, the next, increase positive attitude towards subject areas. Their achievement will also be increasing if you have a very good classroom management. They don't find it boring. Ay ma'am, di ko ganan sa kong klase kay boring. Ay alay, putong boring ha. They find it boring and above all, exciting to see the teachers. What would be my teacher today? I hope I am motivated. Paglingkod pa lang, tuwan na. Wa na gikuan, open the book na. Walay setting the tone of the classroom, monotonous. Why ganahan, nagawas-gawas na, ikaon nas gawas, no? Next. Another one, there is variety in grouping. Grupo-grupo mo yan sila. Then today, your layout, all of you face on the wall. Then tomorrow, you divide the class. Oh, parang paiba-iba. That's awesome. Oh, yun yan. Awesome. Next. It gives satisfaction, yeah, and enjoyment in teaching, and it is dependent upon leading students to cooperate. Kana bitaw mo klase tang you don't feel excited to face your students because you are not ready. Bugat kayo mabukton og mga tiil with no reason at all because you are not ready to face them. Wala kang giplanong topic. Kung hindi man kayo nakaplano, at least you can command words. Meron kayong words. You expect something from the student to speak English and then you cannot speak well. Nagbinisaya pa, no? You should know that as a teacher, the best weapon for you to be hired, you have the communication power to convince the interviewer, convince your students. Yeah? Okay. Classroom management issues are of highest teachers. Parang sa kanila, kung magaling kang teacher, ang classroom management, kailangan first and most
Cyril, wala pong tunog.
Mahuman ako ani. Kay na
Then we're good to go.
Yeah. Next. Okay. So these are the don'ts, no? Sorry for the interruption because of poor connection. Okay. Effective classroom management is not the creation of an orderly classroom. Take note, it is not an orderly or creation of an orderly classroom. It is not also the reduction of misbehavior. Saan na ito? But an effective classroom management then would be creating or establishing a very good role as a teacher. You impose instructional strategies. You maintain discipline. And you have that procedure, routinary procedures. How are you going to, what are those techniques? Probably in order for you to have a better classroom control. Number one, focus attention on entire class. Second, do not talk over student chatter. Hindi yung ikaw na lang nagsasalita all over. You give the students to chance, no? Give the student to talk, the chance to talk. And take note that in classroom management, technique dyan, silence can be effective. Because if you tell your students, keep quiet, they will continue talking. But your silence means something. So keep quiet, be silent. Just look at them, stare at them. Use softer voice. So students really have to listen to what you are saying. Softer voice. Hindi yung murag trumpa nga tingog, no? Kanang modulated voice, modulated, okay? Direct your instructions so that students know what is going to happen. So you guide them. Today, I am expecting you that we can achieve all these three objectives from your cognitive, your affective, and your psychomotor. I hope you help me that I can achieve all this. You give instruction what to do. Do not immediately impose. Okay? Techniques for a better control is also overplan your lessons to ensure you fill the period with learning activities. Do not be limiting your lesson. Malay ninyo, 60 hours. Nakuha mo lang kasi ganado ka. Nakuha mo nang natapos mo ng 45 minutes. What would be the 15 remaining minutes? What are you going to do? So overplan your lessons to ensure you fill the gap of the learning activities. Next. Come to class prepared. In what aspect? Bring your references, class record, sit plan, everything. Wag yung nag-start ka na and then you instruct someone. Day, adto ra gud dito sa faculty room, day akong libro. Day kuha ra gud dito, day isa-isa gid nimo just to kill the time because you are not prepared. Next. Show confidence in your teaching. Confidence does not mean that you're to compare yourself to others. Compare it to yourself. Pagtayo mo pa lang, nakastart na yung orasan mo. From head to toe, no? Confidence comes the way you deal with yourself. Your personality counts. Your personality counts plus your communication. And that is confidence. And you have something in your mind to share to the students. Not only in what the book is trying to discuss. Doon ka lang. Pabasahon na lang nato ng mga bata. Dito ram deta kutob magbinasahay. You extract that and then himay-himayin so that they can understand. Even the students can fully read what is in the book. But the moment the teacher helps them to discuss, mo yung day ng bata. Una-ana ram day na, oy, sayon raman di ay. Kung ako lagi magbasa, no, perting lisura. Okay? Learn student name as quickly as possible. Memorize them. Atong na-memorize ka, ramang badlungon o katong bright. Tinood man na. Even myself. But you are going to learn the student's name, not to memorize. Learn the student's name, not necessarily to memorize. Alamin mo, estudyante mo ba yan? Just like last night, there was a student of mine texted me in my messenger. Ma'am Jo, can you still remember me? Of course, I cannot forget the people, my students, who have gone, no, in my subject matter. I am one of your students, ma'am. I am now teaching in Dorso. You mean to say you are full-fledged Emily? No, I'm not, ma'am. Because this an emergency hiring, that's why I am, natanggap siya. I was accepted. Okay. You know, ma'am, ngayon ko lang talaga naalala lahat ng mga sinasabi mo, ma'am. Every time magtuturo ako, ma'am, always ko sa isip ko yung tinuro mo. This is the second batch of my education graduate. Wala namang sinasabi yung mga wisdom ng mga matatanda, ng mga counsel, ng mga teacher, na hindi totoo. Except yung talagang walang research, walang binabasa, walang binabasihan, wala talaga silang masasabi. But if you pass through the teaching, no? Na how many years ka nagtuturo, imposible naman di mo makukuha lahat yan. You have to come prepared. Ako nga, hindi ko pwedeng magturo na walang libro. Give me the book and I will expand. One item, I can talk in 60 minutes. Learn the student's name so that you can call them. Ayaw pa yung, yes, Miss Beautiful, Mr. Hansa, Miss Wonder Woman. Hindi yan, insulto yan. Because the reality, they don't look like a Wonder Woman. They're not handsome. They're not beautiful. Okay, next. What is an effective instruction? An effective instruction is an instruction that are structured and it gives sound classroom that will eliminate a majority of misbehavior. Sound classroom. Pag sound classroom management, of course, papasok yung effective instruction, effective learning, effective teaching of the teacher because ma-minimize yung misbehavior, unruly students because you set the tone. What are the two important factors in effective instruction? One, room arrangement and time management. All right, let us see if yourself belong to this ideal teacher. An ideal teacher enjoys students. You love your students. Iba yung enjoy students, you are roaming around with the students, going to the students. I don't really like that. Teacher, you have to put gap. Do not give too much to your students because you cannot say the moment they will ask from you. You are forced to give. You enjoy students inside the classroom. You are happy seeing your students learning from you. But going around somewhere else, it's not an ideal teacher. Second, uses different teaching techniques. We have several innovative teaching strategies, innovative teaching style. We have methodologies and so on and so forth that was introduced, siguro, a glimpse from Dr. Vivienne, coming from global teachers, no? You use that. Then, may sense of humor ka. May sense, wala namang humor. May humor, wala namang kasensense. Alangan naman, tatawa ka na walang dahilan. Luka-luka ka dyan inside the classroom. When you say has great sense of humor, ibig sabihin yan, the moment you deliver the subject matter, give life to it. Wag yung serious naman talaga yung mga estudyante. Alam niyo, hindi niyo talaga natitest yan. Hindi yan nakikinig sa inyo. Para ka lang buang-buang dyan inside the classroom, you are keep on talking with no sense at all. They are not anymore interested kasi hindi mo makonect yung lesson mo in their life. Then act like an adult, not a child or high school student. If you are a professor, if you are a teacher inside the classroom, you act as a teacher, not a child, not a high school student. You know what is that? Wala pa'y buot. Be mature. In short, be mature, be adult. Nagturo ka na nga dyan. Sorry ha, because you know, I am a teacher pero I finished my degree at the age of 19. Be it. 19 ka man lang di ay siguro, nauna lang ka kasi kag summer, but you act an adult inside when you face to your parents, when you face to your boss, when you face to your students. Wag yung, ay, amo biyang teacher no? Wag yung buot. Ganan mo, anak, paminahon inog way buot. Ang way buot gani, katong bata gyud nga, di pa kabalo mo storya. I imagine you will compare yourself to way buot. It's not good. Just like one time when I passed by, nga ni mo ma'am, oy man kay buot ma'am, o kay buot sir, ganahan mo ana because you are not an ideal to them. They lack respect. And another is you keep promises. When you say you do it, do it. If you say you submit the requirements, get it. When you say I give quiz today, you give that quiz even if you are not ready, just to keep your promise true. And be organized. Sa sarili mo pa lang, nakikita mo na, disorganized ka eh. How much more in the class? Hindi mo pa nga magkaroon ng coordination sarili mo. How much more in your class? Tingnan mo, clap ng clap itong emoji ni Mr. Ronin. Admits when he or she is wrong. If you are wrong inside the classroom because you are not sure of the words, accept it. Ayaw, pag hinambog diya nga, koreksyonan ka nga, ma'am, mali gud tong imong gistultiya ganiya, ma'am, kay she is a beautiful girl. She namang good, ma'am, nya. Girl pag yun sa tumoy, ma'am, no, nya. Pwede, ma'am, she is beautiful na lang. Ikaw, dong, unsa dong, dako kapag bugas ka unon, dong, ay pag-correct nako. But in truth, you are wrong. Pero kay teacher lagi daw kuno, masuko og i-correct. You open your minds. Tama day no. I forgot wrong spelling man day ko class. Oy, thank you class. Ano ba? You do it in a way na it's humorous, no? And they tend to forget that promise. Admit when you are wrong and use always a pleasant voice. Wag yung monotonous. Our lesson for today class is about an ideal teacher. What is an ideal teacher? The student enjoy, use different teaching methods. Tan-ara guna ninyong mga nasa ospital. Pag ang dagan gani sa ilang machine, nag-ana-ana na, the ideal teacher enjoys students, uses different teaching, has a good sense of humor, di ba? Pag anda, tak, patay. Your class is dull, your class is nothing. Walay giganahan ni mo, nagtuo lang ka giganahan na, wala sila'y mahimo, kay kumugawa sila absent. Use a pleasant voice. You know, class, the ideal teacher is something that enjoys students, and employing different teaching styles. But, diba, there is a rising and the falling. Ikay, diretso lang ka, natug na, tanawan ni mo mga bata, gidrawing ka diha. Okay. An ideal teacher is enthusiastic about the subject matter. Yes, I love that subject. Ganahan yung kuana. And you are willing to listen to both sides of the issue. Dili lang kayang issue ra sa estudyante mong bantayan, imo pong issue. Kaya sa teacher naman po kay issue. Punta na din mo kagaling mo ba kay issue. You have an issue. But only that, you are not willing to listen from the students. Because for us, take note, pag teacher na gani ta, murag, nagani mo question na to, nakaloko na ta. Nagani issue sa tua, masuko na ta. But in real sense, the students are our judges. That's the reason why the table set up in front of our students, because these 50 students are the one to judge us how good we are. And how better we are, how effective we are as a teacher. And you have a good reputation for giving challenging work. Yan ang ideal teacher. Pumasa ba kayo dyan? Meron ba kayo dyan? Is not a pushover, keeps misbehaving students in line. Pag nakita nating misbehave na, call the attention. and keeps everyone busy. You give a lot of work, does not have favorites. Ayaw pamili diha kung kinsay duol nimo mura to. That's why you have to learn your students, not to memorize your students. You are polite to everyone all of the time. You cannot expect that your students are polite and courteous if you yourself does not know how to respond. Good morning, ma'am. Mula bayra mo, wa, gani mo, ha, ni ho. Because tingin ninyo, nasa top na tayo sa mga estudyante. It's not. When you deal your students, especially in DepEd, no? The moment you greet the teacher, or the students greeted the teacher, I tell you, pinakadako na kaina nila makabos sa ilang moral kung tubago nimo. But sometimes we are not doing that. And above all, you have to be friendly to your students and fair. Friendly is different from going around with students. There is always a limitations. Okay, how do I feel about teaching? Tanawo nato ninyong mga dagway dere. So, these are gone. Do I enjoy it? Kung magtudlo ko, happy ba ko? Or I hate my students? Or is it a job for me? Or is it my whole life? Lagutan ni, oy, na maestra ramang gugugod, kay gipugos ko ni mama ba? Walay laing kurso sa KNP, kana ran teacher, munang nag-teacher ko. But it's not for my whole life. I don't love kids. I don't like. You know, when I ask students, why do you take education? I love to teach. They are good, very superficial. Wag yung ko kadungog because it's my passion, ma'am. When I was a child, I dreamed to become teacher. Always a good na copying ang mga answer. Lack of communication power. Now, how do I feel about my students? Unsay mong gibati because this your feeling as a teacher. How do I feel towards my students? Do I see them? Do you see them as devils? It seems na po ni mabataan ni di anapudning akong mga bugo ng mga estudyante. Tanawa na. Or you are seeing them as an angels. Oh my God, thank you. Nabubuhay pala kayo. Thank you, nandito kayo. Or you are treating them as human beings. Do I look forward to seeing them again? Pag ingunin mo, goodbye, ma'am. Thank you for coming, ma'am. See you tomorrow. Do you look forward seeing this kind of students? Yung diverse students? Yung ayaw mong klase, ayaw mong na estudyante? Are you doing that? Do you have that feeling? Siguro, hindi lahat. Or, yung sinabi ko, do I drag my feet to class every morning? I don't like to see my students. Naglagot ko aning orchid section. Naglagot ko aning adelpa kaning gumamela. Ganahan jud ko og kanang rose kay buutan jud ni sila kaayo. So that's why when I go up on the 3rd floor, 4th floor, you are dragging your shoulder and your feet because you don't want to reach out there on time. Kay gusto nimo ang 60 minutes nimo nahurot sa imong pagbaktas 20 na lang minutes imong makita sa imong mga devil na mga estudyante. Why you look them devil? Because you don't feel the passion to teach. Wala kay paghigugma sa imong pagtudlo. 'Di ba? And then kung merong feeling mo sa teaching as your profession, your feeling mo towards your students, ano kaya ang feeling mo sa sarili mo? Are you confident in and out of the classroom? If you give the best to your students, you are confident. Yes, I give my best, but my best doesn't good enough. Mura kanta man to. Do I know how to laugh? Kitang gani kay nabuang ni gina si ma'am, di ba nagkatawa? You know what? When you are in the office, it's good that you are in teaching also. Kay mo katawa ka diri sa mong opisina, nay makasilip nimo na buang na gyud na diha. But if you know how to laugh with them, yung bang may moment na nagtawanan kayo, it's good. Kasi may pinagtawanan kayo. Luka-luka kapag tumawa ka sa klase mo, hindi naman tumawa yung estudyante mo. Bakit hindi tumawa? You crack jokes. Pero yung joke mo, hindi halinon doon sa estudyante. That is sense of humor means. How to be angry? Of course, there are times you are not sane. We are not sane. We are bound to commit mistake. We are bound to get angry. How to get over my anger? That's the most important thing. Galit ka. Paano mo ipasipay yung galit mo? Okay? Do you know how to cry in front of them? Of course. Ako, pag nakarinig ako ng mga reflection ng mga estudyante, una akong naiyak. Maiyak ka talaga with their stories. Naiyak ka. Even you just simply seeing them, talking with them. Walang masama because, you know, it's a cleansing of your eyes when you cry. No? And am I afraid to commit mistake? Never. Do not be afraid. No one is perfect. Except si perfecto di malalis. Estudyante ko yan, Perfecto Di Malalis. Pangalan niya, Perfecto na, apelyido niya, Di Malalis. Oh, talagang wala. You have to give a lot of them. I don't know what I am doing. Nagkamali ako. Do not be ashamed to commit mistake because according to the readings, one of the readings that if you want to be successful in your career as a teacher, double the rates of your failures because success lies at the far side of your failures. How do I feel about the way I teach? Ano kaya yung tinuturo ko? Ano kaya ang feeling? Ano kaya ang dating nito sa mga estudyante ko? Am I a bore teacher? Boring ba ako na teacher? You analyze that, ha? Or if you are not, or if you're really a boring teacher, improve. Am I getting across to my students? Nag-connect ba ako sa kanila? Is my feeling connects with my students? Am I a friend to my students? Or a tyrant? Or a clown? Katawan lang ka, gilibak-libak, rapog kasi mong estudyante. Gidrawing-drawing, raka kay mo lingkod, raka didto. Magpaputo kape, unya, walay explain. And then quiz dayon. Because you are after of the time. DepEd mangyud ta paingon when you graduate. Panalagsa ra mangyud ang naa sa tertiary because you need MA. Please refrain from all this. Improve in order for you to become you have that passion to teach. Now, who is an effective teacher? An effective teacher is one who can really teach, who can deliver the goods, who can facilitate attainment of the students. They can specify instructional objectives, and the desired outcomes will be achieved. However, an effective teacher guided by the 3 words. An acronym, it is dynamic in courage, modern in thought, and Christian in attitude. It is an attributes that are embodied in the following descriptions. I give meaning to this. Okay, what do you mean by Christian? Letter C. An effective teacher is compassionate, understanding, and kind for all of his students. The H, you have devotion to God. Put God as the center because everything, once God is there, everything would be easy for you. And you have time to service your neighbor in living out your vocation as a teacher. You always be radiant with the joy and happiness in life. Kahit may problema tayo, the moment you get inside the classroom, paradigm shift. Kalimutan yung family problem. Kalimutan yung walang pera tayo. May wala naman talagang mayaman sa teacher. Kaya nga teaching is our bread and butter. Kaya alamin natin at mahalin natin yung pagtuturo. Letter I, you have to be inspiring to all who comes in contact. Short meeting, but you can devote time by talking, tapping, and touching their parts of the body and say, how are you? And letter S, you have sensitive to respond the need of others. You don't need to ask, what's your problem? Why you are absent? Just read between the lines. The eyes, the behavior of your students, you will know that there is in them the problem that they cannot share to anyone. Letter T, be true to yourself and sincere to others. As a teacher, you should be natural in action, words, and deeds. Huwag kang plastikan. Huwag kang kikimi-kimi din sa labas. Nako, doon ang kulo mo. Show you who you are. Be true to yourself. You should be impartial to all of his fellow. Do not be judgmental. You should be impartial. Sabihin mo, hindi na yan makapasa. Next time, babalik yan, hindi yan makapasa. Do not give that kind of comments. Letter A, you must appreciate the favor done for him. For example, if your students will say, ma'am, this water for you, ma'am. I bought that, ma'am, because malayo ang canteen. Thank you. Be appreciative of the favor. Or the students probably will bring or carry your bags to your classroom. You say, thank you. Di naman na mo katabang. And letter N, to make it more Christian, you have to be noble in your thoughts, in your words, and in your deeds. That is Christian. One word for an effective teacher. You should be dynamic in courage. What is D? D stand for you are always delighted, stimulating in the way you converse, in giving the instruction and illustration to your students inside the classroom. Letter Y, you would be young in heart. You have to level yourself. Hindi ibig sabihin na matanda ka na inside the classroom, patandain mo na rin lang lahat yan sila. No, you have to go with the flow. Young in hearts enable you to grow and age and in your wisdom. The letter N, be natural, that close to the heart of the students, the individuality that they need inside the classroom. Then letter A, alive with love for each one of your students. Walang pili because inclusive and diversity students are the ones you cater. Letter M, magnanimous in your hope and faith for others. Ito, may chance pa ito. Huwag yung i-judge. Hindi na niya kaya yan. Bagsak na yan. Isang move na lang yan. Wala na. Check out na. No, you have to be magnanimous. You are still hopeful. Grabe yung tiwala mo na with my knowledge that I have, with the wisdom that I have, kining bataaning himatyuno na in terms of utok, mabuhi pa ni. Oh, magnanimous. And your eye, you are intelligent to impart knowledge. That's why you have to prepare yourself before facing your students. No? You read something that could contribute to for the day-to-day classes. And to make it dynamic, you have to be courageous to develop your potential. Do not retreat. Do not surrender. You survive because the moment you survive, success follows. And the last word, for you to become effective, you have to be modern in your attitude, modern in dealing with students. Letter M, mature to instill values. Yun nga sinabi ko kanina eh. Dapat you act like an adult, not a child, not an elementary, not a kinder. Mature to instill values. You do this. You follow this one class. Look at me. Oh, di ba? Ang ganda pakinggan. Oh, you have to be open-minded, willing to listen to students' needs and suggestions. Do not close your border. Do not close your mind that ikaw yung tama. Ako nga, pag makarinig ako ng magandang wisdom from the students, sina-appreciate ko yan. Hindi lang nila alam yan. Pero pag wala na ako sa harap nila, you know, I would like to share this. Ganda talaga ng recitation ng estudyante ko. Ganda ng wisdom niya. Hindi ko akalain na magaling pala siya ng ganun. Di ba? Huwag mong isipin na talo ka, kundi you get something from them. Letter D, dignified and model in your work. No? Be honest. Be passionate. And then be committed, dedicated to your teaching. Dignified comes in the way you carry yourself, your personality, the words, your action. Mugid nang ako agyud, always yung ko nag-emphasize words, action. That is integrity of a teacher. Di ko naman siguro sinabing yun ang training ko noon. If I was not taught by my teacher this way, I could not share this to you too. That's why I always live up with the teaching of my previous mentors. Letter E, encouraging the growth and development of the students. You always give them the inspiration every day. You always talk to them. You always give them, you emphasize the value. Kasi sa klase kasi natin class, good in elementary, no? And secondary, meron tayong time magbigay ng values sa atin because we have values education. That's why when I was offered to teach values, sabi ko talaga sa UMI, ma'am, paturuin nyo na lang ako ng social sciences na iba except values. Kasi I am not worthy to teach in values because I am a separated woman. My bowels shattered. What can I tell them? What can I share to them? Look who's talking. Wag mo akong bigyan ng values, nahihiya ako. Letter R, respectful to the ideas, opinions, and morals of others. You listen, you respect. Do not close your mind. No, share out. You accept all those ideas. It's up to you to discern whether these ideas is applicable or not. But you have to be appreciative, no, in the ideas that were given to you. And the last, to make it modern, you have to be noiseless in developing students seeking no rewards. In other words, noiseless in developing students. Wag kesyo ikaw nag-train yan, nanalo, gusto mo, ikaw na talaga, ako nag-train yan, ako na, and then you do a lot. No, ikaw gumawa niyan, kaya sasabihin mo sa iba, you don't have that secrecy. Noiseless in developing the students. Hindi nila alam na siya pala yung coach, siya pala yung gumawa, siya pala ang sumulat, kaya nanalo yung bata, na award siya ng national. Only the students would say, ma'am, hindi talaga ako niyan, ma'am. If not of my mentor, hindi ko talaga makaabot ito. And expect no rewards in everything that you do for the students. That makes it modern. So in short, to become effective, you have to abide with the 3 words that I'm giving you: to be Christian, to be dynamic, and to be modern. What are the 10 commandments of teaching? If God gives us 10 commandments, in teaching, we also have 10 commandments. Number 1, thou shall know thyself. Bago ka mag-demand sa estudyante, kilalanin mo sarili mo. Sino ka? Sino ako? Sino ako? Okay? Huwag kang mag-demand. Akala mo magaling ka na. Know your capacity. Know your potentials. Know your lapses. Know your shortcomings. Lahat, alamin mo yan. Know your limitations. The second, thou shall know your students. Ibig sabihin, galing sa sarili mo, alam ko na ako ito, si Dr. Hua, isang magaling na magtuturo or guro. Kailangan alamin ko anong klaseng estudyante meron ako. That's the first. I know myself. I have that touchstone that I need to espouse, to cascade to them. What kind of students I have? Baka matayog ang lipad ko. And the students is here and I am here. Hindi talaga kami mag-met. Kailangan you have to lower yourself in order to reach the students. Number 3, thou shall know the subject matter. Myself, my students, and your subject matter. These are the core. No? Ito ang qualification talaga ng isang teacher. You should know your subject matter. You should know your field of expertise. Kaya nga, may major tayo. If you are major in TLE, prove that you are a TLE major. Prove that you are mathematics. Prove that you are Inglesera. Yung nag-English mo kayo, ako nibilib, ana. English lang morning nun. You know, to be good in English is not a measurement that you are intelligent. Butang nas uto ka. Kasi may mga hindi magaling mag-English pero magaling. Lumabas na top 6. Lumabas na magna cum laude. Lumabas na summa cum laude. They're not good. They're good in writing. Pero kung pa-English ka dyan para to capture the attention of others, it's not the true measurement of a good student. Thou shall respect the students as a person. Tingnan nyo, kung anong merong kakulangan sa estudyante, huwag nyong i-judge. Abi kay ingon ana na siya magdating sa imuha, naday kay konklusyon. Kana ngit-ngit pas alkitran trabaho ang taan na. Liwat na saman. If you got angry with that student, ayaw hilabti ang iyang persona. You strike to the mistake of your pupils, of your students. Ayaw apila, amo man gid na sila kay kuan man na sila ma'am. Ka remember ka ma'am nga silingan na sila. Atong estudyante, papa man na niya palahubog ma'am, muna wa punay siya ibatasan. Be human being. Do not involve the family. If that student commits mistake inside the classroom, ayaw apila yang mamagpapa mga igsoon. Ang iyang mistake ang tutoki, ang iya ayaw ang iyang pagkatao. Then number 5, thou shall motivate the students to learn. Always give inspiration. You should be an example, an exemplary, an motivator, an inspirator, o sa panadiha. Give them a lot para di na muundang. Ganahan na siya musulod. Number 6, thou shall communicate effectively. Ito na sinabi ko. Kailangan din naman, magaling ka talagang nagslang-slang ka, bula-bula na nimong ba. As long as you can communicate your ideas, enough is enough. Thou shall engage in reflective teaching. Kailangan magturo ka by heart. Kaya nga, when you combine your ears, how does it look like? It's a heart. You have to touch the heart before you ask the hands. Maubitaw na tong slogan, teaching minds, touching heart. Diba? Transforming lives. Pumasok yan sa 10 Commandments. Yan ko kinuha ang hugot na yan sa 10 Commandments of teaching. Then number 8, avoid talking too much in the class kasi ikaw lang magaling. Give them the chance. Paano ma'am? Nabuboard ako. Kung sila magsalita, ginoo ko. Yes, ginoo ko lagi. But the moment you give them a regular practice, you can do that. Ako talaga sa totoo, I don't like. In the professional subject, I don't like reporting. Why? I engage in talking because sometimes nagagalit ako pag ang input, ang understanding ng bata doon sa libro hindi tama. Kasi madadrag ang pangalan mo. Is your professional teacher? Is that really true? Sinabi niya yan? Kasi iba yung interpretation natin. You can have that reporting, but the reporting, the teacher should sit there and listen to the delivery of the student because there are something for you to add on. Huwag kayong mag-depend doon, next reporter, because that's only a compliance of your teaching technique. that you want an FRS, facilitator, resource speaker style, or strategy of teaching, but the sense or the essence or the core of it in the reporting, hindi nyo na-reach. And the 9, thou shall evaluate learning outcomes regularly. This is the assessment comes in. Do not leave the class, do not leave the 60 minutes or 2 hours, whatever, without assessing your students to find out or to trace out whether they are following you or not. Because the moment you give evaluation to your students, be it formative, informal, or whatever, kahit 10 question, 5 question lang yan, tanungin mo sila. If they were able to answer that, it means to say, they are with you during the time, during the discussion. And the last, talking about integrity. Thou shall do what you are saying. Kung sinabi mo, gawin mo. Keep that promise and keep that covenant to be true. Kung anong sinabi mo, gawin mo. Thou shall do what thou sayest. These are the 10 commandments of teaching. If you follow all these 10 commandments, wak talaga. Do not forget all of this. I tell you, it will help you a lot to become a better, if not best teacher. I would not say that I am the best teacher, but with my experience teaching with preschool up to the doctoral degree, I can assure you that all of these are my guide. Next. What are the effective qualities of an effective teacher? Number 1, you possess knowledge. Next, after the knowledge, kasama ang attitude. Then you have the skills. Ito yung hinahanap. Meron kayong habits of developing yourself. You have an experience gained. You have intelligence. Hindi kayo maging teacher, akala lang nila, ay, mag-teacher na lang ko. Kay di mangkukuhawod, oy. Dili ko mag-engineering, di po ko mag-cream, di po ko mag-inana, kay bulok ko. Mag-teacher lang ko. Sa tupad di ay, ang tanang teacher, bulok. Take note. Among the profession, teaching is the noblest profession because there is no engineer and so on and so forth, no other professions without teacher. Intindihin nyo talaga yan. Huwag nyong ikahiya na teacher. Ako, my dream is to become lawyer. But it's not the end. It's not yet the end. As long as you are still aiming, dreaming, inspiring, and motivating yourself, you can reach that. Gusto ko talaga, ayoko talaga yung mag-teacher. Kasi I observed that some of my teachers before are very arrogant. They're tyrant. Kulang na lagsungay. But later on, I have no choice. Magaling ako magsalita, mag-market, and etc. So sabi ng nanay ko, sige, you take education. Kung ganan, anak. I took up education in the department, but I stayed a lot of my time in the bachelor, in the laws department. I never carry book in education, but I carry books of law. It came out that it is high time for me to give justice to my dream, to become lawyer if God's given the opportunity. Maskin dili ko mahuman, dili ko pasar, basta katilaw kung sa ilo, to give justice to myself, to learn more. No? Kay kung dili po ko naglo, di po ko kasabot sa unsay gibati, di po na ako madalang eskwelahan, di po ko makamanage because of those policies. I cannot understand that. And then as a teacher, you have to possess good health. Kalinturahon lang gani, absent. Sakit lang ngipon, absent. Gikabuhi, absent. Why not stay at home? Ayaw na pagdalahan na. For example, if you are in the class and then you left this class because you are not well, ngano man dayon maglingkod ka, paliho ka imong kamot, maghimo kag activity. And one of the requirements, if you will become a good teacher, you should always possess good health. Dili nang sakiton, tibihon, unsa pa na dinha. Wala, way makuha ana si kalag absent ana because masakiton ka. Fire out. Ana na siya. Good health dapat. Mo bitaw nang required ta mo apply sa civil service, sa DepEd, ang atong medical certificate to show to the civil service that we are physically fit. And the next is self-confidence. Okay, that is self-explanatory. As I said, do not compare to others, compare it to yourself alone. Affability. Unsa man ang affability? You're always amiable. There's no moment of doomness and sadness in your face. There is sadness in your eyes. Sa lang kantahan na. Okay? Kailangan affable ka. Consideration for others. Consideration. This is the problem. Give another option. Be considerate. And then give your decision. Anak na siya. Di kay dagag istorya, way nahimo. So as a teacher, you should follow this. Labi na ning DepEd na, Ginoo ko. Hawod pa ng estudyante. Yaga-yagaan ra mo. Kani mga practice teachers, good for you. You are in pandemic. Wa pa mo na pandemic. Ambot lang, asa mo punitaron. No? Because you cannot manage. Dagko pa sa inyo ang inyong mga estudyante. Dili na sa size mag-matter. Dili na sa strength mag-matter. You always think the character of an eagle. Hindi yan mag-matter sa size. Hindi mag-matter sa strength. Ako nga, late-late ko noon, payat pagyud ko kayo. Pero pag ako'y magtudlo, kurog tanan ang estudyante, kasigahan akong mata. And the most important is you pass Republic Act 7836. Yung educationally qualified ka. Huwag kang mag-carry-carry ng other title sa pangalan mo na hindi totoo. LPT. Unsa na? Licensed Physical Therapy. Kay may man ka manlubag og ulo sa estudyante, lubagon ang mga shoulder o mga bukton o di cancer sa pisara, LPT change to licensed professional, hindi professional teachers, physical therapist. These are the qualities, class. Tumanan ninyo na. And above all, morally strong. Morally upright. May high ang morality niya, no? Yung kung sino siya sa kanyang pagkatao. Yung meron kang moral ascendancy, meron kang ipagmamalaki, moralidad mo. Okay? What are the 8 beatitudes of a teacher? Beatitudes. No? What would be a teacher should be? Number 1, concern ka sa estudyante mo. Meron kang taas na pasensya. Ano pa? Kailangan open ka. Kung ano yung gusto ng estudyante, makinig ka. Be positive. Kung kaya mong ipasa ang mga bata, kung may kakayahan yan, makikita mo naman sa performance, kahit hindi ganong magaling, pero everyday pumapasok, ibig sabihin may interest siya, be positive na may kakayahan siya. Be creative inside the classroom, creative in the lessons presentation, creative to yourself, creative to your classroom arrangement, creative in the presentation of the lesson, everything is creative. Be consistent. Pag sinabi mo, gawin mo. What the words you say, follow. That's one of the 10 commandments. Be competent. Kailangan you are good in the field of your chosen career. You are good in your major. You are good in your minor. You are good in your course. And the most important, be yourself. It means to say, be natural. Yung sinabi ko lagi, ako lang kung pakialam anong sabi nila. If I got mad, I really got mad because this is me. Nobody can change me. This is me. This is myself. I am natural. After that, mas maganda yung sinabi mo kaysa ni ginaloom-loom mo as a teacher. Galit ako sa iyo, dear. Di ka nakinig sa discussion ko kanina. Sorry talaga, ma'am, kasi I am bothered. Sige, basta nasuko ko ni mo ganina. After that sinabi mo, huwag ka nang magalit. Yan ang be yourself, natural. Na very straightforward. Then huwag mong dalahin yung galit mo from the class going at home. Iba na naman yung kausap mo dun sa bahay. Okay? So these are the 8 beatitudes. And I would like to share the last part of the slide before I give you a very good video clip, sentimental. It touches our hearts as a teacher. Before that, I would like to reiterate again and again. Give justice to yourself as a teacher by dressing appropriately. May ibang nagdamit, kala mo magpasok ng kasal, mag-attend ng kasal, mag-attend ng simba. You dress according to the position. You dress according to your profession. You dress according to the day. Do not dress up like you are going in at home. Kadako ba sa imong sala, you will attend the class and then you're facing your students. You are demanding the students to wear the complete uniform, wear your black shoes, and yet look at yourself. Nagchinelas lang gani ka. Sana yung integrity. Sana yung number 10 na commandment na yan. What you say, do it by yourself so that others will follow. According to Harry Wong, we are walking, talking, advertising for who we are. The way you dress up, You are talking na altogether yourself to the community, to others. You are also walking as a professor or as a teacher, and you are advertising yourself who you are if you dress up well. Kahit nagud-ukay-ukay, dear students, basta maganda kayong tingnan, okay na yan. Hindi yan mag-matter, ulitin ko, hindi ko na rin yan mag-matter sa price. Mag-matter yan how you carry yourselves and give justice to that attire. Huwag na yung kulang na lang, wala kayong damit. Alam naman ang buong mundo na maputi ka, kailan mo mabang ano yan? Ipakita mo? Tahion na lang dahil na nato, kaya di man makonect, no? You are facing your students, you are wearing backlist, half ano yan? Dapat nakabalot ka na balot ka dahil you are talking with your students. Wala mang kapaingon sa party. No? So you should dress appropriately. And the important thing here, as educators, you should dress because you respect yourself. Because you have that what we call credibility, acceptance, and above all, when you dress appropriately, you are having an authority. Pag tindog pa lang nimo, sugod na ang orasan tanaw sa imuha. Because you dress up well. It connotes respect, admirability, credibility, acceptance to the society, and above all, authority. Okay, I will share to you why or how God made us a teacher. Okay? Ay, sandali. Balik mo. Okay? On the sixth day, yan. On the sixth day, God created man. On the seventh day, he rested. Not so much to recuperate from the previous 6 days of work, but rather to prepare himself for the work he was going to do on the next day. For it was on that day, the 8th day, that God created the first teacher. So 8 days, no? On the 8th day, ginawa yung teacher. The teacher, though taken from among men and women, had several significant modifications. In general, God made the teacher more durable than others. Kaya naging noble profession. The teacher was made to rise at 4 a.m. and go to bed no earlier than 11:30 p.m. with no rest in between. And the teacher had to be fit to correct over 100 research papers over Christmas vacation. Yes, God made the teacher tough, but gentle too. The teacher was equipped with soft hands to dry the tears of the second grader whose pet goldfish drowned the night before, or those of the 16-year-old girl who was not asked to the prom. And into the teacher, God poured a generous amount of patience. Patience when a student asked for a repeat of the direction the teacher had just repeated for someone else. Patience when the kids forget their snack money for the 4th day in a row. Patience when 1/3 of the class fails the test. Patience when the textbooks haven't come today and the classes start tomorrow. And God gave the teacher a heart slightly bigger than the average of human heart. Imagine, pinakamalaking heart ang binigay sa atin. Average, no? Than the human heart. For the teacher's heart had to be big enough to love. To love the kids who screams, "I hate this class. It's boring." The kid who wets his pants in the middle of the phonics lesson while the supervisor is in the room. The kid who gets arrested for drunk driving on a day after he got an A on his essay entitled The Evils of Alcohol. The kid who runs out of the classroom at the end of the school year without so much as a goodbye, let alone a thank you. And lastly, God gave the teacher an abundant supply of hope. Kailangan hopeful tayo always. For God knew that the teacher would always be hoping that the kids would someday learn how to spell, hoping that just for one day no one's zipper would get stuck, hoping they had appreciate the periodic table, hoping that Friday would come, hoping for a free day, hoping for more pay, hoping that someday they will find the man or woman of their dreams. Kaluoy pod. When God finished creating the teacher, he stepped back and admired the work of his hands. And God saw that the teacher was good, very good. And God smiled, for when he looked at the teacher, he saw into the future. God saw that his only begotten son would someday come to earth and live among men, and he would be called teacher too. So you see how God created us? God created us hope, give us the big heart, and there is patience and everything. So gamitin lahat natin yun. Ginawa tayo ng Panginoon para to reform, no? Our children, our students, those some weaknesses. And then pag ginawa natin yung lahat, my dear students, God will smile on us. And he would be lucky. And he has that what we call a very good smile, because when the time when God created teacher, merong result. Merong magandang outcomes. Okay, I would bring to you the story of the puppy dog. Okay, there was once a bunch of puppy dogs who arranged a running competition. Daghang kay giro. And so the race began. No one in the crowd of older dogs really believed that the puppy dogs would reach the top of the mountain. You could hear statements as, oh, way too difficult. Talagang mahirap mag-akyat doon ang dog sa mountain. And they will never make it to the top. And not a chance that they will succeed. The mountain is too high. Sabi niya, wala talaga. Di talaga na mag-prosper. No one would prosper. One by one, the dogs began collapsing. Isa na lang, hanggang isa na lang natira. Except for those who with final burst of energy were climbing higher and higher and higher. The crowd continued to yell, it's just too difficult. No one will make it. More dogs got tired and gave up. But one, itong isa, continued higher and higher and higher. This one would not give up. At the end, everyone else had given up climbing the mountain, except this one puppy dog who, after a big effort, was the only one who reached the top. Then, all of the other dogs naturally wanted to know how this one puppy managed to do it. Ano kayang ginawa niya? Bakit siya nakaprosper papunta doon? A constant ask how the one who had succeeded had founded the strength to reach the goal. May strength siya to reach the goal. It turned out, the puppy dog, the winner dog, was deaf. So, kailangan deta magpakabungol. The wisdom of the story is, never listen to the other people's inclination to be negative or pessimistic. Kung sa tingin mo, makaganda sa iyo, gawin mo. Be optimist. Because they take your most wonderful dreams and wishes away from you. The ones you have in your heart. Kaya katulad ng isang puppy, kahit na ano na yung nangyari, patuloy pa rin siyang pakyat. Always think of the power of the words that you have, because everything you hear and read will affect your actions. And above all, be deaf. Kailangan maging bungol din tayo when people tell you, you cannot ovidize that, you cannot ovidize the technical education curriculum, that you cannot be successful. Remember, success starts with good planning and skillful execution. So in other words, all those that I am telling you from NCBTS, a glimpse of PPST, creating an effective classroom management, preparing yourself who you are, the ideal teacher to be, and all of those domains, I am sure that you are fully grasp all the wisdom. And in closing, I would like to share to you a video clips, a touching video clips. And when you read this, please reflect and internalize how important the role of a teacher and how you are loved by your students. If you give love, if you show hope, if you show your patience, understanding, and having that compassionate heart, you are dynamic, you are Christian, and you are modern. You will see these beautiful video clips. It will really touches your life as a teacher.
พระอาทิตย์ก็ยังตกแล้วก็ขึ้นใหม่ทุกวัน เราเองก็ต้องก้าวเดินไปข้างหน้า ใช้ความรู้ที่มีทำประโยชน์ให้กับผู้อื่น นี่คือคำพูดของครูที่บอกพวกเราเสมอ
อ้าวหมอน
ส
พ
วัสดีครับอาจารย์ เป็นไงบ้างครับ
อาจารย์ว่าอาจารย์หายดีแล้ว
ผลแลบมัน
อาจารย์เป็นหมอเหมือนกัน จะกลับไปออกข้อสอบให้เด็ก
ครับ
ไปห้องน้ำไป
ครับ
ห้อง
มา
น้ำ
เดี๋ยวผมช่วยเดี๋ยวช่วยนิดนึงนะครับ
ขอบคุณขอบคุณ เทนโดอะคิลิสมันขาด
แหมสมก็เป็นอาจารย์อนาโตมีเลยนะคะ
ขอโทษนะคะคุณหมอหมดเวลาเยี่ยมแล้วค่ะ
โอเค
พักผ่อนเยอะๆนะคะอาจารย์
เดี๋ยวพวกผมไปแล้วครับ
ค่ะ
สวัสดีค
ส
รับ
วัสดีค่ะ
บ๊ายบายนะครับอาจารย์
ขอบคุณครับ นักศึกษาห้องการที่5อยู่ข้างบนนี้ วันนี้นะครับ เป็นวันแรกที่นักศึกษาแพทย์กำลังศึกษาวิชากายวิภาคศาสตร์โดยอาศัยร่างกายของอาจารย์ใหญ่หาเจอไหม
ไม่แน่ใจครับอาจารย์ นี่สีกล้ามใช่ไหมครับ เนี่ยครับ
อาจารย์เอาไปทำอะไรครับ เอาไปสอนหนังสือเอาของท่านไปแบ่งเป็น2อย่าง คือ smooth muscle กับ high muscle นะครับคุณไปเที่ยวไหนมาฮะผมสอบเธอไม่ดีเลยนะ เธอมีปัญหาอะไรหรือเปล่า
นกไปไหนอ่ะ
อ้าว ไม่รู้ดิ
นี่เองห้องหายไปนบทำไมไม่ไปเรียน ไหนว่าอยากเป็นหมอ อยากช่วยเหลือคนไง
ผมเนี่ยนะ สภาพแบบนี้แหละครับอาจารย์ที่จะช่วยเหลือคน ตัวผมเองผมยังไม่รอดเลยครับ พ่อแม่ผมก็ไม่มี ต่อให้ผมจบเป็นหมอได้เนี่ยนะ ไม่มีใครมาภูมิใจกับผมหรอกครับ
อาจารย์เนี่ยจะภูมิใจ พรุ่งนี้มีเรียนนะ
นานมาแล้ว ที่เราได้ยินคนเปรียบเปรยอาชีพครูว่า เป็นเหมือนเรือจ้าง จริงๆแล้ว ครูทำมากกว่านั้น ครูไม่ใช่แค่ส่งสิ่งให้ถึงฝั่ง แต่ยังคอยดึงเราขึ้นมา เมื่อเราหลง
ที่นี่นะ ซึ่งจะมีมิเตอร์ลงมาอาจารย์นะ
เตือนสติให้เดินไปในทางที่ถูก
ต้องรู้ก่อนว่ามันแปลว่าอะไรลิงโกล่าแปลว่าลิ้นอ้าวจักรยานหายเดินกลับก็ได้ไปแล้ว
และปลูกฝังคุณธรรมของการให้ ด้วยการทำให้เห็นเป็นแบบอย่าง
ผมนะครับอาจารย์ผมได้คุณนะครับอาจารย์ขอบคุณครับสภาพแบบนี้แหละครับ ที่จะไปช่วยเหลือคน ตัวผมเองผมยังไม่รอดเลยครับ พ่อแม่ผมก็ไม่มี ต่อให้ผมจบเป็นหมอได้เนี่ยนะไม่มีใครมาภูมิใจกับผมหรอกครับ
อาจารย์เนี่ยจะภูมิใจ
มึงว่าไงวะ
คุณหมอคะ
ขอบคุณครับ
นบ เมื่อจดหมายฉบับนี้ถึงมือนบ ครูคงจากไปแล้ว และนั่นทำให้ครูบอกนบได้ว่า ที่แรกที่คนตายจะเดินทางไปถึง คือการได้เข้าไปอยู่ในความทรงจำของใครสักคน แต่จะเป็นความทรงจำที่ดีหรือไม่ ขึ้นกับสิ่งที่เราปฏิบัติกับคนคนนั้น ขณะที่มีชีวิตอยู่ ตลอดชีวิตมักจะมีคนถามว่า ครูเรียนหมอ แต่ทำไมมาเป็นครู จริงๆอาชีพครูกับหมอน่ะเหมือนกันอยู่อย่างหนึ่ง คือใช้ความรู้ที่มีอยู่รักษาผู้อื่น ครูรักษาด้วยการให้สติปัญญา ส่วนหมอก็รักษาด้วยการแพทย์ เมื่อเห็นคนที่เรารักษาดีขึ้น เราก็มีความสุขไปด้วย นี่เป็นเหตุผลที่ครูเป็นครูมาตลอดชีวิต และแม้ไม่มีลมหายใจก็ยังอยากเป็นครูต่อไป ฝากหมอนกด้วยนะ
ทำความเคารพอาจารย์ใหญ่ครับ
Okay, diba? The video clip is very nice. It's so touching. It imbibes the whole thing that I have been telling you from the first hour up to now. And you can see in the video that teachers should always show the love to our students in spite of everything. And you develop a good relationship to your students, especially we have to help those who are not able to continue their schooling. So in short, it is through the creation of God why we are hopeful, why we have patience, why we are compassionate and willing to help others and considerate. Just like the story of a doctor that turns to be a teacher, his relationship develops more and more the love to the student. Nakikita niya na that man has the potential to become doctor, only that because of financial incapacity was not able to do that. Even the parents are not proud, nobody make him proud, but the teacher would say, I am proud of you. So I hope that this video would really, what you call this, imbibe in your life as a teacher. So you always look forward to be hopeful and do not be judgmental, no? Someday when you die, you will be treasured by your students. So I hope you've got many things from me. God bless us all. And I hope that I give justice to the topic that I have given to me. Good afternoon.
Thank you so much, Doc Jo, for that very touching, brilliant, and very informative message. Truly, our students learn a lot about this topic. Thank you so much. So for now, let's have a break, a 15 minutes break for be able to ang mga technical department natin as well as us, our speaker, can take a lunch break for a while and see you this afternoon around 1:30 p.m. And let's always remember that technology is just a tool in terms of getting the students to work and motivating them. The teacher is the most important.
Yes.
Have a good noon and God bless everyone.
Surreal. My dear students, we'll just come back 1:30 exactly in the afternoon. We still have two amazing speakers this afternoon, so please be around. And just a point of reminder, you can only get your e-certificate if you will attend the webinar for the whole duration. Otherwise, no certificate shall be given. Let's have a break for 15 minutes. Hello, Duki. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Ma'am Nels, mag-open forum sa takadali, ma'am. My dear students, pakitawag na ang inyong mga classmates. We will start now. 5 minutes.
As educators, students, parents, and professionals, we're experiencing huge change and uncertainty at the moment. However, the importance of education remains consistent. According to Dorothea Dix, the duties of a teacher are neither few nor small, but they elevate the mind and give energy to the character. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to our second day series webinar, Afternoon Sessions, spearheaded by the College of Education with the theme Reinforcing the Role of Future Teachers Amidst the Pandemic, a webinar on educational re-engineering. Happy 10th founding anniversary, Kentians. Are we ready? So, let's have first the open forum. So if you have concerns, queries, or clarification about the webinar, our forum now is officially open. So may I request Sir Dej Mark? Sir Dej, do we have any questions?
Yeah, we do. We have questions right here. But before that one, guys, thank you so much for participating in this webinar. And I hope that you really learned a lot. And from Jaylee, I agree that teachers are role models in the midst of pandemic, and we students appreciate your hard work, perseverance, and patience. Sometimes we make mistakes in classes, for instance, delayed tasks. But good teachers always inspire students. Thank you so much for this appreciation, Jaylee Rose Pulvera. We appreciate this one a lot. So now, guys, we have questions right here in our end, and this one question is from is it Augie or yeah, Augie, Chris and Ray by Lon. So he asks, who is the one in charge, or who is the one who make the standards of a global teacher, and what are now the responsibilities of these global teachers? Do all teachers need to upgrade and become global teachers, or is it necessary po? So this one is from Audrey, Chris and Ray. All right. Okay, so it seems, guys, that Dr. Vivian is not yet around, but don't worry, this question will be put on deck. So next question we have here, yes, this is for Dr. Hua, and still the same person sends this message, still on Kristen Ray Bailon. Since po we are talking about employment a while ago, ma'am, having this new learning modalities, I'm a bit worried on my future life. Oh, okay. So learning is now more accessible without the help of teachers due to the advent of technology. So my question now, ma'am, is with this new learning modalities in education, do you think schools will still need more teachers? Wow, it's like an amazing question to ask. Right. Just because we have this new modality, do you think the schools or the institutions still need a lot of teachers? And this one is addressed to our speaker, Dr. Jocelyn H. Hua.
Of course, of course, we still be needing teachers. In fact, just like in the case of Kulay ng Pantukan, even we are in online teaching, we still be needing the qualification of the teachers. It does not mean that because we're online, we don't need teachers who will teach the subjects that are required in the curriculum. But the teachers that we are hiring are those competent enough to use the gadgets, the technology. That's why there is a program imposed by other private institutions that those teachers who could no longer use the technology, they are subject themselves to seminar for technology ICT training. However, if they cannot carry on that kind of using the technology in the teaching, better retire earlier. But there is no problem in hiring teachers. Wala namang maapektuhan dyan. It will be the same. Because hindi mo ibig sabihin because it is new normal, online tayo, even if it is not your cup of tea, it's not your major, you will teach. I will not hire any more mathematics teacher because this is online, I can teach whatever I want. No, it's not. So there is no problem with employability, but you are secure once you are in the government, because even if there is problem of employment, the moment you get in the government, you are passer, you have that qualification, talagang iha-hire ka talaga.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Hua, for that answer. Okay, so Audrey, I hope we satisfied your question already. And we have here one last, this is a very good question because, yeah, we had an emotional video a while ago, we watched it. And there is this one concerned student whose name is Eric Billy. Good afternoon, ma'am. Why is it that there are teachers in public and even in private institutions who commit suicide? Wow.
They commit suicide. It's either personal reason, or they are prone to suicidal tendency. And it does not mean that they commit suicide because of the rigor of the work in the school, or maybe stress na talaga yung teachers because of so many things to do. Yun nga, classroom management is very effective to avoid this kind of hanging themselves, committing suicide and etc. Because, becoming a teacher is not so stressful. It's only that you need to balance your life, no? Balance, enjoy the job, and continue doing what is good for your students. And then, if you know what you are doing, you cannot feel difficulty or no stress that could be experienced by you. So it's out of our control. For example, even the principal, there are several schools in other regions, they committed suicide. But until this time, they cannot get the exact reason why they commit suicide. Probably the big contribution of that is family problem. It's not the problem in school. Kaya nga, you have to sit aside. Once you have at home, focus with the work at home. And then when you report to school, paradigm shift ka na kagad. It's more on the work. You show your passion to teach. You enjoy the job. You talk with your people, your colleagues, your students. There are times to laugh, cry, and share some of your feelings. Walang mawawala dyan sa atin. Even you share that to your students. Hindi naman ibig sabihin na kapag teacher tayo, hindi ka pwedeng mag-share doon sa estudyante mo. No, you can even cry with them. As I've said, you can cry, you can laugh, you can share problems to them. Because although the students are not just like us, adult as we are, pero you can get some of their ideas that could help you na mali pala yung ginawa mo. For example, in the case yung bago lang nag-suicide, no? Nag-suicide siya. And then nalaman, no, doon siya sa office, ang palaging sinasabi because of the module, because of so many things. Ano na lang yun? Excuse na lang yun, other reasons na lang yun to get sympathy. But actually, it's not the module that keeps you doing that, hanging yourself, no? Nakakahiya inside pa sa office, and then you put your chair, and then you hang yourself like that. That to get sympathy from the rest. Ginagamit lang nila yan. But sa totoong storya, it affects your job, it affects your work because of your family. So yan, hindi totoo yan na maraming nag-suicide because of so many things in school. Contributory yung school, no? Contributory. Ang iba naman dyan because of so much utang, yung mga utang na hindi na kayang mabayaran. Yung iba naman, meron talagang anxiety. Na yung anxiety naman ay matagal yan ma-cure, no? Kailangan bantayan yan kasi may story siya na meron siyang depression, may siyang anxiety. Hindi yan nakikita, hindi mo makikita yan during the time when you are required by the civil service to get the medical certificate. Kasi ang ano yan behavior problem yung anxiety at saka yung depression. Hindi mo makikita yan, hindi madidetect ng doktor yan. So it occurs siguro mga late 40s. Kaya nagkakaroon, pag na-trigger yan, meron siyang suicidal tendency. Yun. Kaya enjoy life to the fullest. As a teacher, you have to enjoy lang. Back to school, then at home, and then talk to your students, enjoy every day, and pray to God. Yun lang. To make your life enjoyable and exciting every day. And you love to report to your work every day.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Hua, for that answer. So I hope, Eric, Bill, we have satisfied your question. So guys, please remember that we may learn alone. And while we learn a lot with content through other means, without teacher, a big part still actually lacks. Okay, and learning will never be the same if there is a teacher with you. Because love, affection, aspiration, and joy of togetherness are emotions books and internet alone cannot teach. We still need teachers. And to all the teachers, cheer up, guys. We have always a big day ahead. So thank you so much. And listen to this second part of our webinar, guys. And again, stay tuned and please write all your questions. Do not hesitate to raise it, okay, or post it in the comment section or write it in the Q&A chat box. Okay? All right.
Wala nang question?
There are no more questions, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Sir Dej. So at this point, to introduce to us our first speaker for the afternoon session, may I call the Vice President for Research, Dr. Nelia R. Pacanya Frieder. Let's give her a virtual applause.
Our third plenary speaker devoted her 27 years of service in the field of teacher education to curriculum and pedagogical delivery and practices, reading comprehension enhancement program, licensure examination, competency appraisal, and pre-service in-service teacher trainings. She engaged herself to the best of her knowledge, abilities, and skills in teaching professional education and language courses, training and mentoring students, professionals, delivering quality assurance initiatives, engaging in research and community extension services, and supervising teacher education programs. She graduated Bachelor of Secondary Education, major in English at the University of Mindanao, Davao City, and Master of Arts in Education of the same school. She pursued another master's degree in English Studies, Language and Literature at the University of Technology, Sydney, New South Wales, Australia, and her master's education in adult learning at the University of Wollongong, New South Wales, Australia also. She finished her Doctor of Education, major in Educational Management at the University of Mindanao, Davao City. She is a thesis examiner in International Graduate Center of Education at Charles Darwin University, Northern Australia. A co-author of Iamore Multidisciplinary Research Journal. An associate editor of Katigaman Research Publication, College of Teacher Education, University of Mindanao, Davao City. A presenter on International Conference on Interdisciplinary Research Innovations. Among her work experiences, she's been the Dean of College of Teacher Education at the University of Mindanao, Matina, Davao City. And the program coordinator of MAED and EDD programs of the University of Mindanao, Davao City. She was the former head on curriculum and instruction at the University of Southern Philippines, Davao City. At present, she is the CED Coordinator of Public Affairs Division and CED Coordinator for Gender and Development at the University of Southern Philippines, Davao City. Ladies and gentlemen, students, help me welcome our third plenary speaker, Dr. Ruby A. Cirano.
Daghang salamat for that generous introduction. I find it very overwhelming that I might not be able to counterpart with what I have prepared right now, which is just a very simple topic about teaching as a profession. First, let me send my warm greetings and due respect to the President of Kolehiyo ng Pantukan, Dr. Jocelyn Hua, to the administration officials, program heads, faculty, and most especially to your students and staff. My virtual presence this afternoon is triggered not only because I am the resource speaker, but at the same time because I am a teacher. And my profession is teaching. And my job is to teach. Teaching is a form of imparting knowledge that can be either existing or unknown. My topic may be known to others or unknown to some of you. I have checked the subject offerings in the previous and current curriculum. If there is any topic that would give more time talking about our chosen profession. Yes, there are many subjects, the professional education subjects, but more of content topics, and little emphasis has been given to the up-close and personal realities of our chosen profession, the teaching profession. And this brings me to my talk, up close and personal, the teaching profession. Well, just consider this session as a plain conversation. Just listen, take down notes, if you want, or just capture the slides and be at your most comfortable position. Even if I belong to the Generation X and most of you belong to the Generation Z, I am pretty sure that we share the same common experience during our elementary days. Common experience, the teacher will ask, what will you be when you grow up? Well, common answers. I want to be a doctor. I want to be a nurse. I want to be a policeman. I want to go to the moon. And me, I said, I want to be an architect. I never said I want to become a teacher, but indeed, I ended being one. Did you have the same experience with me? Or you said with a great smile, I want to be a teacher. Taken from the survey conducted by Reyes in 2016, among respondents who belong to your generation, which is Generation Z, there were 5 emerging personal-based reasons why students choose to take up education. First, they want to become a teacher because they want to fulfill their childhood dream. As a little kid, in the absence of their parents, they find comfort when teachers are around. Aside from comfort, they also treat them as models. Second reason, they love children. Well, indeed, little boys and girls are so adorable. Truly, they bring joys and laughters to each of us. Third reason, they want to be a teacher because they come from a family of educators. So, majority of the members are moms and sirs, thus the influence. It really runs in their blood. Fourth reason is that it is a noble intention. They want to share their knowledge and skills. This is a very unselfish act, so noble indeed. And the last one is that they want to nurture the young generation who will become leaders in the future. So it is indeed a great responsibility on the part of the teacher to shape the future of our country. On the other hand, CANASA in 2018 accounted 5 reasons of why choose education as a career. From her literature research, which affirmed that teaching is a noble profession, that it is a vocation, that it is a job that provides security, offers a lot of opportunities, and develops lifelong learning skills. This is also supported by Mano in 2019, when he identified 3 heavy propositions from his findings that students choose education because they want to help improve the quality of education in the country. They want to pay back their community and at the same time contribute a bright future. Big words indeed. Well, with those scholarly findings, I would like to assume that you might have similar or almost the same reason why you are taking education. Well, to put it simply, because you want to become a teacher. So, you want to become an English teacher. For sure, you will be the MC in every activity in the school. So, you will be the advisor in the school paper, or you will be requested in drafting communications. You want to become a mathematics teacher. You will surely be the coordinator of the research department, or you will be invited in a budget hearing to be one of the members of the test construction committee or a panelist in a defense as a statistician. You want to become a TLE home economics teacher? You will surely be playing an important role in all events of your school. You can be in charge in the hall and stage preparation, beautification projects, and every event. You are the chair in the food preparation. Truly, I am happy to be with you this afternoon to simply talk and share topics about teaching profession. Rest assured that this is not a duplication of your subject in the professional education, but rather a reinforcement so that you will be reminded that Teaching as a profession entails a rigid training and requires a formal qualification. And as a career, teaching is a field of expertise. Let's proceed to topic number 1, which is all about your chosen profession. Bachelor of Secondary Education and Bachelor of Technology and Livelihood Education belongs to the teacher education programs, which are all higher education degrees. Therefore, this is governed by the Commission on Higher Education, or CHED, and CHED has memorandum orders for these courses. Thus, you have to complete the curricular offerings as mandated by CEMO 75 series of 2017 for Bachelor of Secondary Education, major in English and Mathematics, and CEMO 78 series of 2017 for Bachelor of Technology and Livelihood Education in Home Economics. To be specific, 161 units for BSEd English, 155 units for BSEd Math, and 164 units of DTLED. So based on your curriculum, your school has added 24 units as institutional offerings. Understandably, this is to ensure a holistic array of knowledge, skills, and values. After completing the number of units and passing all the subjects, you have already completed the academic requirement, and thus you are now ready to travel the road that will make difference to you and to every learner you will be teaching in the future. Now let us proceed to topic number 2, which is all about your licensure preparation. Just a reminder that your chosen profession is a board program, which means you have to take and pass the licensure exam for teachers or the LET. In fact, not only pass, but if you can make it to the top, the better. LET will test your stored knowledge. Usually, it includes the questions on the various principles and philosophies in education and its proponents. It also includes the 5+1 formula, which is more on general education concepts of English, mathematics, science, Filipino, social studies, and ICT. It is best to refer to the Table of Specification, or TOS, outlined by the PRC. It is expected that the TOS will be based on the new curriculum of your program in the BSEd and DTLED. Now, the licensure exam requires the P3 formula, which stands for preparation, practices, and prayers, coupled with your study habits and test-taking skills. In taking the LET, the learning pyramid is a tried and tested technique. Review with a body or a group. Share your knowledge, because when you teach others, the higher the retention rate, which is 90%. Unlike if you will resort to lecture, it will only yield to less than 10%. And that is the secret of the learning pyramid. In taking LET, you have to undergo a review. I suggest you organize your place. Use flowcharts and visuals, retest, share answers to others, join group study. Of course, do not forget to eat well and rest. A healthy mind and healthy body during the actual exam is deemed necessary. Be positive. You will pass the licensure exam. You will become a licensed professional teacher. And you can always use the LPT as an extension to your name once you pass the LET. Now you know that LPT means Licensed Professional Teacher. As an LPT, you are now ready and qualified to teach. Now let's move into topic number 3. It is all about your employment options. Upon passing the LET, you have the option. Either you teach, rest for a while, enroll another course, or you can choose to stay and teach. Now, or have some time to your personal life or shift to another job. But if you choose to find an employment, then you can because you are a licensed professional teacher now. Well, the very first consideration is where will you apply? In a private or public school? Before, fresh graduates usually start teaching in private schools because there are no strict requirements in credentials. But now, it is already both competitive when applying either public or private school. In considering either private or public, it is best to check on these terms. First, the salary and benefits. Well, as a beginning teacher, you might not receive high salary, but a good start to receive at least fair and just remuneration. The location is also important. Check if transportation is available and if safety. You also check on the operational facilities of the school. So you inquire on the year of its establishment to check if it is a beginning or established school. So most importantly, the learning environment matters with the presence of a supportive school head or administrator. And of course, amiable teachers and students. Now, one thing, check the vision, mission, and goals of the school. If it is complementary to your own beliefs and principles, this is to avoid misunderstanding in the future. While it is impossible at this time, working abroad or even in other places, but it can be reconsidered. In this case, a lot of consideration and protocols must be given attention. And as a beginning teacher, you have also to choose an institution that will provide you a pleasant experience and the opportunity to grow. As what I've said, another opportunity of employment is teaching overseas. Choose a country that you can best fit in terms of culture, food, and weather. Those are basics aside from the salary and location. While at the moment it is challenging how to work abroad, but as what I have said, it can be considered in the future. You can even start searching for the right location that best suits you. Now remember, there are a lot of employment options. You can teach full-time, part-time, regular, or on-call basis. You can be a substitute teacher, a specialized tutor. You can even be a mobile teacher or an online teacher. All these options are within your hands once you have the right qualifications. But more so, let us also consider the vacancy and the availability of the positions that you want to apply for. Okay, let's proceed to topic number 4. This is about the realities in the field of teaching profession. Well, this will serve as an advanced reality check. This is when you are already in the service. This is the actual situation in most cases. You will surely learn deeper what is meant to teach, what is teaching, and who are you as a teacher. That to teach is not just all about teaching children. That teaching is not just within the class. That being a teacher is a multitask. This is an interplay of what you have learned from schooling and the actual scenario of your chosen school. You will actualize the concepts of classroom management, assessment, instruction. You will prepare lesson plans and instructional materials. You will design activities, grade tests and assess performances, document student progress, and even take time in reaching out to students and parents. Well, you will not just be a classroom teacher. You will be a multitasker. You will also play a lot of roles as a tutor, coach, advisor, trainer, counselor, coordinator. And the most challenging is how you are going to assume the responsibility of being a second parent to your students. On the other hand, aside from your role to your students, you will also have a special role to play to your fellow teachers, like a mentor, a confidant, substitute teacher. Yet, you really need to be a team player. More so, your potential might be discovered. So, you might be given supervisory or administrative tasks like being a supervisor, manager, coordinator, chairperson, and a lot more. So, let's proceed to topic number 5. This is all about your career goals. While performing your task to your students, to your colleagues, to the school, you have another important task. And this is very important because this is all about you. You have also a responsibility to yourself. This requires you to pay close attention to your professional qualification. This is either you move up or you stay where you are. There are existing re-ranking policies in all schools where a teacher has to be promoted from one step to another. But this can only be possible if accountability of oneself is given a priority. You must set a clear career goal. Now, let's discuss the first goal. Now that you take note that being a lead passer is enough, no, because being a lead passer is not at all the end. You have to register yourself at PRC or the Professional Regulation Commission so that you will be in the registry of licensed professional teacher. Again, do not forget, after graduation, you have to register yourself at PRC so that you will be in the hallmark of professional teachers. And we call that one as the RLPT, Registry of Licensed Professional Teacher. Likewise, it's not the end because you have to renew your license every 3 years. The renewal may cost more than 500 pesos as of this time. Well, I don't know during your time, and also requires 15 CPD units. So what is this CPD? This is all about the continuing professional development units. CPD units can be earned by attending events sponsored by CPD providers. There are other ways as well as schooling, authorship, and fellowship. So again, do not forget, after passing the licensure exam, register at the PRC so that you will be in the registry of licensed professional teacher. But do not forget, there is what we call a renewal after every 3 years, but it requires you to submit corresponding CPD units, okay? However, I would like to place a special attention to the BTLED because there are participants here who are BTLED HE students. Aside from your PRC license, you need to have updated NCs or national certificates. Remember that once issued, its validity is within 5 years. Where you can get that? Well, you have to submit yourself to an assessment at TESDA. There is a need to undergo competency assessment to renew. And TM's certification from TESDA is very important for BTLED HE students or teachers. Another opportunity, actually this is another opportunity for BTLED HE to obtain a TM or trainer's methodology level. So again, for BS Ed English and Math, PRC, renewal after every 3 years. For BTLED, PRC, renewal after every 3 years, but make it sure you have your NCs or TMs that will be renewed after every 5 years, okay? So let's proceed to the number 2, accountability to yourself. By the way, this is the licensure examination and registration information system of PRC. This is actually, this can be accessed in their website. Another is the TESDA. Still, it can be accessed in their website. So as you can see, you have the food and beverages services. That is a sample. If you want to take an NC, you just choose. There are a lot of choices actually. So let's proceed to the number 2, accountability. Another responsibility is to enroll and complete your master's or doctoral degree at the graduate school. So after finishing your degree as BS Ed English, BS Ed Mathematics, BTLED HE, it's not the end of the day. You will be encouraged to enroll in a higher level of learning. And that is, you should enter in the graduate school. Because you know what? Being an MA or a doctor is the trend nowadays. It's not even a trend, but it is a requirement. It also entails promotion of rank, thus increase in salary is possible. There is also an opportunity to be designated to higher positions if you are an MA, or much more so if you are an EDD or PhD. So EDD is Doctor of Education. PhD is Doctor of Philosophy. Okay. So another is, indeed, as a teacher, you are responsible of your own growth. So you should attend advanced courses. This must be related to your chosen field of expertise. These trainings or courses will provide you the latest trends and updates in your field, like in that field of English or in the field of mathematics, and much more so in the field of home economics. This could be a 1 month or 6 months training. You can even access this one at the Open University of the University of the Philippines, or in the MOOCs, or we call that one as some online courses. Another responsibility for yourself is the continuing professional development. That is actually related to the CPD units. How can you provide, when you renew your license, how can you provide your certificate of CPD if you will not join in, participate, or attend in continuing professional development? So how to get that? You may attend seminars, workshops, forum, and you can even attend in other forms of trainings and workshops that would somehow yield with professional development units. Just a reminder, if you are going to attend continuing professional development trainings, make it sure that you are attending an activity that has a CPD unit provision. Because there are seminars and trainings that does not provide CPD units. So one organization that provides CPD units is the PAFTE, or the Philippine Association for Teacher Education. And may I inform you that the regional chair of PAFTE is actually your own very own president, Ma'am Jo Hoa. So you can, as always, inquire to her when you become a teacher, be a member, and inquire to Ma'am Hoa about the seminars and trainings so that you can have CPD units, okay? So another responsibility to yourself. It is also important that as a teacher, you continuously update yourself to latest teaching strategies and methodologies, and always upgrade assessment practices. Now remember, we are in the flexible world right now. So there are so many teaching strategies that are over in the internet, virtual and remote system. All you have to do is just Keep yourself abreast of what is happening around and make it sure that you are updated. Okay, on the other hand, another area that needs attention is on research engagement. If you notice, you have subjects in research, both in BS-Ed and BTLED program, especially in the BTLED, no, it was specified research 6 units. Why is this so? Because this will serve as your training ground. Because when you are already in the service, you will be required to engage in research activities. Research is a never-ending process. Research engagement is already a requirement in the service. In fact, nowadays, it's not only enough that you conduct research. It is also important that you publish your research output. And at the same time, you have to present it as well. Like what Sir Marpy did in our latest PAFTE convention, wherein he presented his research output. So see, engage in research, have a research output, present it, and eventually a challenge to publish your research. Okay? So another, kakapoy magmaestra, no? The development of an instructional material is also a requirement or production of an instructional technology. May I remind you that your teachers in KNP are actually producing instructional materials right now, especially that we are in a flexible learning modality. So at the same time, in the near future, you will also do the same. You have to develop an instructional material and you have to produce an instructional technology because it is expected to you as a teacher. Like for example, developing worksheets, manual, module, course packs, and PowerPoint's presentation slides are but just example of this instructional material development and instructional material technology. There are actually two sides of the coin. The IMD, which is the instructional material development, and the IMT, which is the instructional material technology, or other schools call it IT. Okay, so the IM and the IT. Lastly, napagidi ay last, do not forget to actively participate in professional organizations. See? So external linkages have to be established. So the first step would be, I suggest, be a member of PAFTE. Again, I will promote your president, your own very president of KNP is actually the chair of the PAFTE. So pagpa-member na mo, ha? At this point in time, I hope you are able to picture out the realities of being a teacher. Indeed, instruction, research, extension, and production are deemed significant in your chosen profession. At this point in time, let us move to topic number 6, which is on the challenges and opportunities. As you practice your profession in the future, you will encounter some experiences that will test your commitment as a teacher. In here, you will encounter negativities such as unruly and overwhelming attitude of students, parents who undermine your efforts, unsupportive colleagues, heads and administrators. Worse are the toxic people around the workplace with the demanding curriculum, assessment, overlapping tasks. Your commitment as a teacher will be tried and tested. Instances where you have an activity and suddenly emergency meeting will be called upon. This will test your flexibility. More so if you have some personal problems like financial problems. In effect, You might be confronted with mental and emotional baggage leading to physical exhaustion. So a lot of the situation in the workplace will put you into test, like from technology explosion to pedagogical challenges, and even the strict implementation of policies and procedures will indeed test your patience. It is sometimes leading to aging. Tigulang ta, no? Kaya na-stress ta. In fact, with the current pandemic situation, expect more and more challenges in the future. Another sharing that I would like to impart is about the phases of your chosen profession, which is actually topic number 7. Okay. This is actually another real talk wherein it will tell you that there are phases of the teaching career. Well, this might be undocumented, but these are stages where most of the teachers experience as the years go by. The first phase is the new teacher. Okay. The new teacher is regarded as the beginning teacher. This is the phase of transition from being a student to being a full-blown teacher. This phase requires a lot of support as you adjust to the demands of the work. Per experience, there is no specific age bracket, but this can be accounted according to the number of years and the type and level of experience. But generally, upon graduation, if you enter in the service, you are tagged as the new teacher. Okay. The next phase is the proficient teacher. Time will come, you will be in this phase, a proficient teacher. In here, there is already an established trust, confidence, and competence in every task and actions that you do. So this is the phase where you have already mastered the demands of multitasking. Okay, the next phase, the veteran teacher. This is actually the peak of your career. You will reach to this point in your career that you have enough experiences, that you have gained the respect being in the profession for so long. You can even influence most of the undertakings and decisions of the school. In this phase, your wisdom is a matter of importance to everyone and in the school. And lastly, the experienced teacher. All of us will come to a point that we will feel that we have fulfilled our task as a teacher. And there is nothing to prove anymore. We have done so much and enough, and it is time to rest and relax. In the future, you will recall these phases. Like me, you will undergo the same. And lastly, my talk will touch on the realities at this time of pandemic. Well, learning continues, so thus teaching at this pandemic. DepEd Secretary Briones said, and I quote, "Education must continue even in times of crisis, whether it may be a calamity, disaster, emergency, quarantine, or even war." Well, what is like to be a teacher in the new normal? According to the Chair, Popoy de Vera, and I quote, "From now on, flexible learning will be the norm. There is no going back to the traditional full-packed face-to-face classrooms. The Commission has adopted and decided a policy that flexible learning will continue in school year 2021 and thereafter. What is like to be a teacher in the new normal and onwards. Work employment options include work from home, meaning doing tasks at home, school tasks at home, bringing them. Another, alternative work schedule, reports to school 2 or 3 times a week, and on call. Reports to school when necessary or as the need arises, like there will be meetings or emergency tasks to be done. Okay, reality check. Even with the absence of face-to-face, the teachers are still doing their best to ensure quality learning. Quality education remains even if it is done remotely. Quality education remains with the absence of face-to-face interaction. Reality check. Teachers are still doing a lot of preparations to suit the various types of needs in this flexible modality. Teacher preparation becomes more demanding with the current remote teaching. Reality check. Teachers still conduct classes, but on a flexible time and period. Reality check. Teachers are challenged in their assessment tasks. Evaluating the students' outputs comprise the bulk of paperwork that teachers have to attend and comply. Reality check. Teachers are still in the context of managing behaviors of their learners, this time in a more challenging avenue. There is really a need for us to check every time our learners, especially at this time of pandemic, wherein problems in psychological and mental exist that lead somehow to doing things that are not normal. Okay, another reality check. Teachers are still doing tasks as second parents, attending to the needs of the learners at any given time and level of concerns. Any topic would do by this time. Before, the teacher will just entertain concerns about school. But now, the teachers are open to hear from you students in whatever level of concerns you have, be it is in personal level or even in the school level, to the extent that there is no more a specific time to say no, but always a yes to you. Another reality check. Teachers are in the battle of connectivity. Connecting issues are pressing, so they can reach out their students either online or through module modality. Visitation at home can be done, although there are a lot of protocols to be observed, just to accommodate the learners. So these are realities at present. And this is what up close and personal is all about. I want each one of you to reflect as you are about to face your future career in teaching. We are truly uncertain when will this pandemic ends. We are embracing the new normal. We are in a VUCA world. You have to know the realities up close and personal. The term VUCA originated in US military in the late 1990s and is a way of assessing and providing for the changeability of general situations and events. Today, in management studies, it is panacea to all sorts of situations where the leaders or leadership need to understand, and its internal obstructions and plan are governed by this VOCA world. VOCA stands for volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. But once strategically handled, VOCA is translated into V, vision, U, understanding, C, clarity, and A, agility. Again, VOCA stands for volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. But once attended and strategically handled, it becomes vision, understanding, clarity, and agility. So how does one cope with the VOCA world? Okay, well, there are but just some suggestions. Like for example, first, teachers need to have an aptitude to learn. The desire to learn will help the teacher attain the necessary knowledge and skills set to succeed and anticipate the challenges in the future. And humility will help to unlearn. Failures experienced by teachers and leaders of organizations are due to the unwillingness to innovate and explore new ways of doing things. So meaning, you can survive in the VOCA world once you are open to innovation and you are ready to explore new ways of doing things. Relearn helps too, because when it comes to surviving in a VOCA environment, timeliness in taking the right action is of utmost importance. Another suggestion to survive in this VOCA world is teachers must embrace change and have strategic insights to anticipate VOCA conditions and counter them with strategies, processes, crisis management plans to successfully mitigate difficult times. So, change agents like teachers, the administrators, the students, your parents must learn to anticipate and embrace change. So meaning, another technique to overcome the VOCA world is to embrace change. And these ways, or else you will lose the relevance in a rapidly changing world. Okay, so at present, there are emerging top 10 educational trends, and they are as follows, in which I would like to share this to you. So number one is self-care. That is an educational trend that topped it all. This year, as schools move to online learning and teachers scrambled to adjust their curriculum, many teachers, students, and parents gain new appreciation for the value of self-care. Another trend, blended learning. Blended learning is a school or classroom structure in which students learn partially from direct teacher instruction and partially in more self-directed activities. This is very common to you, I know. This mixture might be very perfect, but if students are learning from both school and home. Number three is personalized learning. This is one of the trends right now. Over the past few years, actually, it has existed. Personalized learning has been on the rise. It is more likely to promote student progress because each child or learner can move at their own pace. Another trend is the STEAM curriculum. You may be familiar with STEM, the science, technology, engineering, and math curriculum. That is STEM. This one is STEAM. How it prepares students to enter the workforce with practical high-demand skills. But adding the arts alongside these subjects, thus creating science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics can improve your students' academic performance. Another trend, the Genius Hour. Genius Hour is a fairly new educational technique that allows students to work on self-paced and self-chosen projects for an hour each day. Sounds nice. This encourages students to practice their creativity and independent thinking skills, and they can also develop pure love of learning. Okay, another trend, digital citizenship. For students, digital citizenship is defined as the ability to use technology and the internet effectively and appropriately. Good digital citizenship is increasingly necessary as assignments and lessons traditionally is done right now to online. So students need the skills to develop a healthy relationship with digital media. Another trend is the bite-sized learning. What is this one? Bite-sized learning is an educational technique that provides students with direct, intensive activities that targets specific academic skills. It is actually an approach that takes into account the contemporary demands of learners' lifestyles that might hinder longer periods of focused study and time spent in the classroom. Bite-sized, gamay lang, but at the same time, it is full of learning. Another trend, the social emotional learning or the SEL. The social emotional learning continues to be an important buzzword nowadays in education, especially in education. When teachers take time to nurture both a student's educational and social emotional development, academic progress improves and classroom behavior, like for example, nowadays with the COVID-19 pandemic, changing many students' lives in a stressful ways, social emotional learning will continue to be a necessity for their well-being. So the SEL does not only promote the academic part or side, it also promotes at the same time the development of the social and emotional development of learners. Another trend is the gamification. Well, looking for ways to make learning fun for your students, this is the one. It is a learning strategy that involves using games and rewards to teach students. It is actually a strategy with plenty advocates and critics. Well, many rightly discourage the use of external rewards for learning, but others counter that when games and rewards tap into a child's intrinsic motivation to learn, like rewarding a student to complete the reading log with a chapter book of their own, for example, the benefits can be profound. So students who play gamified activities in class can learn to value learning as its own reward and become active, engaged learners over time. And lastly, I know this is very common to you, experiential learning, but on a deeper context, because now it is a strategy that allows students to develop knowledge and skills in a setting outside the classroom. But at this pandemic, options for experiential learning has been changed. It has been limited. But you can still make the most of this strategy. How? By taking students on virtual trips. Yes, indeed. We are in a VUCA world. There are a lot of emerging trends in education. A while ago, I have shared to you the statement of our CHED commissioner. And he said that flexible learning will be the norm. But you know, nevertheless, I am confident that KNP has taught you, their students, to be resilient. You are trained to withstand and recover quickly from challenging conditions such as the VUCA world. As a future teacher, I am confident that you are like a bamboo that can stand amidst the strong winds, heavy rains, heat of the sun, and even in coldest nights. Just like a bamboo, you are patient, strong, and flexible to face the VUCA world. Let me end this talk with a reflection in the new normal. Well, Maslow before Bloom. This is actually the new battle cry in education. This is the most popular in education circle nowadays. Both of them are actually great philosophers in the field of education. But at this time, Bloom has to take back steps and let Maslow in. It is typically used to communicate how humans need their basic needs met before academic learning can be fully embraced. In short, learners must have their most fundamental needs met prior to complex learning. Meaning, we should meet first the needs of these learners so that they can learn well. Let them eat, let them rest, and learning will follow. That is Maslow before Bloom. Another, review the purpose of assessment and grades. With the challenges of remote assessment, rethinking on evaluating students based on quantity must be studied. You know, it is a great challenge for teachers in giving you ratings, in giving you the grades, especially that we are not in a face-to-face basis. Another takeaway, flexibility, adaptability, and empathy are essential skills in navigating uncertain times. These essential skills are proven and tested at this time of pandemic. And lastly, privacy, safety, security, digital well-being, and again, self-care are top priorities. With this being said, I hope I was able to set the tone for the next speaker who will be sharing to you more on the self-care and mental well-being. Dear students, stay home, be safe, keep your distance, don't go out. You can write a letter, you can even read a book, you can have the online chat, or even phone a friend. Thank you for listening and be safe, everyone. I have here the resources. If you want to have my slides, then you can have it. I will just channel it to the technical team so that you will have a copy. Again, your listening ears matter to me this afternoon. Keep safe, everyone. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Dr. Ruby, for that a very superb explanation. Thank you so much. I know that our students are lots of learning from you. Thank you. So if you have queries, concerns, or something you have to clarify regarding our webinar, feel free to write our Q&A box or join us in our open forum later. So thank you so much. So at this juncture, may I call again the Vice President for Research, Dr. Nelia R. Pacania, to introduce to us our second speaker for this afternoon. Doc?
Our fourth plenary speaker is a guidance counselor and a human resource practitioner. He was born in Vigo City from parents who were engaged into business. Being the eldest of 3 siblings, he strived to set good examples to his 2 younger sisters. He finished both his tertiary and graduate education for guidance and counseling from San Pedro College. He served the same school for 10 years, 5 years of which as college guidance counselor and admission officer, and the remaining 5 years as human resource director. After SPC, he tried his luck abroad as HR and facilities administrator in one of the construction company in the state of Qatar for 2 years. As an OFW, he stretched his mind thinking about his family here in Davao City and minding about the needs of his colleagues in work who were Filipinos, Indians, Nepalese, Sri Lankas, and Bangladesh. When he came back to Davao City, he started his government service when he joined the city government of Davao as Center Guidance Counselor of Children's Village of Davao City, Bahay Pag-asa at Barangay Bago, Tugbok District, Davao City for 2 years. Sensing the opportunity to be of help to the youth in crisis in public secondary schools, he applied on 2018 and was luckily accepted by the Department of Education as Guidance Counselor 2, stationed at Leon Garcia Senior National High School in Agdao, Davao City until June 2, 2020. Currently, he is the Administrative Officer 5 and XRMO 3 of DepEd Regional Office 11. While pursuing his PhD studies, he continues to be of help in his professional organizations, such as the People Management Association of the Philippines, Davao Chapter as Associate Fellow in People Management, the Davao Association of Guidance Counselors, the Region 11 Network of Guidance Counselors and Career Advocates, the Guidance Counselors and Advocates of Public Elementary and Secondary Schools, and City Social Welfare and Development Office. Our fourth plenary speaker believes that there is no easy road to one's success in life. You have to make one point in your life, and you have to enjoy whatever that choice may bring you. Ladies and gentlemen, students, help me welcome our fourth plenary speaker, Mr. Leonidas Jimmy T. Gisoro III.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Dr. Nelia Pacanya, the Vice President for Research of Colegio ng Pantukan. Thank you, ma'am, for the generous introduction. True indeed, I really salute you for your research skills in coming up with that very generous introduction. Of course, I will not forget to say my courtesy and hello to Dr. Jocelyn H. Hua, the college president and the dean of college. Dr. Jo, thank you for this opportunity and for making me a part of this series of webinar for our dear graduating students of KNP in celebration of your 10th foundation anniversary. My hello also to Dr. Celidonia Coquilia, the Vice President for Academics. Dr. Coquilia, good afternoon to you. And of course, my hello to Professor Marfi Micaros, the program head of the BS Education of the same college, no? Colegio ng Pantukan. And to the beautiful host, Miss Jesselyn Dais, ma'am, good afternoon to you. And to all our faculty members, non-teaching personnel, and as well as all our dear students, our dear graduating students from, I think, the teacher education of Colegio ng Pantukan. Maayong hapon kanatong tanan and all those who are joining us in YouTube as well. So thank you and I hope you will be joining us until the end of this program. Just sit back and relax. No? I thank also Dr. Ruby Serrano for the kind words during her sharing earlier, as well as Dr. Jo Hua. No, I was listening to her earlier before lunchtime and until we had our lunch. So here's poll number 5. How do you feel right now? There's the question. I hope you can join us. So the choices are excited, happy, worried, confused, or hopeful. Okay. So I hope you can cast your vote now. Pwede na ba, Sir Mar, before we start?
Yes, sir. Okay na po yan, sir.
Okay, sige. Please cast your vote. Ano ang feeling mo ngayon before we will start our 4th topic for today? No? So just choose one, I think, and then you can start. All right, here's the result. Okay, how do you feel right now? Excited, got 36 votes, which is 18%. Happy, yeah, very good, because a happy teacher is a productive teacher. 52%, so more than half of our participants this afternoon are happy. That's 102 votes. Worried, okay, that's 5%. Confused, okay, that's a normal human feeling. That's 1%. So I hope after this sharing, the 2 of our participants will no longer be confused, but will be enlightened, no, God willing. And 23% of all our total participants are hopeful, hoping that they will get something, no, as their takeaways, no, sana may baon, mababaon sila after this 1 hour and a half sharing of mine. Thank you for that, Sir Marfe, for the results of the poll. And I'm glad that a majority of you, 52%, of the 342 online participants of this webinar are actually happy. Because as we know, happiness is one of the major emotions or feelings of a human being. And might as well, if I can answer the poll, I will also choose the emotion happy, because I am truly happy to be able to be with you online kahit andito ako ngayon sa aming regional office sa DepEd. We are at F. Torres Street here in Davao City. And kayo dyan, just sit back and relax while you are in your beautiful town called Pantukan in the province of Davao de Oro. I was able to visit your beautiful school, I think 3 years ago, before the pandemic arrived. And I was with Dr. Warlito Hua, and we visited Dr. Jo Hua in her beautiful office. It was a delight to be able to see your campus in the town of Pantukan, and I really saw the improvements of the school. And just 2 months ago, I was able to pass by that campus of yours when I was one of the team visiting Pantukan National High School for our personnel audit in that school, DepEd school in Pantukan. So Pantukan is not new to me, and I really love your place. I like your beaches, and the food, the balot, which I also find time and drop by and check out your famous balot in Pantukan. Hello, Ma'am Jesseline, how are you?
I'm good, sir. Thank you.
I miss you singing the song Bukas na lang kita mamahalin.
Wow! Have you watched it?
Yeah. I remember that.
Thank you po.
Very sterling performance. I hope you will join us. Huwag ka muna nga alis, ha. You will join us until the end of our
Yes po.
sharing. Okay.
I
Thank you very
will.
much. Thank you, Ma'am
Thank you.
Jesseline.
God bless you.
Same with you. All right. So allow me to share before I start with my sharing my prepared slides for all of you, para ni sa inyong tanan, and we will just be in a happy mode, as we will be knowing about our self, this is our intention. And I hope you can see now my slides I prepared for you, entitled Understanding Quarter Life Crisis, a Key to Being Successful. Successful young professional teachers that we will have soon from the Kolehiyo ng Pantukan. That is the name of your school, and today is June 23, 2021. Nakikita ba, Ma'am Jesseline? All right, sige. So I can thumbs up is seen here. So at the end of this session, the following shall be met. Number one, to understand what quarter life crisis is, no? And its symptoms and phases. So can I see the thumbs up sign for those who have just heard for the first time? Kanang karon pagit sila nakadungog aning quarter life crisis. Okay, virtual thumbs up. Oh, I can see some. Murag dili mo thumbs up si Ma'am Jesseline kay nakadungog na siya kaani ug nalampasan na niya ni no ang iyang QLC or quarter life crisis. So you will know that this might be up to you, no, being a graduating teacher education student of KNP na uy murag na hiuyon man no murag na naman naga-prepare naman ko ani kay no man ako graduate I'll become a professional teacher na ako career nga pag-aandaman, so perhaps basin no malabayan ako ni no because this is contrary to what we previously know as a midlife crisis. So this is earlier than the midlife crisis. Number two, to know life issues that will contaminate to young adult life. No, the key term there, contaminate. No, naade ingon anak pod Sir Jim. So naagid na, no, we will discuss it one by one a bit later. And the third objective is to understand the 10, no, pulo lang di nato daghanon kay basin maabot tag alas 6, no, ako na lang mabilin diri sa platform naginhinay na magpanguli, no, so 10 lang ka keys so that we can achieve healing in our quarter life crisis. Okay ba? Tulo lang, no? Can I see a thumbs up? Tulo lang sa ta kay basin maabtan tag alas 6 nya di na mo ganahan, right? So here the next slide will tell us that every pain has a purpose, like a night waiting for its morning. Now, being I myself, I am an education graduate majoring in guidance and counseling, and kaagid ko no, I had my struggles also when I was a working student way back in San Pedro College, no, and then when I took the board exam, the LET, no, the year after I graduated, na sekreto lang yun, no, wala ko nag-enroll sa kanabang review center, no, so I was working already, but I have my self-review only. So these are our pains, these are our struggles in life, na ikaw nasayod gyud, no, how successful you are now. You are just a few days away from your graduation, and this is one of the ways you are being prepared by the school, no, for you to become a very effective professional once you are already out of KNP. So tanan, no, dili man excuse bisan ikaw pa ang pinaka-bright, no, pinaka gwapa, pinaka ambungan sa tanang graduating teacher education students of KNP. Wala gyud exempted sa pain, sa struggles, but the slide reminds us that naa na siya purpose, no? Every pain, every struggle, every difficulty that we have been through has a purpose. This is like a night waiting for its morning. Kay wala man gigabi nga mulungtad, dili na gid mugawas o musibaw ang kabuntagon, no, so naagi buntag nga naghulat sama sa kasakit, mga pagpaningkamot, mo na siya ang darkness, mo na ang gabi perhaps in our life, but there is a morning that is a beautiful morning that awaits us, right? So at this point I would like to ask the assistance of Sir Mar. I think we can play the mindfulness background, as I will be giving you a very short mindfulness exercise this afternoon. So this is just 5 minutes, so just listen to the soft music and I will be giving you some instructions. So kung asa makakaron, kung hangyo lang sa imo ha, just sit in a relaxed manner, in a place where you are to be at peace for the next 5 minutes. Okay, so please, Sir Mar, you may start. Mindfulness exercise. Let us begin the exercise by sitting into a comfortable posture with your feet flat on the floor and your hands on your lap. Maybe we can lower the volume a little, Sir Mar, for the video, please. Thank you. That's it. Close your eyes and breathe normally. If you are not comfortable in closing your eyes, you may simply just look down. As you are closing your eyes or bringing your eyes on the floor, bring now your attention to your whole body. Notice how your body is seated. Notice the weight of your body on the chair. Inhale. Let's inhale through your nose and exhale through your mouth. Inhale and exhale. As you inhale, notice how the air enters your body. Notice how the air goes out of your body as you exhale. Notice what is on your mind. What are you thinking about at this moment? Notice the sounds that you hear. Notice what kind of sound is it? Bringing your attention now to your feet on the floor. Notice the sensations of your feet, the pressure, heaviness, lightness of your feet. Bringing your attention now to the stomach. Is it tense or tight? Let it soften. Soften your stomach. Inhale and exhale. Bringing your attention now to your hands and to your arms. Feel all the sensations. Loosen them and soften your shoulders. Notice the sensations as you loosen them. Bringing your attention to your neck and to your throat. Are they stiff or tense? Loosen them and notice the feeling as you loosen them. Now, notice your entire body. Inhale and exhale. When I count to 3, you may open your eyes. 1, 2, 3. Thank you, Sir Mar, and to everyone for your cooperation. We can now stop the video and I will be going back to my slides. Thank you very much, Professor Mar. All right. So how was it? What did you notice while you were doing our short mindfulness activity? Anyone who can share? Pwede ba sila, Ma'am Jesseline, sa chat facility?
Yes po, sir. I-open po ni Sir Murphy po for a while
Okay,
po.
good. Sige. And how about you since you're already online? Sige nga. Ma'am Jess, how did you feel with our short mindfulness exercise to prepare us for our topic this afternoon?
I feel so relaxed, sir.
Relax. Good, good. The same din. Ito yung sagot ni Ma'am Joyce Abigail Ohayas. Very relaxing po, sir. Thank you. And I hope you like it also, Ma'am Jesseline and Ma'am Joyce Abigail. Anyone else? Sige, sino pa? Or can you call? Ma'am Jess, can you see the participants from your end? Or kahit sa chat na lang, no, like what Joyce said. Okay, very relaxing.
You can raise your hands so that you would be recognized.
Yes, thank you, Sir Mar. We would like to check and validate anong feeling nila with that 5-minute mindfulness exercise. Si Sir Mar, Professor Mar, how did you feel?
Well, sir, I feel so rejuvenated, no? With all this very stressful day.
I know it's a long day for you and the rest of the KNP prime movers for this webinar. So congratulations in advance. So it's good to know that na-relax kayo ng konti, no? Because you know, what we just did is actually called mindfulness exercise. Being mindful helps us become focused and aware of the things happening inside our mind and body. So dalawa yan ang dapat na ma-align, no? Our mind and our body. And that happened earlier for 5 minutes na na-align sila even though for just a short period of time. Our mind knows when the body is unwell and vice versa. We feel good when both are aligned and are in good condition. No? But during emergency situations, no, this alignment is actually threatened, leading us to impaired mental well-being. No, so diha na magsugod no ang atong kalibog, atong confusion, no ang atong anxiety kay wala naman na align, no. No, tense na kaayo ang body and ang mind bisan relax, no, pero ang body super tense siya. So dapat both relaxed ang mind and ang imuhang body. No? We must then understand what it means to keep it in balance most of the time in our life. Okay, so napabay makashare, Ma'am Jesseline and Professor Mar. I think maulaw sila.
Nasa chat box, sir.
Chat box, sorry ha. All right, here. Stress relieving din po. Thank you, sir. That's Ma'am Joyce Abigail Ohayas. Okay, thank you. No, but you know I can't be with you every day. No, I can only be here for you until around 4:30. But you can do the mindfulness. No, I think you all have access to YouTube. No, so i-type lang nimo no mindfulness exercise. Pilit lang ka na ay 10 minutes, na ay 30 minutes kung na kay longer time, and then that can help you. No, kay guided man siya and ka-relax ka. And I hope no as a mental health advocate that we can do this at least once a week, no, sa imong taas kayo nga semana, no. I hope on a Sunday or Saturday or on a weekend perhaps maka-find time ka no to exercise or do this mindfulness exercise no with the help of YouTube or any other material that you have. All right, so that's our introductory activity, which is called a mindfulness exercise to prepare us for our topic. All right, so here let me proceed. Quarter life crisis. It is a crisis involving anxiety over the direction and quality of one's life, which is most commonly experienced in a period ranging from a person's early 20s up to their mid-30s. Okay, so murag na ata diha, no? Mag-honest na lang ko, wala na day ko diha, no? lalabaw na ko sa 40s, no? Pero you are actually in this range, no, of the ages mentioned here. You're from 20s or up to the mid 30s, no, say 35, 34 years old. It is defined by the clinical psychologist Alex Folk as a period of insecurity, doubt, and disappointment surrounding one's career, relationships, and financial situation. Does it sound a bell? No, nga murag, uy, familiar man, no, nga dili man everyday, pero maybe sa ato ang kinabuhi, no, nakaagita og mga feelings of insecurity, no, or pagduda, that's doubt. And at times we also feel disappointed, no? And we are talking here about our career, no? Na kay mga plano pag human mo graduate puhon, no? I think for the information of everyone, PRC will be giving the LET this year, but only for those who have already registered for last year, no? Kay sayod ta due to the pandemic walay LET last year, no, instead of 2 schedules per year. So naa sila karon nga September nya next year na po sila tulo ka schedules, no, for the licensure examination of teachers, no, here in the Region 11. So kana, no, nagaplano na ka sa imong career, relationships, no, pila ka buk imong girlfriend nga plano pag graduate, isa ra di ay, no, dili pwede daghanon, isa lang, no, ang girlfriend, isa lang pud ang boyfriend, ha. And of course your financial situation, no, kaysa bagoy dili gusto nga mag-improve ang ilahang financial status, no, after they graduate o makapangita og maayong trabaho, no. So this is actually according to Alex Folk, no, a psychologist, nga mura siya face ng atong pag-aagian from our early 20s up to mid 30s. Here are the 8 stages of life, no, according to Erickson. I think Dr. Ruby Serrano also made mention about Erickson or the other psychologists, no, in her sharing earlier. But just to review you, kabaw ko nga naagian ninyo ni sa inyong educational psychology, no? But we all know that according to Erickson, we have 8 stages. The first is infancy, wherein the characteristics being developed is actually trust versus mistrust. In the early childhood, autonomy versus shame and doubt, no? Kanang start na ka o lang mo lakaw or mo transact, no, in crossing the street, no, in your village for instance, pero wala pa ka kainom duman na kay gamay pa man ka, no, bata pa ka, you were still a toddler. And then the third stage, play age rather, so initiative versus guilt is being developed at this stage. Number 4, school age, no, elementary, no. If you remember, you are told to be industrious, no, ginainan ka sa imong teacher nga mangitag pamaagi, dili magsalig pirmi sa classmate. So that's industry that is being developed in you versus inferiority, no. So kung wala ka na encourage, perhaps dili ka sa other side, no, perhaps ang na-develop, which is inferiority. I think nakadungog na mo anang inferiority complex, no. So we will trace it back during your school age. Number 5, adolescence, naagian na po ninyo ni, no? Because I presume you are on your early 20s now. So probably you are really entering young adulthood, no? Kaya sa adolescence, humanaman mo ani, identity versus identity confusion, no? Naagian na ninyo ang mga puppy love, no? Kanang crushes, no? Wala na graduate na mo ana, no? Because hopefully you are already getting into or preparing into a young adulthood stage, which is intimacy versus isolation, no? If you are willing to offer yourself to be close and super intimate with somebody that you love, that you care for, or kung naa ka anay gamay nga issue nga dapat ma-settle, basin dito ka sa iyang counterpart, no, which is isolation. No, which is not good. No judgment, because it's a matter of our choice, no, based on our experiences. So that's intimacy versus isolation. And I hope you graduating education students of KNP are fully aware and you fully acknowledge that you are now in this stage according to Erickson. Next to that will be adulthood, no? So generativity versus stagnation. So yan na ang career, no? Di ra ba ko kutob sa pagka teacher 1, but you aim to have another higher position, teacher 2, teacher 3, teacher 4, no? That's being generative. Versus dili na ka gusto mag-develop, di na ka gusto mag-professionally grow, then you are in the stagnation phase. And the last, old age, no, that's integrity. This kept on being repeated, no, and especially emphasized by Dr. Jo Hua in her sharing. Kaning integrity, very important that as we grow old, we have integrity. Otherwise, you will become despaired, no? Naka sa state of despair kung wala ka naka-prepare on your journey towards old age in your own personal integrity. All right, so I hope clear ni siya sa ato ang tanan, 8 ka stages, and you are now actually on the 6th stage na as you prepare for young adulthood. Okay, so here, quarter life crisis don't happen literally a quarter of the way through your life. So dili gid siya ingon nga literally na quarter sa imong kinabuhi. Kung 75 years old ka, ang imong tan-aw nga imong lifespan diya jud ni may tabo sa 25, no? Ang nag-ingon ana ang lead researcher nga si Dr. Oliver Robinson. He was from the University of Greenwich in London. He said, they occur a quarter of your way through adulthood, no, in the period between 25 and 35 years old, although they cluster around 30. So, wala pa man mo ani sa 30 years old, but you are getting closer to 25. So, nindot po, as I was suggesting to Dr. Noy Hua and Dr. Jo Hua, na ato na andamon mo, no? Kaya this is the perfect time to prepare you because the first step for you to prepare quarter life crisis is awareness, no? Awareness, understanding, so that when you're already there, you know how to get through it, okay? So next, survey was made to 1,100 young adults by the same researcher, Dr. Robinson, and the results are as follows. Mo ni ihang results. 86% admitted feeling under pressure to succeed in their relationships, finances, and jobs before hitting 30 years old. No? Basi naakaani, naapil ka diri, no? Kanang ginaing na ka ni mama pa, no, madili usa, no, magseryoso sa uyab-uyab, no, manarbaho usa, no, kay inana napakay tabangan pud sa pamilya, hopefully makatabang pud ka sa finances. So may inana no mga pressure, and I myself, I was not an excuse kay sa introduction pa ni Dr. Pacanya, no, I was the eldest of 3, akong 2 ka mangod babae, no, and I would like to set good examples to them, no. So good thing kay wala mapud sila na fail, no. I was able to set good examples and they are both professionals now. No, ako ang 2 ka mangod nga babae, no. So yun ana natin mga maagian nga mga pressures. And sa study niya 86% sa 1,100 young adults like you nga iyang gipasalmot sa maong research. 32% felt under pressure to marry and have children by the age of 30. No, so kana uban ana, no, grabe na ang mga postings, no, grabe na ang mga pagpadungog-dungog, no, kay kanang na pressure pud sila sa ilang mga ginikanan nga gusto na makitag apo, no, because when I was 21, I would hear from my father telling me na katong graduate na ko at 21, na nagtrabaho na po ko as guidance counselor, mingon na pud siya nga kanang idara na nakoy anak ba, mo nang edad nako nga gianak ka ni mama nimo. No, so pressures like those, kadungog ka. So kana lang, it's how you would accept it and take the challenge upon yourself. Next, 21% wanted a complete career change. No, maybe as shared, no, na you might finish education, pero ang uban sa inyo basin dili gyud tanan mama teachers, no. You want to get into business, no, or also work abroad, like what I tried for 2 years in the state of Qatar, no. But I tell you, dili siya lalim, no? Dili sa yun ang mahimong OFW. No, you are as good as your last remittance. So maning kamot jud ka nga maayo imong panglawas dito, di ka makasakit kay lisod ang health system labi na kung wala ka insurance no sa isa ka foreign country. Next, 20% were worried about money, saying that they did not earn enough. No, kung makatrabaho na mo, no, and then I really remembered I'm actually celebrating my 20th year this year in my employment. No, 20th year when I started in the year 2001 no as a guidance counselor of a private school. And mind you, ang sweldo that time was just 5,100 pesos per month. No, so gamay ra kung ato i-compare karon, but no naka-survive pod no with that certain amount as a monthly salary, 5,100 pesos. So when you will be already working or having your own business, maka kunahuna gid mo no nga kinahanglan pa jud ko nga mangitag laing pamaagi kay kulang pag yun no, especially if you will not control your lifestyle or regulate your lifestyle for that matter, so you will feel na wanting gihapon no, kulang gihapon. And the last 6% were planning to emigrate no or transfer to other place aron manimpalad no or manginabuhi sa laing lugar. All right, so let's proceed now. Common symptoms no, of quarter life crisis. So I hope you will be open on this. No, it might be you, it might not be you, it might be your classmates or friends, but just be open, no, knowing about the common symptoms of QLC or what we call quarter life crisis. Number 1, inner rawness. No, the hurt that doesn't seem to go away. No, naagyud naagi sakit no there's something inside you that despite your achievements you would feel that, especially when you are left alone. No, you have no one to share with your difficulties, and especially if you keep things just close to your chest, then you feel the hurt. No, so just be open. No? Just listen with the sharing, and then try to reflect. No, it might be true to you, it might not be true to you, but just be open. No, especially with the workings and the reflections of the Holy Spirit joining us this afternoon. Irritability, no? Dali kayo masuko, no? May labtan lang gamay or mastoryahan lang, madungog na yung pangalan, no? Masuko na siya. Irritable with others even if they aren't doing anything wrong. No? So as what Dr. Joe who was said, no, as of this time you're expected to be mature. No, dili na tam no kung nga pang gyapon na mga childish ways, pero may nahinayan na nato siya og do away no kay karon taas naman no, taas na ang panglantaw sa tuang school community, taas na ang panlantaw sa atong mga neighborhood, mga kaubanan diha sa tuang municipality, kay they are already soon to be graduate no, of the teacher education, and hopefully God willing will become professional teachers one day. No, so kana irritability, no, dali lang masuko, pikon, no, that can be a symptom. Next, little or no tolerance. No, there is low tolerance issue with others. No, connected lagi siya, no, dali ra kay masuko, walay patience, no, dili makatolerate sa mga jokes, no, you cannot identify between jokes and matter of fact, no, kanang tininuod na or nagjoke lang imuhang kaistorya or barkada, no, so that's a red flag for you perhaps, no, pag you don't have any tolerance about the things being told about you. Next, feelings always rising up, no, there's anger, there's hate or resentment that easily rises up, no, dali lang masuko, kanang term nila nga putong, no, putong kaayo ka niya, gamay ra nga butang pero dalo kay nimo siya mapadako, no, and sometimes they call it kanang mopalit ka og away, no, so just check on that, no, and that can be a symptom for quarter life crisis. Next, overly sensitive about an event in your past, no, it may reveal a deep emotional wound tied in. So I'm sharing with you kay kamo pud ang beloved graduating students sa teacher education sa KNP, you will also become parents, no, someday, no, di magadatong direction, no, dili man tanan kay naaman siguro yung mag-single lang, no, for life, pero kasagaran sa inyo you will really have your own family, you will be making your own immediate family. Ikaw ang amahan or ikaw ang inahan, yan na kay partner, yan na may mga bata. Just a tip to share, please be very mindful that you are present, no? Especially from 3 years old to 9 years old stage, no, or phase emuhang child, no, or children kung daghan sila, because these are the very important growing up years, no, from 3 years old to 9 years old, where the personality of your child is being shaped, no. So diri pod, no, ang mga emotional wounds nga unta walay mahimong ma-inflict sa ilaha, no, in their experiences. Kaya we will always go back, me as a guidance counselor will always go back during my sessions with my clients, where were you when you were 3 to 9 years old, no? Kay some of the emotional wounds, no, diri ang description pa sa slide kay deep emotional wound were actually from these tender years, tender growing up years of a child, 3 to 9 years old, no, where the personality is being shaped, where the character of that child is actually being groomed, no. So I hope you will be there. Kung dili man kay naka-abroad ka, well, na diri ang imong bata sa edad nga 3 to 9 years old, but be present, no. Na find ways nga na ma-feel sa bata nga although you are physically away, but you are emotionally attached and close to your child. Okay? Para dili siya mahimong symptom when he or she grows up for quarter life crisis. Next, hard to forgive. No, it becomes very difficult, if not impossible, to love and forgive others. No, so perhaps na maka-experience mo na, no, nga bisan ikaw you were humble enough na nga nakag-sorry sa imong classmate kay gusto ka nga mag-patch up mo before mo graduate sa kolehiyo ng Pantukan, no, kay you wouldn't know what will happen after you graduate basin bira na mo makita, but here's a classmate of yours nga bisan nag-humble na ka nga mangayo kag sorry, di gid siya kapasaylo, no. So later you will know what to do for a certain friend or person, no. Okay, very difficult sa yaha to forgive you, so that's a symptom of a quarter life crisis. Hard to feel loved, no. There seems to be a wall that blocks the flow of love into your life. Kana bang ikaw mo'y nagahimo sa barrier, no, kay nanay mong pamilya, no, nanay mo mga circle of close friends who would like to show their love and concern to you, but here you are, ikaw ang dili gusto, you refuse gifts, you refuse anything that is actually coming from them, and that is being hard, no, to feel loved from other people. Lashing out, no, sudden outburst of anger, kato dali ra kay masuko, no, mag-wild dayon, no, or resentment, no, when there's an inner wound. So again, this is a very important point na might be sensitive to us, no, but just be open, no, kung ikaw ni mo nakita ni, then just bring it into a reflection and prayer. That is why later I'll be inviting you for a short prayer, you know, and healing of our memories. So just be open about the reality kay basin God is speaking with you now through this sharing of ours and bringing up the common symptoms of quarter life crisis. So isa diha, lashing out. Next, feelings of anger towards God. No? Kaagi bataan ni? No? Or at one point in our life, we easily blame God for our troubles and hardships. No? So that's perhaps a symptom. Pero kung nagian nato without prejudice or bias, sige lang, no? And perhaps you were able to cope up also, no? This having the feelings of anger towards God. Self-hate. No, that's one clear symptom of quarter life crisis. Thinking that what had happened to him or her was deserved by him or her. No, so take note of that. You shouldn't be blaming yourself because you were not just doing it alone while you were growing up. You had your caregivers. No, you had your parents or your relatives who were accompanying you while you were growing up. And if something happened, then don't just solely blame yourself. Okay, so that you will not have the symptom of self-hate. Next, easily frustrated, no? Because an inner turmoil that an inner wound causes, one becomes easily frustrated. no? So dali ra kay mo disappoint or become frustrated, no? Gamay ra nga butang pero para niya dako na kaayo to, no? Wala lang siya na mention sa mga on list of honor students, no, na miss out lang sa teacher perhaps or naalay error, then dako na kay nga butang sa iya bisan na rectify na, no, na correct na sa concerned teacher or school personnel ang maong error, pero para niya dako kayo to kay perhaps na siya issue on rejection, for instance, no, while he or she was growing up, easily frustrated. Next, escapism, no, that's in the form of overeating, drinking, smoking, watching porn, or spending binges, no? Kana isa na siya, no? You are not facing the problem head on, but you are trying to escape, no? Naga-eskapo ka pinaagi sa pag-overeat, no? Kabalo naman kasi among limit pero gusto pa jud ka mukaon 5 times a day, for example lang ha, or drinking liquor, no? And the other activities mentioned here. Of which kung naamang galing ka ng activities karon, so I'm inviting you to just check, no, and bring to your reflection this afternoon kung symptom ba ni siya sa ginatawag na quarter life crisis. Cutting, you know, has an altar inside the person who is holding so much pain and need to release that pain. No, I have an experience, as mentioned by Dr. Pacanya in her introduction. I was in a school in Agdao. No, so Agdao, it's a DepEd school. No, and it's really a depressed area in Agdao. If you are familiar with flyover in Agdao, our school is just near that flyover in Agdao, Davao City. So one time I had a student, grade 7 na babae, no. So I was just puzzled, no, kay it was like July, and July is usually hot or warm already here in Davao. So natingala lang ko kay udtong tutok nagasuot siya og sweater, no, na siya sweater nga ginasuot, the color was black. And yeah, being a guidance counselor, we cannot just easily ask or interrogate the student, but just to observe for that time. So pagka Tuesday, maupod, I was observing her because she would take her lunch in the classroom and she would go out to do like brushing of the teeth and whatever personal things. So nakita na po nako siya pagka Tuesday, naka sweatshirt gihapon, the same color, black. Third day, so I was waiting for her. True enough, she appeared na gihapon, no? And I told myself, kung naa siya ugma on the 4th day, and after I will ask the permission from her class advisor, I will go see her, no, on the Thursday if naka-sweater gihapon siya. Then Thursday came, that same student, a grade 7 female student, showed up with the same black sweater shirt. No, so I had to ask permission from the teacher, nisugot man ang advisor, and I had to see her during break time at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So when I was in the session with her, napa siya hesitation nga tanggalon ang sweatshirt, no, because mo lagi dog ipanugnaw siya, that's grade 7, nana siya mga white lies, no, nga ginahatag sama sa gipanugnaw siya, na nagainom daw siya og paracetamol, but when I, you know, do more some asking or questioning from her, she finally revealed that she had cuts, no, naa siya mga samad diri sa iyahang left, no, forearm. And I think it is from markings of a sharp blade, no, blade mga 7 or 8 kabuok markings, no. So there, it was a red flag that something is happening at home, no. So true enough, naa siya ginatago, no, naa siya aning cutting. There was so much pain in her because her mother died when she was grade 5. And not just even pagikabot tuig, no, ang iyang father also have another wife, and being the eldest, this grade 7 female student was left with her grandmother in Agdao, but her 2 younger sisters were in Tagum, no, specifically nakakuha dito sa iyahang auntie nga igsuon sa iyahang mama ang duha niya ka manghud nga babae, no. So with that, I have to process her pain, no, and that was the release of her pain katong pagcut niya, no, dito sa iyahang left forearm. And good thing she was able to make it through grade 7, Yan, na honor student pag ito siya pagka fourth quarter, no? Because sometimes the student might be too intelligent pero naalang siya pinagdadaanan, no? Mahamper ang ihang academic achievements sa school or sa classroom because yun nga meron siya mga emotional baggages or pain, emotional pain deep inside her. All right, next, retaliation urges, no? Snaps back at those who offend him or her or step on their shoes, no? Kanang gusto gyud nga mo balos, no? Ang peg gyud kay babalikan kita, no? Hashtag lintik lang ang walang ganti, no? Mayon ana nga excuse for the term, but kung yun ana ang ato ang spirit, ang atong direction, then perhaps let's take some time to look back, no? Maybe you have this what we call retaliation urges. Next, irresponsible behavior. With inner wound, you don't feel good about yourself and will show in your lifestyle. No, so maybe if in your 4 years in the Kolehiyo ng Pantukan, no, you perhaps exhibited some irresponsible behavior, then this is an invitation for you now, no, bringing into your reflection before you graduate na pwede kaayo to start anew, no, after acknowledging that that was an irresponsible behavior of yours. So no judgment, no prejudice kay humanato. But the invitation now is for you, after acknowledging your inner wound, after acknowledging this symptom, then perhaps you can start anew. No, nga pag-graduate, no, the resolution na I would like to exhibit responsible behaviors from this time on. No, kay kaya mag-isa uban, no, matingalang ubang teachers, dili mo na siya ingon ana, no, katong estudyante pa siya diri sa among eskwelahan. But look at him now, no, when he graduated or she graduated, especially when she passed the LET, nahimo na siyang professional teacher, then he or she exhibited good behaviors, achievements, right and left, no? So in ana, dili gyud nato ma-judge, and we are not here to just label anyone, no, but the invitation is to always be open, no, especially in doing responsible behavior. Irrational expectations of others, no, kana mag-una-una ta, no, imo-imoan na tog storya or speculations to set high expectations for those around him or her. No, so given that, it's not also a good practice, no, because we are not becoming realistic, no, we have irrational expectations already of other people, no. So careful po ta, no, sa atong social media activities, no. For as a mental health advocate, we are to only engage in the social media, especially with the use of the internet, not more than 3 hours per day. That is what mental health advocacy is telling us, no? Pwede staggered, pwede isa ka oras sa buntag, isa ka oras sa hapon, no? That includes surfing the internet, the Facebook, for instance, or doing research works, and then another last 1 hour in the evening, no? Because more than that, that might perhaps say something or affect our positive mental health, no? So kung kaya lang yun, no, not more than 3 hours per day. Next, perfectionism, no, maybe to too much extent, no, a person who has an emotional wound may also be performance driven, no. Okay ra, no, sa level nga kaya wala kaayo maapektuhan sa either sa among your classmates or workmates, no, kung nagtrabaho na ka, but too much of that, no, kana bang grabe na, no, di nakatulog imong mga kauban, ikaw mismo nagsuffer na imong sleeping hours, no, kay late na ka matulog because you want to perfect a certain task, then that may not be a good help to you, and it can be a symptom to quarter life crisis. Next, feelings of hopelessness. Okay, the love of God is blocked in your life, hence hard to see hope in everything. No, very important, no, na kasagaran biya sa mga negative activities, sama sa suicide, is actually not really caused by depression alone, but this is caused by the feeling of hopelessness, no, anang wala na may paglaom nga makahalingkawas aning kalisod sa kinabuhi, no. These are some of the lines I would hear from my former students in that school in Agdao, no. That's why when I inviting the teachers, no, when you have an encounter with your students and even our graduating students who will become future teachers, no? Pag ma-sense ninyo nga na ang hopelessness, then take that chance, no, to invite the concerned learner or student to get into volunteer works, no? Because depression vis-a-vis hopelessness can be given a solution when you expose that concerned person into volunteer works, no? Sa church, no? Or sa school, kung na mga volunteer works, kung na amang galing, then that's one thing that they can get involved so that they can have the feeling of, being of help to others, no? The pride to oneself regained, by that concerned person. Okay? Next, drivenness, emotional wound creates void in your life's meaning, thus driving you to find it. Okay? Murag, positive siya in a way, pero again, everything that is too much will not be good for you. So, tama-tama lang, no? Kanang dili kayo super driven, no? Nga tanan, dili na nimo siya i-consider imong family, kay gusto gini mo ni siya nga pangandoy, no? You will do away with your any emotional attachments, kay you really want to get this goal 3 years from now. No, just that's an example of extreme drivenness, no, by an individual. Obsessive compulsive disorder. I think this is not new to you. No, you got this in your general psychology subject way back before, and even your theories of personality. No, of OC. That's what they call, no, OC. OC kayo ka ba? Kabaluli ka nga na off na nimo ang ilaw dito sa imong boarding house, mo pa yung balikan. No, so these are our lines of conversations. No? People who have bondages to self-hate, resentment, or unforgiveness may tend to manifest obsessive-compulsive disorder. Hostility towards God, self, and others. No, suko kayo ka, dili mapugan ang imong kasuko, imong paglagot. No, first and foremost sa Ginoo pagyud, sa imong kaugalingon ug sa uban. There's hostility that can be observed in you that is rooted in a form of bitterness against God, self, and others. No, the key term here is bitter. No, sometimes makadungog ta sa mga friends, bitter kaayo ka ba, no? Or KJ kaayo ka, no? Di ka gusto nga ma-happy na silang duha nga couple, no? So perhaps let's bring it to our reflection if we can see ourselves being hostile towards God, self, and towards other people. So those are the symptoms. I hope ma-review mo, no, by God's grace, makasabot ta, no, we got those symptoms of quarter life crisis with the only intention that we can acknowledge if we have, and to better understand ourselves. No? Okay, first and foremost, good, no, dear graduating students, kita gyud mismo ang una makasabot sa atong kaugalingon. No, dili ato ang mga teachers sa KNP, dili ang mga school administrators, and hopefully also our family will understand us, because the first caregivers that we have are or were our parents and some brothers or sisters in their family. At this point, I'd like to bring you to the 4 phases of quarter life crisis. Ang giingon, dili siya conclusive, no? Kung nakaagi manggaling ka or makaagi manggaling ka ani in the future, that will not be conclusive and the be all and end all for you, no? Mo na phase lang siya, no? Mo na pinagdadaanan mo lang yan or pagdadaanan mo lang yan, because that is certainly just a phase in your beautiful life. 4 phases of quarter life crisis. Number 1, or phase 1 is defined by the feeling of locked in to a job, relationship, or unproductive habit. No? So mo ni atong iwasan unta, dear graduating students and friends joining us online, no? Mura po biyag investment, no? Ang term po sa psychologist Robinson is locked in, no? Mura po tagka nang sa investment, sige, lock in usa ka kay di pa nimo ma-withdraw, no? Patubuon usa, no? The term patubuon, invest usa. But here, this is something quite negative connotation, no? When you are locked in, that means di naka-open to other possibilities for a job transfer or promotion, for instance, or in a relationship, no? Ano imong first girlfriend or imong first boyfriend after ka ni-graduate sa kolehiyo ng Pantukan, mauna gid ni siya kung forever, no? Hindi na jud ko mangitaglain, although you are suffering inside, no? So remember that when you are in a relationship, You are to bring out the best in your partner. No, dili lang ikaw ang mag-improve or mag-develop in many ways, but you always have to bring out the best in your partner. And unproductive habits, no, the habit of backbiting, no, manana habit, procrastination, kani, no, these are unproductive habits that we have developed, and we would like to dwell on these unproductive habits for the longest time in our life. This is locked in, and this is not good phase, no, as I may say. You have to overgrow phase 1 in order for you to proceed to phase 2. Phase 2 now is typified by a growing sense that change is possible. Okay? So ang first step dito sa lock-in, i-acknowledge, no, i-accept. That is why I was sharing with you the common symptoms, no, basta na kay duha tulo adto or pulo, for instance, no, example lang, no, ang key diha is acceptance. The wato nato i-acknowledge so that you can proceed to phase 2, that there is a possibility for change, no. Kay sa ginaingon pa, the only permanent in this world is change, no, pagbag-o or mga kausaban. Phase 3 is a period of rebuilding a new life. So after phase 1, that you acknowledge and accepted your shortcomings or those symptoms in QLC, then you are willing to change. And the third phase is actually a new life, no? Bisan 30 ka na, bisan 35 years old ka na, there can be a rebirth that will happen to you during this successful undergoing of yours in quarter life crisis. You are rebuilding a new life, no? In fact, no, after this one, if you will not be able to successfully hurdle the challenges of quarter life crisis, when you again get into another phase, that is where another crisis is waiting for you, and that's what they call the midlife crisis. Okay, so mas maayo magian nato ni malabangan nato ning quarter life crisis aron kung manuktok na pud no in the future tong isa ka crisis nga nagahulat, you will be able to get through it successfully also. And the last, phase 4 is the cementing of fresh commitments, no? Naana kay new life, then naana kay mga commitments nga pagahimuon, no? I am committed to avoid these unproductive habits anymore. I am committed to do these things which are of help to me and to my family, so that I will progress in my career. So jot down gina nimo, because you know, we Filipinos are very kaning visual, no? Gusto nato makita gid kanunay ang atong mga pagahimuon, mga things to do or checklist. So write it down, no? When you are already on phase 3, as you would like to have your change or changes in your life, then you will write down the things that you would like to change, no? Until you reach phase 4, no? The cementing of your fresh commitments that reflect the young person's new interests, aspirations, and values. Okay? That's very important. So part of that, when you are already, ang pagkahibalo nimo nga nana ka sa phase 4, and one of the indicators is when you exhibit kindness. Okay? So kindness is a very important virtue, especially pag teacher ka, no? That's very, very evident among teachers I encounter, no, ang ilang pagkahimong kind person. So I invite you now, I will stop sharing for a while. I'd like to ask Professor Mar to watch this short video clip on kindness. Professor Mar. When we share acts of kindness, we color our world. Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Mar, for sharing the video. Allow me again to go back to my slides. All right, so I hope you like our short video clip on kindness, no? And that's very challenging, no, to all of us, teachers, and also graduating students of Kolehiyo ng Pantukan. I'd like to share one experience of mine. 2 years ago ito, before ako na-transfer dito sa regional office, I would do a public commute at that time, no, from our place in Matina and going to Agdao, the school I was referring near the flyover in Agdao. So nagabiyahe ko every morning and in the afternoon. And one morning, it was a Tuesday. I clearly remember it was a Tuesday because the uniform of the teacher in the jeepney was pink, no? Kanang pink nga uniform or rose, rose na color sa every Tuesday and Thursday, no, sa DepEd teachers na nga female. So on my second ride going to Agdao, I would start from Boulevard, that's Trading Boulevard, going to Agdao. And then, I would remember that the fare then was 8 pesos, no, 8 pesos. And the teacher was already in the jeepney when I went on, no, and when she was about to pay the fare, and she would be alighting at Arcastillo Street. I think her elementary school is in the school is in Arcastillo Street, no. That's the place going to SM Lanang. That's her elementary school. I just forgot the barangay. So true enough, she said that she was arguing because when she paid the 10 pesos, ang sinukli lang ng jeepney driver was 1 peso. Because according to the driver, it's 9 pesos, no, from Boulevard to her place in Arcastillo. So I was just observing because I already paid my fare, that's only 8 pesos, which is the minimum fare before the pandemic. Pero sila, naglalis pa sila, no? Katong female teacher, no? Dahil na kay mailhan because of the uniform, kay kulag piso ang cambio sa driver. And that's around before 7 a.m. because I would normally arrive in the school before 7. So sayo pa yung kayo sa Kabuntagon, naglalis na sila. So to cut the story short, no, sa ilang paglalis, no, it's just like so unkind, no, for a teacher not to be considerate kung yung manato nga na mali gud ang driver kay 8 lang gyud pero yang gikuha kay 9, no. But can you not be just a bit kind, no, because sometimes we cannot always be right, no, but we can always be kind, no, to a lot of people. No, kay naglalis na sila kay ang issue basta takabalo, no, ang issue po day sa driver kay rejection. Di siya gusto nga reject nga tama to iyang kuan kay iyang ginaingon nagi daw sa tarifa, no, nasa tariff nga 9 pesos. And the teacher would always say, tulo ka tuig na ko nagabiyahe diri, 8 pesos lang gyud ang kwaon nga pamiliti, no. And then she would insist on getting the 1 peso. No, so just imagine, no, you are putting the name of your organization, which is DepEd, no, just because of 1 peso, no, and the name of I remember the place, Ubalde, no, Barangay Ubalde, no, and the name of your school just because of the 1 peso. So dear future teachers from Kolehiyo ng Pantukan, always remember that we can always be kind, although sometimes we cannot always be right, no, kay dili gid mabayaran sa piso, sa isa ka piso lang, no, ang imong integrity, as what Dr. Jo Hua would always remind you to become teachers of integrity, especially that you're coming from a very good school, the KNP. All right, moving on. We'll now take about life issues of a wounded child contaminated to young adult life. Now I am up to my next 30 minutes, the last 30 minutes. So please bear with me as I will be sharing with you kini bang katong mga issues nato, as I was telling you, when the child is from 3 to 9 years old, nga dili siya ma-process, no, dili siya matabangan ang maong bata nga concern, then that can contaminate into young adult life, which is the one you are about to enter now as you graduate from KNP. Let's take it one by one. When a child's development is arrested, when feelings are repressed, especially the feelings of anger and hurt, no? Kini gyud, no? Take note mo ani ha, when you have younger brothers or sisters in the family or pamangkin, and hopefully your future children, no? Kaning duha gid ka strong emotions, negative emotions of anger and hurt, no? A person grows up to be an adult with an angry and hurt child inside, no? Na-mention po ni Dr. Pacanya in her introduction that I was for 2 years rehabilitation center counselor, no, dito ko sa Bahay Pag-asa, a home for children in conflict with the law. And in my 2 years engagement with this below 18 years old na mga boys or young men, no, makita ginako nga naabot sila dito sa center because they did something which are against the law, no, but they cannot be placed in prison because they are minors. They had so much anger and hurt, no, the emotional pain that they have had while they were growing up, especially when I traced where were they when they were 3 to 9 years old. This will contaminate to their young adult behavior, no? So take note, naka all capital ang word na contaminate, no? Matakdan, ma-influence, no? Or be brought into their young adult behavior. This neglected, wounded inner child of the past is the major source of human misery, according to another psychologist, Bradshaw. Let's elaborate this one. The life issues of a wounded child contaminated to young adult life. So mo to naka-capital siya, naka-all caps, kaya naa siya individual meaning ang word na contaminate, no? And these are the behaviors or manifestations or issues such as, for letter C, codependence, O, offender behavior, N, narcissistic disorder, T, trust issues, A, acting out or acting in, M, magical beliefs, I, intimacy dysfunctions, N, non-disciplined, A, addictive or compulsive behavior, T, thought distortion, and E, the feeling of emptiness, apathy, or depression. Okay, just very quick, allow me to take it one by one with you. The loss of identity or being out of touch with one's feelings, needs, and desires because childhood needs were actually unmet. No, daghan kini pud sa ako ang mga clients when I was still in that school in Agdao, no? And the challenge for me was to document everything, no? Because if you will not document it, it's as if it did not happen, no? Yung mga sessions. So very important that it has to be documented, and a lot of corroborative interview were made by me to their parents or relatives of the concerned student. Okay, so una ta, offender behavior, no? But the first one is actually taken codependence, no? Mo to siya. Ikaduha, the offender behavior, no? When one takes no responsibility, no? Dako na siya, professional na siya, no? We're not talking about adult life, ha? Na katong mga issues nimo 3 to 9 years old ka nga wala na tagaag attention, wala na process by the guidance counselor perhaps, or even by a family member, constrained siya, then na-contaminate siya pagka-adult life niya, or kana bang nag-andam na unta siya para magminyo, for instance, getting to another stage. Na siya offender behavior, no? Papa na siya pero dili siya mag take qualms, no, or get into a responsibility, no, sa iyang nahimo nga mali, no? Denial king ang tawag, no, atong ginaingon. Also here, the victimizer syndrome, no, identifying with the offender, no, daghan kaayo na, no. We might be we have witnessed that. I myself have witnessed that in the rehab center, no. Sila biktima sa pagpangulata, but when they grew up and that was not processed, katong pain nga pagkulata sa iyahang stepfather sa iyaha at 9 or 10 years old, when he became a young adult, or in our case there, di pa man sila young adult, no, adolescent pa sila, kay below 18 years old, they now became victimizer of another young child, no? The victimizer syndrome, reenacting the abuse received as a child, no? So be aware, kung enlightened man ka with this sharing this afternoon, just bring it into prayer, no? If you have remembered something in the past, then bring it into our prayer. That's why please stay with us in a little while. We will be coming into a prayer to heal memories of the past in a bit later. Okay? Next, narcissistic disorder. No, I think kailan mo sa inyong previous lesson about narcissus, no? Adults' insatiable craving for love, attention, and affection. No matter how much love is forthcoming, it is never enough. No, matingala ka. No nga, sige kag pangitag boyfriend or girlfriend, no? You feel na kulang pa ang mo na-receive sa imong boyfriend number 1. That's why 2 months lang mo, no? Or 1 month lang manggaling, and then here comes your longing for another boyfriend number 2. No, so it will not be answered even that you're already a young adult if you will not go back, or that experience of yours will not be processed. Okay. Next will be trust issues. No, still in the word contaminate. When caregivers are not trustworthy, children develop a sense of distrust. One may trust others so well that he clings to others. So duha lang kapadulngan, no, dear graduating students and friends joining us online. No, when you are trusted so much, or when you trust so much other people, you would cling to them. Or ang opposite would, you become withdrawn into isolation and loneliness when you do not trust anyone in the family or among your friends. No, so take note of that. That's trust issues. Acting out or acting in. When we cannot grieve, we cannot finish the past. Since it cannot be expressed in healthy grieving, it is expressed in abnormal behavior. This is what we call acting out, no? Kana makita nimo nga maglahi gyud iyang behavior, no, among your classmates, no? Example lang po, no, but it may not be referring to your classmates. Kanang sobra kayo papansin, no? That's an acting out, no? Naa siya gusto ipakita because that was suppressed, no, on those tender years that he or she was growing up. How about acting in? Acting in is punishing oneself the way one was punished in childhood or abused from the past. No, so dito na sa iyang kaugalingon ang pag-punish or sanction, no? Ang examples ani nga mga acting in ang headaches, no, backaches, asthma, heart attacks, and even cancer, no, for some. No, unless that issue is resolved, if not processed, then that same illness will linger in that person, no, because that is an acting in issue in him or her. Next will be about magical beliefs, no? Magic is the belief that certain words, gestures, or behaviors can change reality, no? Naaka sa make believe, no, feeling nimo dato kaayo mo sa inyong pamilya, but in reality dili, no? Our reality is not functional, hence we are making one reality of our own. No, di ka kadawat. That's why you are making another reality, which is definitely surreal. No, dili gyud tinuod. I had that one experience when I was the HR director of one college here in Davao. So nami isa ka teacher, no, I'd like to get examples from my teacher experiences kay you'll become future teachers in our community. Here's a teacher, so private school siya. In that college, we wear uniforms on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. Wash days ang Wednesday and Saturday. And here's a teacher, kaya ang Wednesday, daghan man ang mga estudyante compared sa Saturday, kaya ang uban, wala na klase, Monday to Friday lang. On a Wednesday, naanay isa ka magical belief ang among former teacher, a female teacher, nga dili siya mag-recycle og civilian clothes. No? So every Wednesday, maningkamot gid siya nga bag-o iyang ginasuot na civilian. Okay? So she would flaunt because kanang a college near a mall here in the downtown Davao. Nana siya quadrangle sa sulod sa campus, no? So rectangular ang iyang shape niya, makita na sa whole campus when you'll be walking around or being at the center of the quadrangle. So kani nga teacher ma-observe gid siya sa community nga every Wednesday kay bago iyang suot, magtuyok-tuyok gid siya from building A to building B, building C up to building D. Especially during break time in the morning. Kaya di man gather na ang mga estudyante going to the canteen, or if they have their snacks with them, diha na lang sa lang classroom. So mugawas gyud diha sa lobby. And this teacher would like to flaunt, no, nga bago iyang dress, no, bago iyang ginasuot, because she would always even tell her co-teachers na dili lagi daw siya nag-recycle og mga civilian clothes. Kaisa lang gid daw gamiton, no? But the reality is, daghan na kay nagatawag sa HR departments amoa nga mga credit card companies, no? So abot na day sa liog iyang credit, naabot na niya iyang credit limit, ug daghan na kay nagakolekta kay wala siya nagabayad. So good thing she decided to resign kay naapektuhan naman niyang performance pud sa pagtudlo, no? And there were talks, no, in the school, in the community, ngayon ana na. So she opted to resign, and I hope that this can give us a lesson, no, to really be at grasp with the reality, no? So kita pud kung naatay kauban nga teacher ana, we have to be concerned, no, to do fraternal correction, no? So tiyan po nato nga dili siya maayo nga practice or habit kay dili siya practical, no, kay gasto kaayo. Naliman ka, no, kada semana mag-ilis og civilian, may na lang wa siya teaching load sa Sabado, no, Miyerkules lang. Kay kung napay Sabado samot ka dako iyang expenses sa pagpalit sa civilian clothes. So the point here is just be realistic, be true to yourself, and avoid these magical beliefs, no, na inani ka prinsesa ka, dato kayo mo, no, ginapala inyong kwarta sa inyong balay, so on and so forth. But the reality is it's not true. Next, intimacy dysfunctions. The greatest wound received is rejection of his authentic self. It is impossible to be intimate if one has no sense of self. So first, imong kaugalingon, tanggap nimo imong kaugalingon before you get into somebody else's personality or getting intimate with an opposite sex, no? It is potentiated by this sexual dysfunction if this issue is not addressed or processed at the adult stage, no? So kana lang, eye opener lang, no, but maybe it's really your choice, no, but at least this sharing has opened to you na issue day siya, no, ang intimacy dysfunction, which takes its root from our 3 to 9 years old growing up phase. Next, non-disciplined behavior, no, bisan unsa na kabaga di ang faculty manual, pero naagihapon, no, magpabuyag gyapon, dili gyapon mag-follow because the teacher may display a non-disciplined behavior. He procrastinates, refuses delayed gratification, rebels, appears stubborn, and acts impulsively without thinking. The over-disciplined pod, ang opposite niya, is rigid, no, obsessive, overly controlled, and obedient. People-pleasing and has a lot of shoulds, no? So ang isa luag ra kaayo, ang isa hugot ra pug kaayo, over-discipline, nagyapon siya mga negative effects. Next, addictive and compulsive behavior, still part of the word contaminate, okay? Nanata sa letter A. The wounded inner child is the major cause of addictions, no? So it's not really a criminal offense, but again, it's also starting from our personality. It's a disorder that can be treated, no, our addiction to substance or any other activity. You can't fix the disorder inside, hence, you are trying to fix the outside instead, no? Kay dili man nimo i-face head on kato imong mga pains, imong mga hurt, even nanay tao nga gusto mo tabang nimo, and then you are just fixing it outside through addiction or doing compulsive behavior. Next, thought distortion, no? This may include irrational thinking, overgeneralizations, emotional trances, hypervigilance, obsessions, or scrupulosity. Example, lahat ng mga lalaki nambababae, no? From a female's point of view, for example, no? So nausab na gid niyang pangunahuna o iyan na ning gi-embrace o gi-espouse, no? While she or he is at the young adulthood life. Next, kining feeling of emptiness, ang last sa contaminate, emptiness, apathy, or depression, manifested in laziness and less excitement of life, no? Chronic depression is a result of adopting a false self, no? Take note of that, no? You might have difficulty adjusting to a positive mental health or a good well-being pag wala ka naka-touch base, no? Because what you are Manifesting is actually a false self, no? Wala ka nakakuha og full grasp, no? And this is the perfect time now that you are about to graduate college and to enter a professional life or career. This is the perfect time to reassess. And I hope this sharing will open your mind or bring into your awareness these possible life issues that we need to confront. Otherwise, magpadayon siya. Masay 60 anyos ka, masay 65 anyos ka, bisan nag-retire ka na, pero naagya po ng mga loose ends or excess baggages na wala ni mo gi-confront or gi-process. Lastly, depression is deep sadness or sorrow and slowing down of one's energy. And lastly, true healing can only begin through courage and a willingness to acknowledge that there is an injury. Okay? Key terms, courage, no? Kay it will start from you. Kay kung dili ka courageous nga mo dawat, mo accept, then who else? No? And you are willing to acknowledge that there was a pain, there was an injury in your past experiences. So very quick, I have a few more minutes left. 10 keys to healing of the quarter life crisis. Number one, I think we are all God-centered in our community in Kolehiyo ng Pantukan. Believe that God loves, forgives, and accepts you. Okay, that's very important. Next, espouse the perception that God is the source of your healing. No, dili ang guidance counselor, dili ang psychologist, dili ang social worker or your teacher assisting you in this life journey, but we are only channels. We are only, we become materials for His gracious and kindness, no, at all times to you. So, kuan lang ta, channels lang ta, no, para sa mga estudyante nato or those who are helping out in this life. So at this point, before I leave, I'd like to invite you to pray with me for inner healing of memories. No? So let us continue to be aware that we are in God's holy presence. For the Catholics, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Father, I thank you for your Son, Jesus Christ, who died on the cross, not only for my sins, but also for my fears. I thank you that Jesus is the same yesterday, today, and forever, and that He wants me to be completely whole, spirit, soul, and body. Lord Jesus, I ask you to walk back through every second of my life. Heal me and make me whole. Go back into the third and fourth generations and break the harmful genetic ties. Jesus, you knew all about me even before I was born. Thank you for being there as life began. If fear or any other negative force was transmitted to me as I was in my mother's womb, set me free from those things. Thank you, Lord Jesus, for being there when I was born and loving me. Some came into this world not being loved and not being wanted, and they felt such rejection. Lord Jesus, from the very beginning, fill each one with your precious love. Lord, walk back through every second of my life during those early years. Some were separated from parents because of sickness or death, and some were born into large families and did not receive the love that was needed. Lord Jesus, go back and fill every void. Give the love that was not received. Remove, please, every hurt. Take away all fears, fear of darkness, fear of falling, fear of animals, and fear of being lost. I thank you, Jesus, for setting me free and healing me. I pray, Lord, that you will take away my hand, you will take my hand and walk to school with me. At times, I felt so shy, so afraid to leave home and go into new situations. Jesus, there were times I felt embarrassment at school. Would you please take away all those memories when I was treated harshly by a teacher or I was hurt by classmates? Please heal all those hurts. Thank you for healing those hurts and setting me free from those fears. I thank and I praise you. Lord Jesus, I thank you for my mother. I ask you to stand in between my mother and me and let your divine love flow between us. I ask forgiveness from my mother for any way I have hurt or failed her, and I forgive her for any way she hurt or failed me. Lord Jesus, I thank you for my father. Please stand between my father and me. I pray that your divine love will mend any broken relationship. I ask forgiveness from my father for any way I hurt or failed him, and I forgive him, Lord, for any way he hurt or failed me. I lift up to you my brothers and sisters, and where there were feelings of competition, jealousy, or resentment, I ask that your healing power and love mend every broken relationship. I forgive each brother and sister for hurting or failing me, and I ask their forgiveness for hurting or failing them. Thank you, Lord, for being there in my teenage years when I was in junior high school and high school. There were new problems and fears as each painful memory is brought to my mind. I pray that you will take a spiritual eraser and wipe the pain from my mind. Take away, Lord, any feeling of humiliation, embarrassment, guilt, fear, or failure. Let each person know you, that you love them as a special, unique individual, and that you were there in every situation. As each of us started to leave home, there were new fears, frustrations, or hurts. Some wanted to go on to college and were not able to. Others were not able to enter the profession they had dreamt of, and they felt so much disappointment. Jesus, please heal every disappointment and every hurt. Lord, thank you for our future children. Take away any feeling that I may have of failure or guilt as a future parent. I pray that you will heal any hurt that was caused, and I ask for forgiveness and to forgive them for hurting me. Now, Lord Jesus, thank you for walking back through every second of my life up to this exact moment. Thank you for healing me of all my hurts, my painful memories, my fears, for setting me free. Thank you for filling me with your love. Help me to love myself. Help me to love others. But most of all, Jesus, help me to love as I want. I thank you for giving me joy. I thank you for giving me peace. Thank you, Jesus Christ. I thank you for going way down deep into the darkest recesses of my mind and for cleansing me. I thank you for healing my emotions, my mind, and my memories. I thank you, Jesus, for making me whole, and I give you all the praise and all the glory. In your name I pray. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Thank you, everyone, for your cooperation in our prayer for healing our memories. The third key is to, how do you feel right now? I hope you can answer this now as I'm about to close my sharing this afternoon. Thank you for your patience. So excited ba? Happy pa rin ba? Worried? Kasi may lakad pa? Or confused? Kailan ba matatapos si Sir Jimmy? Sabi niya hindi siya magtatagal. Or hopeful? Okay, please start casting your vote now. Only one for the question, how do you feel right now? Okay, thank you Sir Mar for helping me out in this poll, and maybe in a little while, tignan na natin kung nag-improve ba. Kasi kanina 50%. Wow! Our happy participants now is at 80%. So thank you very much. No, virtual applause for all of us who are actually happy. And then ang hopeful is 16. Nag-improve, no, Sir Professor Mark, kasi yung hopeful kanina konti lang. No more confused. Isn't that good, Professor Mar? Zero na. Okay, 0% ng confused. Worried, just very minimal, 2%. And excited, ang 4 kasi malapit na akong matapos at may mga lakad pa raw sila, 2%. So thank you everyone for the 80%, 2%, and 16% na hopeful that they can get through this quarter life crisis successfully and by God's grace. So always, again, no, katong first 2, always cling on to God, and the best way to have a good relationship with God is through sincere prayer. No? Number 3, meditate or continue to think about what God has done to you. Okay, that's very important. Okay, find time. No, we have a lot of hours a week. God is only asking us for 1 hour. No, bisan virtual holy mass lang na imong maapilan due to the pandemic, but you are sharing that precious time with God in that mass or church service of yours, no, in your Christian church. Number 4. No, revisit the pain and learn to forgive your offenders, no, especially kung naa kay close friend na pwede nimo ma-share para dili nimo ma-keep to your chest, no, close to your chest ang tanan. Then you have a trusted friend, no, or a trusted teacher, a mentor who you can share your painful experience. Excuse me, then that can be of big help. Number 5, give to your offenders what you want God to give you: mercy and forgiveness. No, mo yung pinaingon sa imuha na challenging siya. No, but if you pray for that, then the perfect time will come na makabalo na ka makapasaylo o makahatag na kagkaloi sa uban. Why? Because here it is said, forgive people and don't bear any grudge. I know you know what grudge is, no, pagdumot. Forgive others not because they deserve forgiveness, but because you deserve peace, no? And I tell you, nindot kay ang kinabuhi kung peaceful, no, hamugaway og imong spirit kay peaceful pud, no, because that's our original state, being a soul, not only just a body, but we are a soul, no. Om Shanti, I am peace. Number 6, receive the gift of knowing your own goodness through affirmation. No, so I hope you're doing this. You affirm each other in your batch, in your class, and among you teachers or mentors in KNP. No, this is a very important mental health activity, ang kining affirmation. Just very quick, affirmation is a way we really are. Okay, we are positive people. We are light to each other. It is more of affectivity. No, the affect. It is a receptive capacity to be moved inwardly by a thing or a person, and to let that being moved, ikaw nga na-touched, no, reverberate throughout one's entire emotional life, because you cannot help when you are being moved, when you are being touched, no, bisan ang tanaw ka og movie nga touching or family theme nga movie na makahilak ka na move ka, then that can reverberate throughout your emotional life. Only the person who can be moved inwardly by our goodness can affirm us, no? Kato mga natabangan nato nga wala ta kay balod ako na kay tong tabang sa iyaha, no? They cannot forget us, they cannot forget you, but they will always affirm you while they are alive, no? I'd like to share very quickly na ako'y former client, no? I was, as what Dr. Pacanya said, no, nag-start ko as guidance counselor for 5 years, and then the last 5 years HR director ko sa isa ka college diri sa Davao. Client na ko siya na nursing student katong guidance counselor pa ko. So when I was moving to the second floor for my office sa HR, he would still visit me, no, wala na puto lang mo ang relationship, bisan dili na gid counseling ako ang mandate, no, sa school. So he would visit me. He was already third year then, and one morning he visited me in my office. Dito sa akong office na may exclusive nga room, nya napoy couch, no, where I would entertain visitors. He was requesting me to kung pwede ba daw kay sakit dito kay iyang ulo, dili siya makasulod sa iyang klase, and he wanted to sleep. Okay, so I would sense his nonverbal cues that he needed help, na it was a cry for help, so I allowed. No, I told my secretary that I would have a counseling session if possible. I will not be disturbed. Kung na message, ikuwaon na lang, ihatag sa kwa later. So I locked the office and I let him sleep, no, and I would put the telephone in a silent mode, no, both the landline and cell phone, na naman to cell phone that time, para dili siya ma-disturb. And he was sleeping. That I think that was 8:30, and then he woke up around 11:30. So 3 hours, no, of non-disturbing sleep that he had. And so that was enough. We did not talk. I did not ask him why, no, because I would always believe and respect the readiness of the client to open up, no. So wala, no, nag-thank you siya, and then he left. And then that was it, no. But that client, Ferdinand, no, I would remember his name. He finished nursing, and then the relationship continued. No, I was there during the graduation Thanksgiving party that his mother gave him because his father died when he was still a young child, no, in Dumaguete. So yung mama na lang nagpadako, and then I kaipon po dihang mama, so that set up like that. And after which, no, I knew because they were actually in Japan, no, Japan based, and I'm sorry, not Japan, but UAE, no, UAE ilang base, no. Wala lang, no, and then Facebook came, and then I just would see his pictures na successful na siya. He would practice nursing and all. And one message came up in the messenger, Ferdinand thanking me for that morning, no, for that morning that I allowed him to sleep in my couch in the office, because the night before that he was planning to take his own life. No, nag-break siya sa iyang girlfriend. No, you would imagine na condominium diri sa Davao, well provided, no, and then nag-break siya sa iyang girlfriend, and then his mother who was in UAE, hindi boto doon sa girlfriend niya kasi may mga naririnig nga na hindi maganda, so on and so forth. And so he was so disturbed, and then he wasn't able to sleep. He had, you know, problems that night, and he thought of giving up and taking up his own life. But no, without words, he went to school the next day. He had intentions of going to classes, pero dili kaya sa lawas, but he wanted to sleep. And he thought of me. He remembered me, no, as a guidance counselor, as a friend who might be of help to him. No, so that alone, he only told me that 5 years after. No, so daghang mga okasyon unta katuuntang pag blowout niya or blowout sa iyang mama pag graduation niya, and then he took up the board exam for nursing for the first time and did not make it, no, and then I encouraged him, nag-session me what went wrong, until in the second take nakapasar na siya, nahimo na siyang RN mo to, nakatrabaho siya sa UAE. And so after 5 years I realized na, no, kaning we have to really be open-minded and kind, no, because sometimes yun nga, you cannot always be right. I know I was wrong. It was wrong to have him sleep in my couch, no, or matingala to kung secretary, grabe po ng counseling session, no, 3 hours, no, and I know it was not right. It was uncalled for our school administrator, but I was just too kind to understand his situation. No words were said na nato na day ang nahitabo the night before. But by the grace of God, that's why we really have to be prayerful, to be close to God, because He will guide us in every words we say, in every thought that we will process, and in every actions that we do. No, so we wouldn't know. Moto thankful kay siya, no, because here only the person who can be moved inwardly by our goodness can affirm us. He affirmed me through that message in the messenger, and then when he came here for a vacation before the pandemic, he treated me to Pearl Farm. no? So inana nanindot siya nga experience. He brought me there along with his new girlfriend, and then we enjoyed our weekend there. Na pasalamaton kay siya that he was able to positively go through that crisis in his life without even any number of words, without any thousands of words, but only a mere action and non-verbal thing that I have done to him, and that made an impact to him. Okay, so 4 moments off in the process of affirmation. We must see the goodness in ourselves because someone has affirmed us. So katong pag-affirm niya sa kuha, I felt delight. No? Okay, we must feel that. Di na to siya i-deny because that is a gift, for you being so good, so kind, so truthful to other people. Next, we notice the unique goodness and lovableness of that person and are quietly present to it. Number 3, to be moved inwardly by others' goodness and to be delighted by it without wanting to possess the other to gratify your own needs. No? So very important po ni siyang part. No? And the last, we let our delight in another's goodness show, especially in non-verbal ways. Maninitabo sa kuha. No? Even non-verbal, makasabot na sila, o mas importante pa noon na siya, mas na-impact rather than thousands of words coming out from your mouth. Okay, last part, number 7, still on the keys to healing of quarter life crisis. Number 7 is stop blaming the person who wronged you. No, tama na tong grudges, tama na tong pagdumot. We are responsible for how we choose to react to what happens. Okay? Number 8, accept and create intimate love that can deeply heal. No, dawato na to siya because that is really a gift. This intimate love, because this love can actually heal whatever issues, whatever difficulties that you have been going through. Number 9, tear down walls that prohibit the healing power of God to reach the wound. No, and this is only through constant prayer to Him. No, dot gyud ta kanunay sa Ginoo kun natin nabati nga naapay gusto nato nga mahil sa atua. No, or maayo. And number 10, the last key, find somebody to talk with about your situation and who will love and pray with you. Okay, that might be your boyfriend or girlfriend, your special someone in life, or he can or she can be your BFF, your best friend forever, your most beloved teacher, or administrator in school, anyone nga salig jud ka, you are trusting him or her to be your special someone that you can share with and love, share your love, and especially person who can pray with you. Okay, so kanino manataani, we have prayed, and hopefully at this end I'd like to share with you the last slides. At the end of the session, the following shall be met to understand what quarter life crisis is, its symptoms and phases. So I shared it with you earlier. Objective number 2, I hope okay tong number 1, ipatangan ako check sa yellow mark. To know life's issues that will contaminate to young adult life. So nakuha to na to, the word contaminate, isa to siya. And I'm leaving these slides with Professor Mar. If those will be interested, you can ask for it for your review and future reference, and to be your guide as you will be journeying young adult life. And the last, to understand the 10 keys to healing of quarter life crisis. Hopefully okay lang sa inyo ha, gipatangan ko na kong check. That means we have met our objectives for this afternoon. Here are my sources for my sharing. Healing the 8 Stages of Life. This is a book by the 3 authors. The Quarter Life Crisis, Young, Insecure, and Depressed, by Dr. Oliver Robinson, and Personal Experiences of the Facilitator. With that, I'd like to share with you my favorite verse from the Bible, from the letter of Paul to the Colossians, chapter 3, verses 23 to 24. Whatever you do, work at it with all your heart, as though you were working for the Lord and not for men. Remember that the Lord will give you as a reward what He has kept for His people. The reward might be you passing the LET someday, or blessed by a good career. For indeed, Christ is the real master you serve. With that, thank you very much, and may your purpose be your constant guide. See you all soon in this beautiful world of teaching and teacher education. God bless, and to God will always be the highest glory. Good afternoon to each and everyone.
Thank you, Sir Jimmy, for that very encouraging message. Thank you so much. And all right, so it is time for us to get more information and clarify things from this webinar. I know there are some questions from our Q&A or in our chat box. So our forum now is officially open. Please do not hesitate to raise your hand if you want to ask personally in our Zoom platforms, or channel it to our Q&A box or comment it down in our chat box. Now, our media correspondent, Sir Dejemar Campo Amor, will assist us. So, Sir Dej.
All right. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon.
Sir, you can also entertain if they have any insights or any reflections that they have taken from the seminar, a webinar. Okay, then.
Yes. Okay. Thank you so much for that one, sir. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm back again right here to assist you regarding your concerns or clarifications about the webinar for this afternoon's session. But before that one, I would like to say thank you to our speakers, Dr. Ruby Serrano and Sir Leonidas, for such an amazing highlight this afternoon. Wow, I really couldn't believe what I've heard this afternoon's webinar. It's really a value-laden webinar and a sort of reminder for me that, for us, that we can really always find healing when it is nowhere to be found. At the same time, a form of retooling for our future teachers to be at their best in their chosen path they have vowed to make. Okay, at this juncture, guys, we will try to answer all your queries. And I guess Dr. Serrano has already answered most of the questions. This is just for the information of the general regarding the questions that were posted here. For example, like, good afternoon, ma'am. I would like to ask if there is a punishment or sanctions to be imposed to teachers who are showing immorality inside a campus. So Dr. Ruby answered, let us always go back to the code of ethics, but other legal laws have the answers too. Okay? And also, I hope, guys, that these answers have already satisfied the questions that you have. Okay, and from Joyce Abigail Ohayas, good afternoon, Dr. Ruby. What is the major sign if being a teacher is really our calling? And Dr. Ruby answered, one sign is when you have the patience to bear the unlovable learners. Wow, thank you so much for that. Okay, so it seems that we are left here with the new questions, and this one is for Sir Leonidas, and this question, sir, is from an anonymous attendee.
Yes, just call me Sir. Just call me Jimmy, Sir Dejemar, Jimmy.
Okay, Jimmy.
Thank
you so much for that one, Jimmy. Okay, good afternoon. I have a question po. Why do we keep making choices that will ultimately destroy ourselves and drive us away from the things that we want? Oh wow, parang kailangan ng advice to Jimmy.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mark. No, anonymous attendee. So why do we keep making choices that ultimately destroy ourselves and place us further away from the things we really want? So I think with my sharing, we did not yet truly assess, what we really want, what is really the purpose that we have in life. No, because yun nga, part of which no is in the quarter life crisis is ambiguity. No, yung hindi ka pa certain. Now that is why it's difficult for you to move to another phase, no, from young adulthood to adulthood per se, because you still have issues that have to be addressed. No, so to answer the question of our anonymous attendee, it's very important, no, sir or ma'am, that we have to assess, what went wrong, what can be done, and the ways forward, perhaps, so that we can no longer put ourselves away from the things you really want or your goals in life. Okay, so very important po yun. You need somebody to help you out if you might find one thing, if you're doing it alone. No, so you have your close or beloved teachers, no, from KNP, yung trusted mo, na maka-open up ka, or I know I met your guidance counselor in the Kolehiyo ng Pantukan one time when I was there, no? Sir can help you out, no? And also you can look for professional help, no, guidance counselors or psychologists present in your locality. Thank you. That's my take, Sir Deji Mark.
Okay, thank you so much for that one, Sir Jimmy or Jimmy. Okay.
Jimmy na, just call me Jimmy.
All right. Thank you, Jimmy. Now we have one more question right here from anonymous attendee too. So, good afternoon po. Since I was a senior high school student until now, I am confused with my feelings every time I got happy, sad, or any emotions until quickly captured out after a small period of time. It changed into sad, worried, and etc. So it seems that this attendee right now is experiencing breakdowns and fluctuating emotions. My concern is it healthy po ba for a young adult po na maka-experience ng ganitong feeling, or is it a part of self-development? And what is the best way to handle it?
Thank you for bringing it out, Sir Deji Mark. So I think I failed to mention in my sharing earlier that the normal duration of the manifestation of one feeling is from 10 to 15 minutes. Okay, so like you're sad or you'd like to cry and you're crying, it's actually one's hope that you will end after 15 minutes. No, kasi pag more than 15 minutes na, or any emotion, you're too happy, just imagine you are laughing whole morning, or just imagine you're crying whole morning, that's more than 15 minutes. So there must be something to be looked into. Okay? So sa sharing po dito, teka lang, meron siyang ano. Yeah, correct. So na-confuse siya ngayon kasi nga from being experiencing the feeling of happiness, no, and then there's the change of emotion to being sad or worried, and even to the extent of breaking down, no. So her concern or his concern was it was healthy of being a young adult. It is not healthy if especially it's running to 2 weeks, no, 14 days or 2 weeks of dwindling or what you call that, hindi siya constant, no, yung emotions mo which are more than 15 minutes in manifestation. So it's okay. What makes it normal, what makes it healthy is kung tama yung event and the corresponding emotion. For instance, nawalan ka ng cellphone, no, unintentionally you lost it or left it somewhere, and the normal accompanying emotion for that is sadness, and yet you are manifesting happiness instead, or excited when will the second cell phone be lost. Okay, so that makes you not healthy anymore because the certain event is not manifesting its accompanying emotion supposedly. Okay, and especially if it's more than 15 minutes in manifestation. Sabi na dito, or still was a part of self-development. Yes, it can be a part of self-development, but again, the red flag is if the emotions were manifested more than 15 minutes, especially on a daily basis, and it ran for 2 weeks or 14 days. Ganun na, mabot na ng 14 days or even hindi mo na antayin kasi may mga adverse effects na sa family mo or sa mga barkada mo, then I would suggest you ask or look for professional help. No, I know there are registered guidance counselors in Pantukan and the nearby municipalities. Now we have an association of DepEd registered guidance counselors, or contact us here in the regional office if you need help, or in school they have a good network of referrals, no, because it's no longer healthy if it's more than 14 days or 2 weeks. Okay, so that's the best way to handle it. Confront, and then just be patient with the process. Or in short, trust the process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Jimmy. We actually have internalized all your answers. And by the way, this is one last question po from our attendee. So this one is from Maria Hannah Pagara. Good afternoon, Sir Jimmy. Or Jimmy, may I ask why someone keep repeating the fault of others, even if he or she is working hard to repent his or her sin of wrong choice? Like, for example, binabalik talaga nila yung mga past na pagkakamali ng isang tao at ginagamit nila yon against sa kanila. So why do people do such?
All right. I may not see the total picture, Sir Deji Mark, but listening from you, the repetition of the same mistake is actually an offshoot of unprocessed experience. Okay? Meron siyang pinagdadaanan, yung concern na taong yon na who kept on repeating the said mistake or behavior, and not until that mistake is processed, not until a realization has been arrived to by the person with the aid of a professional helper, then the same mistakes will really be committed. For instance, di na tayo lalayo sa mga family members natin. There are occasions na nakikita kasi ng anak niya yung misbehavior ng father. Sample lang ito, mga nakikita natin sa TV or sa YouTube, that a young father gets get a lady impregnated at the age of 18, or batang ama, and yun, 18 years old. Just imagine, I also had that in that school in Agdao, very young, grade 10. Ano ba ang grade 10 natin? 16. And he got his classmate impregnated at 16, who was also 16 years old, na female classmate. So, if this is not processed, here's another child. Ang eldest pa nila was a male, boy. And I processed that child. That young boy who became a father at 16 pa rin siya, because when after 9 months hindi pa siya nag 17 years old, so he was really 16 when he became a father. So I told him, I processed him and everything, ano ang nagustuhan mo sa experience, ano mga hindi mo nagustuhan. There was a debriefing I made to him, and after him I made it to her classmate who was a mother, but she was already 17, mas magulang man ng babae. So I also suggested that while the boy was growing up, the child that they have, they might not be living together, they might not be ending up with each other, katong iyang partner nga na anakan, but I hope they will give special attention to the child, especially katuganing ingon ako sa inyo nga 3 to 9 years old, dapat present sila, dapat na ang parental figures while their son is from 3 to 9 years old. And it has to be processed. Otherwise, mabalik na po ang same scenario. It will become a cycle. This young boy, especially at the age of 3 to 9 years old, when there are things which are not processed to him, wala niya nasabtan, ang feeling nga lagyo iyang parents, kung dili magaling magkadayon ang iyang papa o mama, then that same boy perhaps will again become a young father at 17 or even 16, like his father. And the same thing, because it's a behavior, and this all starts in our mind. It starts in our thought processes, and once the thought processes, especially of the past painful experience, will not be processed or faced head on, then the same thought processes, which might be faulty, but who are we to judge? We are not here to label, but if that is faulty to us, and that will still be repeated because yun nga, hindi siya na process, or yun bang talagang binigyan ng attention, at ilabas sa kanya kung ano man yung mga negative na mga experiences na yon, especially with the help of, especially sa process namin na nandoon yung taong involved, yung nakapasakit sa kanya, at right then and there will really be healing to come, especially pag it's also coupled with sincere prayer. So that's it. It has to be processed, Sir DJ Mark, and to the one who asked, so that nobody will be victim of this what we call victim-victimizer syndrome. Paulit-ulit na lang, naging cycle na lang siya, because the painful experience in the past was not processed or given attention to, especially nasa young adult life na siya ngayon. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Jimmy. So By the way, Sir Mark, can we accommodate one more question? Kasi parang gusto talaga ng learner na ito na malaman ang sagot sa kanyang katanungan. Can we still accommodate one more?
We just accommodate na lang po, Sir Dej, na lang through email na lang or in any other means kasi one of our speakers may klase baka 5 p.m. so baka kasi hindi natin maapasan ang virtual photoshoot.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to say thank you, Sir Deji Mark, and to Dr. Vivian Grace Subahib. Ma'am, thank you. Good afternoon.
You're welcome, sir.
Hello, Sir Jimmy.
All right. So it seems, guys, that our open forum is now done. But don't worry, because all the questions that you've posted right here will still be answered via other means. Okay, so you can still contact us through email or you can message Kolehiyo ng Pantukan page. Okay, so the questions that you still have there will be answered. All right. So keep inspired, people, and keep going. Now, Ma'am Daes. Ma'am JT.
Thank you, Sir Dej. Thank you so much, Sir Dej. Okay, so moving forward, for the awarding of certificates to our distinguished speakers, let me read to you the citation of the certificate. Kolehiyo ng Pantukan, Juan A. Sarinas Campus, Kingking, Pantukan, Davao de Oro. A certificate of appreciation is hereby given to Dr. Vivian Hubahib, LPTS Prider, in grateful recognition and acknowledgement for her exemplary commitment and unselfish service as resource speaker with the topic Educators, the Role and Preparedness in Globalization during the webinar series Day 2 for Education Student held on June 23, 2021 via Zoom in line with the 10th founding anniversary of Kolehiyo ng Pantukan, giving this 23rd day of June in the year of our Lord 2021. Signed, Mr. Murphy M. Icaros, MAED, Program Head, BS Ed, BTL Ed, and BTL Ed. Signed, Dr. Celedonia C. Cuquilla, Vice President for Academic Affairs. Signed, fellow Dr. Jocelyn Hihada Hua, D. Frider, College President. Another certificate of appreciation is given to fellow Dr. Jocelyn H. Hua D. Frider as a resource speaker with the topic Creating an Effective Classroom Management for Future Teachers. Signed, Mr. Murphy M. Icaros, MAED, Program Head, BS Ed, BTL Ed. Signed, Dr. Celedonia C. Cuquilla, Vice President for Academic Affairs. Another certificate of appreciation is hereby given to Dr. B. A. Serrano S. Frider as a source speaker or as a resource speaker with the topic Real Talk, Up Close and Personal. Signed, Mr. Murphy M. Icaros, MAED. Signed, Dr. Celedonia C. Cuquilla and fellow Dr. Jocelyn Hihada Hua D. Frider. And of course, a certificate of appreciation is hereby given to Mr. Leonidas Jimmy T. Hisoro III as a resource speaker with the topic Awareness on Quarter Life Crisis, Key as a Successful Young Professional. Signed, Mr. Murphy M. Icaros, MAED, Dr. Celedonia C. Cuquilla, and fellow Dr. Jocelyn H. Hua D. Friday. Congratulations! Okay, may I request our distinguished speakers to please open up your camera for a photo shoot. Sir Marfe, are we done? For a while po. Okay, so now, so we are about to end this program. And we would like to thank you for being with us at this juncture. To express us a word of gratitude as a closing remarks, let us welcome the Bachelor of Secondary Education Program Head, our very own Mr. Murphy M. Micaros. A round of applause, please.
Hello, good afternoon. Okay pa ba tayo dyan? We're still
Good
here.
afternoon. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Pawan sir, to our distinguished speakers. Good afternoon. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of our webinar today, and it is my task to provide some closing remarks. So it is a sad task because we shall be closing the door already, as well as bidding farewell. However, it is also a privilege and an honor to be entrusted with such an undertaking at a virtual gathering of such eminent people involved today. Our minds have been assailed by a torrent of ideas, information, statistics, interpretations, visions, values, commandments, and many more. And it will probably be a day or two before we can sift through them all, consolidate our own personal perspectives. There is indeed plenty to reflect upon, and if this in any way enhances our individual and collective contributions towards global challenges in education, then this webinar can truly be adjudged a success. I would like to grab this opportunity to challenge all the teacher education students to do more and be more. You should always be hunger for new knowledge and wisdom, because after all, when you become teachers someday, you can only give what are the things that you have. So fill yourself with skills, values, and understandings. Be more ambitious, be allergic to mediocrity, and be more addicted to success. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the College of Teacher Education program, we are grateful to all those who have been involved in the organization of this webinar event. I also express my deep gratitude to all of my students, for your active participation. And all I can say for you, keep your fire burning, your desire to become a professional licensed teacher someday. Of course, to our college president, our very active and dynamic college president, Dr. Jocelyn Hua, for spearheading this webinar series in line with our celebration for the 10th founding anniversary of Kolehiyo ng Pantukan. To our highly distinguished speakers for your sharing of your expertise, and to our ITs. We all know that IT nowadays are very useful. And of course, to our virtual host, Ma'am Dais, and to our media correspondents, Sir Dejemar, and to all faculty who have supported so much since day one. And sa lahat po na nag-contribute po for this webinar, maraming salamat po. And we look forward seeing you in the next webinar series. Daghang salamat. God bless us all.
Thank you so much, Sir Marv. As we are about to meet the end of our program, let us always remember, education is the most powerful weapon which we can use to change the world. And according to William Arthur Ward, the mediocre teacher tells, the good teacher explains, the superior teachers demonstrates, the great teachers inspires. So as one family of Kolehiyo ng Pantukan, let us strive hard and be a model of our generation. Happy 10th founding anniversary, Kolehiyo ng Pantukan. My name is Jesselyn Dais, now signing off. To God be all the glory. Thank you.